Hello everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Down Under Championship for 2023. Amazing day yesterday and plenty of action going on. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. Annie, if you could describe yesterday in a couple of words, I know it's going to be difficult, but how do you do it?
Long and grueling, short and hard. 2 very different tests yesterday of fitness. We had that 1K beach run, 800 meters for the teams with a medicine ball. And then we had a short, fast one inside the arena. So 2 very different tests of fitness, but I think a lot of these athletes, I was talking to Thor earlier, their backs and legs are smoked from yesterday. A little more gymnastics today, but we do have some overhead squatting to start off the day. So let's see how these athletes fare on day 2, moving day at the Down Under.
Well, they generally call it moving day, and we see a lot of moving generally across the world in 3-day events. On the middle day, things are very tight on both leaderboards at the moment, male and female for the individuals and also the teams. But you talk about how smoked they were in their posterior chain. That was a lot of work with the D-ball, but it was also a lot of work on that soft sand running.
Yeah, like I said, I think a lot of backs and legs are really smoked. And they better be good enough to do some heavy overhead squats, because that's how these athletes are starting the day today, not to mention heavy cleans later.
Iconic shots of the lighthouse yesterday. I don't think we could have asked for a better day, Wollongong. And we go back a couple of days and it was torrential rain and thunderstorms, but we had a beautiful day yesterday and the athletes lapped it up. Amy Kringle, one of those athletes doing just that.
What a day for Amy Kringle. She finished first in both of her heats, racked up a 2nd and a 3rd place finish, and she's sitting in 2nd place right now.
And leaderboard, as I mentioned, quite congested. And I tell you what, there is going to be all things on the line. We're going for sheep stations today.
I still can't, I'm not grabbing that one yet. Cactus, I think I get. Sheep stations,
not so much.
I gotta learn more.
But last year's champion, Maddie Sturt, out in front with 2 event wins so far. The lady I mentioned from the Isle of Man, Amy Kringle, in 2nd position. Grace Walton doing well, but new mama, Jamie Goodwin, back on the competition floor once again. What a performance.
Yes, such a great first day of competition for Jamie Goodwin, coming back after having a baby. She took 2 top 10 finishes. She's sitting just outside of 3rd place going into day 2. Great work from Jamie.
And for the men, it was all guns blazing for Peter Ellis. Do you know his nickname? Is Retep?
Oh,
that's his name backwards.
That's much better than Sneaky Pete at this point.
So Peter Ellis on top, 190 points and fire in his eyes. Jono Dunlop, now living in Brisbane, but a West Australian boy coming over. And Johan Van Zyl from CrossFit Urban Energy on the Gold Coast had a great day 1. Zane Shellbear-Healy is still in contention, and welcome back to competition as well. The man with the fresh hairdo, Luke De Jong, and a local boy as well right here, in touch at the same time. For the teams, the California girls, Nextletica Gold. There's not too much is separating them at the moment.
Right, no, this is going to be a tight competition between those top 3 teams right now. We bring out higher skill gymnastics today. We bring out a heavy barbell. Who's going to pull ahead going out of day 2 and into the 3rd and final day of competition? We'll see soon enough.
Star Strength Fitness Ali and near and dear to my heart, the Fit Mamas Club getting the job done. And Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne, they were very giggly on the floor yesterday and they pulled out a very impressive performance. Nicola Cummins, Poppy Hay and Sonia Mori, guys down in Melbourne getting the job done. For the men's division, Team Frog Grips and the Hombre Hombres, there wasn't much in it. There's not much in it right now.
Nope, this is exactly what we expected, a 2-horse race in this elite males team competition. And we know both of these teams are not going to let us down. But how about a couple of dogs sitting in 3rd place right now, a team that had to kind of reorganize itself after Benny Garrard pulled out. Ricky Garrard leading the charge with 2 youngsters on the team with him, and they're sitting in 3rd place.
With Joel Molinia and Johan Roberts joining Ricky Garrard, the 2 youngsters joining the old head, if you can call him an old head at 28, but anyway.
No, you cannot.
No. Great day of competition coming up. The 3rd member of our team, Bella Martin, is standing by, and she's got some news and some special guests as well.
Good morning, guys. We have 3 events today. First off, full send in the arena. We'll head outside to hard yaka, and we'll close it off tonight with crikey. But the biggest news of the weekend so far, an unfortunate withdrawal. Jake Douglas is here with me on the floor. Good morning, Jake.
Hey.
So not only have you been the fittest you've ever been, looking forward to you competing this weekend as a favorite, how does it feel to have to withdraw?
Yeah, look, I'm devastated, to be honest. You know, I thought we put a lot of work into this comp particularly, and I was really looking forward to throwing down and sort of showing what we changed since the games, but just wasn't meant to be, I guess.
I know your kids are very proud of you. We have Johnny and Frankie here with us on the floor. They've been with you on the floor at Torian, seeing you every step of the way. How does it feel to inspire them, and what are you hoping they're taking away from your journey?
Look, I just want to try and teach them a bit of resilience, you know, and I guess this is just another opportunity for me to do so.
Now, we have a lot of people in this arena here this morning. CrossFit Australia fully supports you. How heavy is that to know that this community has your back all the way through?
Yeah, honestly, that's probably one of the hardest things to have to withdrawn, you know. Like, I like to try and get back and give to the Oceania community because I feel like they've always had my back, and yeah, I just really wanted to try and show up for the fans, you know, but I'm here all weekend anyway, so I just hope to get around the sponsors and around the community and, you know, cheer on the other lads doing it. They look really fit, and I wish I could have been there for the fight.
We wish so too. I'm sure we'll see you again soon. Next up, full send.
Thanks, Bella, and thanks to big trap daddy Jake Douglas. And very unfortunate, he's just the heart and soul of the Oceania region.
Yeah, and I hope he does remember that, you know, he is being inspiring just by being resilient, just like he said.
Big time. But event number 3, let's get to the first event of the day, full send. Oh, we need someone like Tim Poulsen out here.
Exactly. We start with 40 calories for the men, 30 calories for the ladies on that skier, and then immediately into 6 rope climbs. Whatever is remaining of 5 minutes, these athletes will do max overhead squats, the gentlemen at 100 kilos and the ladies at 70 kilos. This is going to be a full fanging it kind of workout, rookie.
Oh, fanging it. You've taken that from last year. We're going to run with it. I'm going to find a new phrase for you to use. If you think about the weight shift, 100 kilos and 70 kilos, we're normally seeing that as a deadlift. We saw that yesterday as a deadlift.
I mean, years ago, that would have been heavy. 70 kilos would have been a heavy overhead squat for the gents. Now this is a women's weight, and you know they're going to be repping it out.
Well, you go back to 2015, and this was the final event. With the 64 pull-ups, and we go into 10 overhead squats at this same weight.
Yeah.
So a bit of a tip to the hat to the old school CrossFit regional events that were here, where we all started so long ago in 2012.
With a 5-minute time out, it's going to be fast. The gentlemen starting off with 40 calories on the skio before moving on to 6 rope climbs and as many overhead squats as possible.
Not too far away from starting competition here. The crowd coming in. Great crowd yesterday for a Friday working day down here in Wollongong, and I know a lot of people travelling in late last night and early this morning to come and see these athletes throw down. So we're in here this morning. We're out to the field later on, the wildlife field next door to where we are, and we're back in here later on for the GoWad Arena, event number 5.
I know the Wynn Stadium is near and dear to all Australian and New Zealand heart. This is, you know, where regionals happen for many years, and so it's such an honor to be in here with all of these competitors right now.
Lane assignments for Heat 1, Andrew Samble coming back from that back injury that hampered him in event number 1 at the Lighthouse, in tears, absolutely gutted yesterday, but looks like he's had some treatment and good to go. Keep your eye on Isaac Newman. This guy with a heavy barbell over his head, especially in a snatch grip position, is going to do some damage. Luke Fowler, a New Zealander from Christchurch CrossFit Selwyn, down there in the South Island. One of those shorter, stockier athletes with a shorter range of movement, but so strong as well.
Yep. Definitely have my eyes on Isaac Newman, who is somebody that did really well last year in the snatch event. Didn't have a great day 1, so this is definitely a great opportunity for Isaac to catch up on some missing points.
Jack Jeffrey with some work to do as well. One of those athletes, training partners with Royce Dunn. Pick a worse one than Royce Dunn, I tell you. Luke Fowler on screen, closest to the bottom. If you look at Luke Fowler's shirt, it looks like he's sweating already.
I'm sweating already, and I'm not even doing anything. I get it.
Jack Jeffrey, Cross Victorian underway. Bottom of screen is Luke Fowler. Then we move into Jack Jeffrey, Isaac Newman, Matt Smith, Andrew Samble, and Zach Poulos make up your first heat.
First 10 calories done in about 23 seconds there for Isaac Newman. You know, you want to pull hard, but you got to remember, you immediately go into 6 rope climbs. And I think that's where a lot of these athletes are going to either gain or lose some seconds.
Now, I know he went down onto the floor over the last couple of days, and we tested those ropes out. It's really, really grippy because these ropes, it's not the first time they've been used, so all of that wax that you normally see on new ropes is not there. It's a way grippier, and you got up that rope really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised because a lot of times, you know, when you're in competition, the ropes always feel a little slicker. Don't know if that's nerves, don't know if it's because it is.
I think it's nerves.
Yeah, and because it is a new rope, but these ropes felt great, so I think these gentlemen are going to have no trouble getting right up that rope.
Smiley Smith up the rope. Now, this is an interesting point. You've got 6 to do. What is the sort of rhythm you get into? Do you potentially, because you're not doing any more pulling after this, do you do a couple of leg lifts, get them out of the way, then start using your legs? Because obviously you need your legs for that heavy overhead squat coming up.
Yeah, I think it's still worth it if you're efficient enough to latch on and use those legs a little bit. Look, your shoulders are already going to be a little bit smoked from the ski. You need your shoulders almost as much as you need your legs on those overhead squats. So I think it's going to be worth it for these athletes to use their legs right from the get-go.
Some great shots from, it almost feels like the top of the roof, but we were up on top of the roof before and it's nowhere near the top of the roof. But a great shot from the top of the Alpha Fit rig straight down, give you a great indication of how long they're actually spending on the rope.
Yep.
We talk about time under tension. The least amount of time you can spend on that rope, the better.
Right, and that's where I think, and you just saw it right there with Matthew Smith, the descent is almost more important than the ascent up that rope. The less energy you can spend going down, so if you can just do a quick little slide down that rope, you see Isaac Newman do it right there, that's going to save you so much energy going into those overhead squats.
With a 5-minute time cap, how long do you give yourself before you head to the barbell? You've obviously got a pace in mind. How long do you do the ski? And speaking of Isaac Newman.
Well, look, it's important to note, rookie, there is actually a tiebreaker in this workout, and it comes when these athletes first touch their bar. They don't have to pick it up, but they have to run and touch their bar. So right there, Pete Sample just beat Isaac Newman if they go rep for rep.
You can call him Peter if you like, but his name's Andrew, but that's okay.
Sorry.
But Isaac Newman getting to work fast. He didn't get the tie break, but I would expect Isaac Newman to get a bucket load of reps in the next 90 seconds.
Yep. Important to note that these athletes also have to advance their bar forward every 5 reps. So while Newman might be able to do more than 5 unbroken, he does need to advance that bar forward after he hits his 10th rep here.
Isaac Newman doing exceptionally well in the snatch event here. Same floor, different positioning. Jack Jeffrey steadying himself second from bottom of screen in the dark green shirt and a great overhead position. Let's talk about efficiency of movement, especially on that shoulder joint.
Yeah, you know, if you have the mobility to be a little bit narrower, that's going to allow you to support that bar a little bit better. You look at an athlete like Isaac Newman, he's so long, but he's able to keep his grip in a little bit. Way easier on that shoulder if you have the mobility to do it.
Isaac Newman, another of the West Australian contingent. And now, last 30 seconds, Luke Fowler getting it. He's 5 done, but Newman out in front of everybody else in Heat 1 and only just over 10 seconds, and we'd expect probably 2 or 3 more reps.
And he walks it forward.
Yes, sir.
Great move from Isaac Newman right there.
22 reps Isaac Newman. Yes, he's back, baby. He is back.
Yeah, and we knew this was an event that Isaac Newman could make a move on, and that's exactly what he just did. So smart to walk that barbell forward for those last 2 reps.
You talk about awareness on the field of play. He looked straight over at the clock. He knew exactly how much time he had. There was no time to drop it and pick it back up again.
No, exactly. And you know, he could have done it earlier on, but he knew he needed to save his shoulders, and he saved them just enough to advance that bar forward overhead and get those last 2 reps, 22 reps for Isaac Newman. Absolutely amazing.
And a great start, and that is going to be a great score to beat. And keep in mind that tie-break time you mentioned earlier on as well, that's going to come into play.
Yeah, and that's where Isaac Newman didn't do himself any favors. He should have ran immediately to the bar and touched the bar, because that's when the judges take note, and in case somebody else gets 22 reps, Isaac might not get the tiebreaker.
All right, let's head down to the competition floor with Bella Martin with an Andrew Samuel who looks fit and healthy.
Andrew, I'm here with you today. I wasn't sure I was going to see you on the floor this morning after the Lighthouse yesterday. What went into the decision coming back today after feeling injured yesterday?
It's better to be here at all than not, right? Even if it's not to full capacity, I still get to experience the crowd and make my friends proud and just enjoy the competition experience.
We're very proud of you. Event 1 of the day, number 3 of the weekend. Can we expect more of the same energy for the rest of the day?
Effort and a smile, that's all you can ask.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. And hey, better to be here than not. We've got athletes like Jake Douglas sitting on the sideline now, not able to be out there lapping this up. So yeah, great to be here.
Yep, definitely. As long as you're on the competition floor, not staring at it, you're in a good place.
Heat 2 now to hit the floor. And your mate, Dante Karangaroa, and barbells are his jam. And he's a taller athlete as well. He's going to be getting up that rope. We go back to event 0 for New Zealand Nationals last weekend, which is the surprise event every year. It was a 1 kilometre ski for time, and he won it in 3:01.
Oh.
So this ski is going to be nothing. The rope climb's nothing. The barbell, look out, that 22 is about to be beaten.
I love it. Another athlete to watch is Thor Hanal. He did great yesterday. So he's a little bit of a shorter athlete compared to Dante, but that might serve him well in those overhead squats. And that comes after a 40 cal skier, 6 rope climbs. In the remainder of those 5 minutes, all of these athletes are going to see how many overhead squats they can get at 100 kilos. They must advance the bar forward every 5 reps though, rookie.
You know how many reps I'm doing?
At that weight?
0.
I was going to say.
So 225 pound, 100 kilos, nothing to sneeze at. Toby Crouch in lane number 8 in the blue shirt on screen. Talk about big shoes to fill.
Big blue shoes, yeah.
But brother, Jay Crouch, 5-time games competitor. How about inspiration?
Oh.
Your bro's doing that. And you
Right.
go and you get inspired. And we saw some video of Jay yesterday as a youngster, 11-year-old, throwing barbells around. It's like, he's been in the space for so long and he's only 24.
And I mean, Jay's a great example. He's been in the space for a long time and he's done well, but this year was such a breakout year for Jay Crouch. Top 10 at the games, top 10 at Rogue Invitational. So like you said, rookie, he should be a great inspiration for his little brother, Toby.
Adam Manti on screen before, and he doesn't mind a heavy barbell either. Alec Leach. Toby doesn't seem too fazed by anything at the moment. He's got all smiles. I love the new hairdo, Toby. You've outdone yourself. I don't know what that's called.
That's called the pre-mullet.
Oh, the pre-mullet, is it? Okay.
Kind of looks like it.
Thor. Pink knee sleeves. We'll be using those later on.
Yep. I love the glasses too. Oh, he heard me.
Oh, he's I'll tell you what, Thor Heinl is all business. Nothing phases him, doesn't get too excited about much, but get to work, he's all good. Nathan Corden, another Gold Coaster, third in the black and blue, and there he is, the man. You can read his shirt, who it is. Big Dante. Nathan Corden. underway for heat number 2. I don't know what Dante was muttering to himself. I tell you, it's going to work for him.
He looked like he was frothing to get his hands on those ski poles. 40 calories to start this event.
We've seen long duration yesterday, 25 minutes. We had a 12-minute outside for our event number 2. We compress that massively, and these are the nasty events, the 5 minutes or less, where it's called full send, but you have got no choice but to go. What do you prefer, harder, shorter, or longer, and supposedly a little bit easier?
You know, my wheelhouse is probably more in that 12-minute range. It's really hard. I'm not a power output athlete, so to go all out is really hard. I would have liked that middle one, I think, a little bit better.
Around 1450, 1500 cals.
Look at that, 1 minute in, he only has 10 calories to go.
That's why he finished 1,000 meters in 3 minutes and 1 second.
Like you said, Dante also benefits from being a taller athlete on the rope.
And also having that strength to be able to overhead squat that 100 kilos. It's very difficult to get to tick all 3 boxes.
Right, exactly.
2 out of 3 normally, 1 out of 3's you're going okay. Dante's off racing already. Look at him go. Oh, wow. Talk about representing your country.
Little fumble with the feet there. You know, first rope climb, you kind of have to shake off the nerves. What I liked about Dante, though, was he's using that length by jumping as high up that rope as he can to start off.
I won't tell you that his favourite food's are KFC Wicked Wings either then.
Don't tell me that.
And don't be surprised that his favourite movement is the snatch.
That I believe. I love this overhead cam right here. Getting to see these athletes and their faces on the way up the rope.
The athlete is lane 8 in his heat. Toby Crouch looking to follow in the footsteps of his brother Jack.
Manzi with a great slide down. Leach with a touch and drop.
You know, while a lot of these athletes can do these rope climbs really fast, there's got to be a little bit of pacing, knowing that you have to pick up that barbell and you don't want to have to put it down for at least 5 reps.
Dante, final rep, lane 3. Another couple of athletes. So Dante losing it, the lead to Toby Crouch in lane 8.
Toby, great move.
Quick
Again,
touch.
Again, it's that tiebreaker touch that these athletes need to remember to do in case somebody matches them on reps.
Nathan Corden in second. Dante now taking his time, probably not realizing this tie break's important, or is he just going to go through and overhead squat the world?
Well, again, I think, you know, you look at these more seasoned athletes, and that's an athlete like Toby Crouch who has his brother coaching him through this. You have to remember things like tie breaks, and when they come in, oh, right to the snatch for Dante. A lot of other athletes choosing to do the clean behind the neck.
Nathan,
Do that overhead press.
Nathan Corden, your leader, currently in line with Toby Crouch.
Oh!
I like it. Dante doing the same. And Dante looks very comfortable.
He looks so comfortable. He walked that first barbell forward to the 10 rep, and look at his walk. Oh, I thought he was going to walk it over to the 15. This is a great race right now between Nathan Corden and Dante Karangaroa.
With only 45 seconds remaining, Dante's got to get to work, and that is not going to help his cause.
This is where Nathan Corden can make his move.
And this is how impressive Isaac Newman's score of 22 reps was. Now score to beat. Nathan Corden moving forward.
Here we go, Dante's up.
Nathan Corden stabilising.
Nathan's up.
We used to see big Chad McKay back in the day throwing 100 kilo barbells around. Now everybody's doing it. Dante, he's going to have a little bit of time. He needs to get one more rep. Oh, 22 apiece. Dante Karangaroa matching Isaac Newman. And Crystal Meacham, the judge on the floor at the CrossFit Games this year, giving him a big no rep, not finished under that time cap. Oh, he's milliseconds away.
Well, and it'll be interesting to see where that tie break time shakes out, right? Because both athletes got 22 reps. Who got to the barbell first?
So it would have been Isaac, but you go to that missed rep, a missed snatch from Dante for that final set.
Yep.
That's costly, and that's the simple errors that you've got to minimize as you go through competition to maximize your points.
Yep. But Dante took a chance on doing that last rep, and you can't blame him for it. We knew it was going to be Dante on the ski so fast. And then he was the first one to the rope, pulling so hard. First one to the rope there, Dante Karangaroa. Lost it a little bit to Toby Crouch on the rope and Nathan Corden. They both came off the rope and to that bar a little bit quicker. With Nathan Corden that hit that barbell first. But Dante, no problem on that overhead squat weight. See Nathan Corden right here choosing to do the clean and jerk onto his back to get that bar overhead. Dante snatching every rep, so comfortable overhead. It was a two-man race right at the end there. And Dante walks away with 22 reps.
And the guy we spent a little bit of time with over in New Zealand, over the Tasman last week, Bella Martin, you've got Dante Karangaroa.
Dante, I was excited to see you again this weekend after watching you throw down last weekend in New Zealand. I knew you were coming in with a fire. Talk to me. How does it feel winning a competition, coming in here? Competition level's a little bit higher.
Aussies definitely built different. They have definitely shown me a new level of intensity, but God doesn't change. We come here to battle.
Looking forward to seeing more from you this weekend.
Thanks, Bella. Dante, he has got a massive future ahead of him, and I'm hoping everyone over the ditch, we call that over the ditch, over the Tasman, everyone in New Zealand
Got it.
is very proud of Dante Karangaroa. As we move on to heat number 3, and things heating up. Can't wait to unleash.
And look at that, who's in lane 5? Not so sneaky, Pete.
Retep. I've got to get my head around that.
Retep.
Retep Ellis. Jono Dunlop. He's sitting there in second position. Johan Van Zyl in the mix in third. Zane there as well. Zach Thomas is going to do extremely well for the same reasons Dante just did. Can shift weight and a much taller athlete. And if you're going to get a worldwide event record at the Torian Pro for every semi-final this year in Event 1, you're doing okay.
Yep. Saw George Regas, who finished the day with an event win. This should be another good one for George as well.
And our leaders after day 1 of competition, Peter Ellis in the lead. His coach, Matt Riley, will be very proud of his efforts so far. And that interview we did with Bella yesterday, his eyes were like these 2 lasers that just went along and just destroyed everything in his path.
It's fun to see somebody with that much fire.
They've actually, I think his eyes have just quite relaxed a little bit.
Yeah, look at he's smiling.
But he woke up this morning at 2 o'clock and had to have a shower because he'd already done this event in his sleep. So he had to have a shower at 2 o'clock this morning because he is so focused on doing so well. How about that?
It's only a 5-minute event. I could see that.
I know, but that's talk about playing the game before actually playing the game. Like a caged tiger, pacing back and forth, getting ready. Now Johan, he was the top time at the CrossFit Games last year out of males and females, even beat Roman Krenikov for the ski swim events that everyone did at the CrossFit Games last year. So ski's going to be right in his jam.
He's frothing at the bit
DeJong,
for this one.
another of those athletes well over 6 foot, so they've got a great reach, great for rope climbs, great for ski. Just a little bit harder when they do get to that barbell, and we are underway at the Shong. It's like running with the ski.
That's real cross-country skiing right there.
That's it. But if you want to get that fan moving, you've got to get it moving quick. Let's talk resistance for a minute. We normally see on a Concept 2 rower, anywhere between the sort of like that 4-5 is like rowing on water. Where do you set your damper at for this?
I would imagine that athletes of this size and this power probably have it a little higher up, maybe in the 6 to 7 range. Especially for something like 40 calories. For these guys, it's, you know, a 1.5 to 2 minute effort at the most. So I think bumping that damper up just a little bit.
Around that 14.50, so that's sort of normal for the first 2 heats, and nothing's changing, so they don't want to go out crazy hot and get this done and then try to recover in the 20 meters they've got to the ropes. They're staying at a fairly steady pace and trying to probably go 1 pull per calorie. Once they get to the rope, then it's efficiency, and then that speed. Keeping in mind you've got to get to the barbell and touch it for your tie break time.
That's the biggest thing for these athletes to remember, Rookie, and it's a mistake that could be very costly if you forget to do it.
Johan, no surprise. Judges head in there early. While we're at it, big thank you to our judges and our volunteers and everyone that's helped out for the Down Under Championship 2023. Zane Shellabere-Healy, a metre ahead, Johan Van Zyl. Zach Thomas doing well. Pete Ellis, not as tall as the other athletes,
but so efficient on that rope. You see how quick Peter Ellis came down that rope, and that's where again you can save so much energy by not fumbling your way down.
Well, if you're not over 6 foot, you're not carrying that extra load, you've got to get up and down on the rope on a gymnastics movement.
This is true.
Easier, but you are spending more time on the rope because you can't get the reach that the other athletes that are taller than you have.
But you see what Peter's good at is he actually really he lays back and he gets his feet so close to his hands that sometimes being efficient is almost better than being tall.
Number of athletes on their final repetition. Pete Ellis, one of those athletes, and he will be first to finish. Second ahead, and Zach Thomas, I knew he'd come strong. The local boy getting the cheer, and he'll get the tie break as well, but not faster than Isaac Newman's 2:55.
Well, and how about the fact Peter Ellis wasn't even thinking about it because he just put that bar right overhead. He wasn't worried about touching it. He's worried about squatting it.
Let's talk head position for a second. Pete with that.
Look how narrow his grip is.
And head tilt forward. So he's trying to balance that bar as best he can. Obviously in the middle of your center of mass to make things a little bit more efficient. We're talking about let's go even narrower, says Zach Thomas.
With that longer wingspan, Zach Thomas, that mobility is so impressive. But again, Rookie, if you can bring your grip in, believe it or not, it's actually less taxing on the shoulders, the wrists.
That's 10 down for Pete Ellis, having a bit of a look around.
We're not even to the 4-minute mark, and Pete Ellis already has 10 reps in.
Zach Thomas at the top of the screen in the grey, just taking his time a little bit, those knees buckling a little on the way up, but the focus is there, the position looks pretty good. Talk about taller athletes and hand position.
Well,
Johan needs a wider bar.
Exactly, and that's where, again, you can tell that his lack of shoulder mobility means that his wrist is at a worse angle. It's a lot tougher for him to hold that bar overhead. I am so impressed with Zach Thomas's narrow grip. So much easier on those shoulders.
Pete Ellis with just over 30 seconds remaining. 22 reps to get. Isaac Newman, Dante Karangaroa, our two athletes hitting that target. Zane Shellabere-Healy moving forward in the background. Zach Thomas, his reps have slowed down considerably. Now, Pete Ellis has got to get 3 reps to take another event win. There's one of them.
Oh, little stumble. You can see that midline. Oh.
And a no rep for his second, which is going to leave him
close.
at 21 reps. But that is still top 3. Another great performance from Peter Ellis, and the fire in the belly. Hey, he dreamt about this last night. So he knew he was going to do well. He comes out and performs again.
That was such great execution. You see, he knew how much time he had left on the clock. Instead of taking that bar down or walking it forward, which he knew was going to expend too much energy, he dropped it on his back, quick push press up off the back, and he was almost able to get that 22nd rep. $40 calories to start this event. That wasn't Peter Ellis's jam, but where Peter Ellis did shine was on that rope climb. He was pretty much touch and go. You can see how efficient he was getting his feet all the way to his hands. Still only about 2 strokes to get up that rope. First guy to the bar. Zach Thomas touches it before Pete, but Pete had it overhead before Zach. That narrow grip, head down, eyes locked in. Super smooth reps from Pete Ellis. Zach Thomas with that narrow grip. You can see the difference between him and Johan. Hands out to the ends of the barbell. But it was Pete Ellis.
All right, standing by on the floor, Bella Martin, having a snack.
Having a snack is right, here with Snack Thomas, one of our favorite nicknames in the field this weekend. I heard you almost died yesterday, but we're coming back. A little bit of a power move, maybe strategy. Close grip overhead squats for someone as tall as you.
Yeah, well, I figured I have the mobility, so might as well show it off a little bit. And it's just quicker. Like, I don't have to waste time throwing it on the back, like getting it overhead. So, yeah.
I'm all about the power move. Excited to see what you do in event number 4.
Yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Snacky Thomas, local boy. And crowd right behind him here as well in Wollongong.
I like what he said. Might as well show it off a bit. Good for
Hey,
him.
isn't that why they're there? This is what I've got. People have come to pay good money to come and see this stuff. Let's show it off while we can.
Yeah.
So 2:55 looks like it's going to be a good tie-break team time to beat for Isaac Newman. And then we roll forward for Isaac Newman's 22 reps, Dante Karangaroa with 22, and Peter Ellis with 21. As we move to the female individuals in the elite competition, this is heat number 4. Christina Libertakis, a little bit under the weather, and we got a chance to speak to Coach Rob Noy earlier for about an hour, which was great. And she's been a little bit under the weather and not coming in feeling great, but she goes, same thing, Andrew Sample, better to be here than not.
Right, exactly. I asked the coach, how's she feeling mentally? He said, hey, she's having fun. She's happy she's still out there. So great to see Christina. And he said also, the handstand walks today, gymnastics are her wheelhouse. So she's happy that that's coming up. Shorter event, shouldn't cost as much on the energy side. He said she's going to be able to breathe a little better on this first event. So let's see if Christina can make up some needed points.
And she's looking pretty happy out there on the competition floor, wearing a nice pastel pink and blue today. You throw it back last year to the snatch event, and she does extremely well and gets to that last row of barbells. And you finish top 3 at this event with a great field, you're doing well. So we know something was off yesterday.
Yep.
When she just didn't have much in the gas tank.
Yep. You could definitely see it in Christina yesterday. Not the Christina we expected to see on day 1, but let's see if she can, again, make up some points and move herself up that leaderboard, especially in a quick event that includes some heavy overhead squats.
Jess Green, just taking it all in. I found someone she knows.
Good for
There we
her.
go. That's what you want, though. Just
Yep.
before you go, you want that settled nature. And then they cheer for you, and then you smile even more.
It's always important for these athletes to remember they're out there on the floor. So many athletes would love to be where they are. You got to just soak it in.
Christina from Crossax in Brisbane. And competed at the Rebel Renegade Games this year in the semi-final, finishing 4th, and has competed fittest in Cape Town as well last year, finishing 2nd, and 28th in the Touring Pro 2 years ago. And this is where Christina's really got to conserve her energy and not go out too hot on this ski. Limit herself, making sure she's got enough in the tank, pace the rope climbs well enough that she can hit that barbell, because we know how good she is. She's probably not going to expend too much energy on the barbell when she gets there, but conservation is going to be important for her now.
Yeah, look, Rookie, you need to save yourself enough time to get reps, so you can't sandbag this first piece. There's not enough time in this event to sandbag the first part, but you do have to pace a little bit. For Christina, she's a little bit of a smaller athlete, so she needs to just do well enough on the ski, be efficient on that rope, so that when she hits that barbell, she has enough time and energy left to get some reps on the board.
And Alice Scott, another New Zealander. Thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. I know there's people tuning in from New Zealand. I was there last week. They've got a wonderful community over there. And everyone over in the States as well. I know there's plenty tuning in. I know your kids are tuning in as well, Annie. And they're very impressed with what you're doing.
Oh, so impressed. If only you could see the picture they sent last night.
And Christina, moving day is what it is on the Saturday. And Christina is wanting to move up that leaderboard. Jess Green, gymnast. She will love and relish this challenge of 6. We spoke yesterday about rep schemes. We had the 20 chest to bars, the 15 bar muscle ups. It was enough work. Within the teams, there was 60 bar muscle ups for 3, which is 20 each. It's not too much. 6 rope climbs. Where does that sit for you? Too many? Too little? Just right? 3 bears?
For me, that's about too many to really keep a good pace on it. So it gives you perspective. I mean, Christina's been so good. She comes down, she steadies that rope, and she's pretty much right back up it. There's definitely a lot of grip that comes into 6 rope climbs. And think about it, Rookie, you're already a little fatigued from being on that ski for a good minute and a half.
And you have noticed, you said the 4 number, that's like primo, where you pretty much can get 4 done really quick, and then if the last 2 are like, oh, hang on.
Yeah.
This is where the legs start to kick in because you're using them so much. You've just done a lot of pulling on the ski erg. So those shoulders, lats, even your forearms are going to be a little bit exhausted. Then you go into a hard pull up the rope with your own body weight. So I think that, like Rob Forte, take your hat off. Your programming this weekend to date, this is event 3, has been exceptional so far.
Right. Well, and then what are you going into? A heavy overhead squat. What do you need? Your arms, your legs, and your midline. So,
and your shoulders as well.
Yeah, exactly. So everything's blown up at that point.
Christina done first, and she needs to move down. A judge just giving a little bit of a nudge going, get to your bar, get to your bar.
You can really see, some athletes are being smart enough and they're running to that bar to get their hands on it. Christina, almost a little bit more like Pete Ellis, though. She's worried less about getting the bar in time and more concerned with getting as many reps as she can.
So Alice Scott jumping in there as well early before Christina. And Jordan Malm as well. Now all 5 ladies. Ella Price top of screen in the pink. And Christina just losing it out the back, and she got a little bit frustrated with herself. I don't think she meant to do that.
No, definitely not. You're not going to carry that bar on your back forward only to drop it.
Ella Price fails the rep. Ella Price from CrossFit Central Wellington, as Alice Scott, bottom of screen. Now one of the shorter athletes as well, but so strong.
Yep, and again, this is where a lot of these athletes, as long as your legs and shoulders feel fresh enough, you can rack up a lot of points.
Christina that time, racking that barbell a lot better and hitting the spot.
Yep.
Because it didn't budge. And 13 reps
Wow.
for Christina, and that split time compared to the males is a minute slower so far. So that was around 3:50 for Christina when she got there eventually. Alice Scott and Jordan Malm jumping ahead of her, but Christina, 13 reps. And a good bounce back from her.
Yeah, I think
she needed
Christina,
it.
she played it really well. Surprisingly, she was the first athlete off the ski, shorter athlete. You can see she's got to reach for one and then the other of those handles. First athlete off the rope, maybe a little bit more surprising, although her gymnastics are so good. But we knew once we got to the barbell, it was going to be a Christina show all the way. And that's exactly what it was. Had she not missed that one rep off of her back, I think she could have easily finished the 15s.
That was a hefty jump down. I'm
done.
I'm done with this rope.
Yep. Again, it was Christina. Once she got to that barbell, hands on. See Alice Scott, smaller athlete, a little less range to overhead squat that bar, and she took advantage of it. Oh, great save from Alice right there. Christina, though, walking away with 13 reps. The number to beat.
13 reps. And that lady is standing by with Bella Martin.
Christina, I know you weren't feeling very well yesterday. How are you feeling mentally and physically this morning going into event number 3?
Like, I don't feel too much better, but the workouts are better for me the next 2 days than yesterday, so I just want to have fun and, you know, do what I can. Yeah.
I'll say doing what you can is pretty good. 13 reps. Have you practiced event number 3 before? Is that where you thought you were going to get to?
To be honest, I wanted a bit more than that, but it felt so different this time. I don't know, I think the ropes are a bit slipperier, but yeah.
Event number 4 at Hard Yaka coming up outside, something that it's in your wheelhouse. Can we expect more of a dominating performance?
I mean, I do like being upside down, but yeah, I'm excited for that one. See what happens. It's cool that it's outside. Love being outside, yeah.
We do too. We'll see you outside.
Christina, come on. It's time to bounce back. Let's go.
It's a good day for Christina. I think that the little higher level gymnastics, heavier barbell that we're going to see in 2 of the events today, it is a really good day for Christina to pick up some points. Points that she lost yesterday on that long, grueling first event.
Two more heats to come of the elite individual females. One lady to keep an eye on, Lisa Burrell at the top. Formerly Lisa Campbell, changed to her married name now. Pole vaulter. Heights are her jam.
I love it.
She might just get a pole and jump up the top of the rig each time.
Is that legal?
No.
Just checking.
And crowd filling in here to Wynn Stadium for day 2 of competition here. Thank you for joining us, Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto, and Bella Martin with you all weekend. And talk about way to start your morning, and if you're asleep, you're going to be awake after this one.
Yep. We've basically chopped the time that we've been working in half on every single event thus far. First one 25 minutes, the next one 12 minutes, 5-minute cap on this event. It is fast and furious, and it is nothing but a full send. You can see Georgia Pryor there,
Georgia
ready
Pryor
to send it.
With rope climbs as well. And if you're training with Jake Douglas every day, you're going to be going okay. And the buy-in for the ski, I reckon it's just like our 3 bears story that we had in the previous heat. It is, honestly, it is just enough work, and the rope climbs is probably just a little bit too much to be comfortable.
Yep.
And then it's like get really uncomfortable when they go back. So I love the way this has been programmed.
Yep.
Emily DeRoy, taller athletes have done well to date.
For sure. Well, and the ski is just long enough to tax that midline as well. And then what do you need on that rope climb? Your midline. What do you need on overhead squats? Your midline.
Guess again. Underway for the second of 3 individual female heats. And Pryor getting to work quick. Brodie Preston in the red and black with a big long. She's making full use of those ropes connected to the ski erg. We see Georgia chopping a little bit shorter, and Brodie getting that full range out of it. What's more efficient?
You know, I think, again, it depends. For Brodie, she's a taller athlete, so she can really utilize the length of that longer pull. That also means she can catch a breath on every stroke. An athlete like Georgia, who is a little bit smaller in comparison, that short, choppy stroke that keeps that cadence up is going to benefit her. So I really think, Rookie, it depends on the type of athlete you are as to what's going to benefit you the most. For me, being shorter, not as strong, I have to do that short, choppy, quick turnover.
More reps on the ski, more energy expended.
Definitely. Oh, Emily.
Yeah, no surprise.
Flipping those handles up. Again, a longer, taller athlete.
Emily Clements, second position, coming forward. Julia Hannaford already up the rope just behind Emily DeRoy from CrossFit Townsville. Big shout out to all the people up there in Townsville. Dan and Amy Strickland's gym up there, up north. Obviously from up here, it's a long way. But they're about halfway between here and the top of Australia for those wondering where Townsville is.
It's always interesting to me when ladies choose to wear shorts on the rope. I got to tell you, Rookie, I wear long pants so I can slide down it. I feel like, again, if we're talking about efficiency on the rope, the ability to slide down the rope saves you so much energy.
Emily DeRoy, with those long pants you talk about, and you talk about friction with the rope between your legs, because that's an easy way to cramp that and give yourself a little bit of assistance and break for your arms. And if you've got bare skin, that is not going to be comfortable. Danny Spiegel sliding in the finish line last night, and she's ripped her pants up and she's ripped her leg up.
Yep. No, that's exactly it. If you can protect your legs, I think it's really smart, because you can utilize, just like you said, your legs on the way down. Save that grip, save those shoulders. You could see right there, Emily just kind of lets go of the rope with her hands, hangs on with her legs, squeezes the rope. No upper body involved at all going down the rope. That's what you want.
Nice, Matt. Let's go. Come on, Michelle.
Michelle Hayes. Oh, smiling Michelle Hayes.
Good girl, ran right to that
3:26,
bar.
our new fastest split time.
Emily DeRoy heading to the bar.
And Lisa Burrell. I did tell you, didn't I? Get her on the
did,
rope.
you
She's
did.
good to go.
Now, which of these ladies is going to pick up the bar first? That's the question.
Emily DeRoy going to the CrossFit Games for the first time this year and gaining a lot of experience. Pryor, now Preston. But it is Hayes, the first to move.
Oh. Hayes almost losing that bar overhead, whereas Emily looks locked in. Gaze down, grip in.
Oh, wow.
Why not
Emily's
just walk
DeRoy.
it forward?
Look at that head position.
love it.
Focused on a particular bit of chalk on the floor.
Speck on the ground. It's your best way to go.
Time not on her side. She's only got just on 35 seconds now remaining. Hannaford loves a barbell, and she is going to be taking the lead off Emily DeRoy. And no doubt she's going to be taking the lead in the elite female division for event number 3, full send. Pryor trying to get it done, but Hannaford in a race with DeRoy, rep for rep. DeRoy one ahead. Oh! Down for DeRoy. Hannaford gets the second done. Gets the third, our new leader, Julia Hannaford.
That was beautiful by Julia Hannaford. Emily DeRoy, I don't blame her. She had to take a chance. She walked that barbell forward, but both times she walked it forward, Rookie, she dropped it after 2 reps. Hannaford brought it down on her back. The first time, popped it back overhead, was able to hang on to it.
Julia Hannaford saw a great performance from her at the Victorian Pro this year, in a cowboy hat nonetheless. She promised me she'd have it on the competition floor today. She might bring it out later on tonight when we come back here for event number 5. Crikey.
Because she's trying to get the sheep's farm. The sheep shed.
Sheep stations.
Sheep stations. Well, we knew it was going to be Emily DeRoy off of that ski first. That length helping her out. She was so smooth on the rope. We also knew Georgia Pryor would do well. To the bar first, though, was Michelle Hayes, smartly putting her hands on it to make sure she has a tie-break win. But the race was between Julia Hannaford and Emily DeRoy on that barbell. And it was Julia Hannaford that came out the winner by 1 rep.
And with her first CrossFit Games experience under her belt, she is standing by with Bella Martin. It is Emily DeRoy.
Emily, you just had your first CrossFit Games experience. How does that play into coming into your first major competition since then?
It's definitely different compared to other comps I've done in the past. Like, personally, like there's a bit more pressure, having that title of CrossFit Games athlete, whatever. But it's all really the same if you think about it. All the girls are the same, the competition's always been the same, and it's just always a ton of fun.
You had a lot of fun at Tori, and it looks like your mindset might be a little bit different now. Laser focused, you've got this game face on. Where does that come from?
I don't know. I think it's just like a lot of people have been saying to me, just got to control the emotions and stuff. Like prior to games, I definitely was a little bit all over the shop in the head, but I've definitely been trying to learn how to just keep those emotions at bay and just control it all, just so that each workout can go as smoothly as possible.
You've got quite a cheering section here in the crowd today. Are they your inspiration, or are you doing this for them?
Always doing it for the crowd and like all my mates from up north, but majority of the time it's all just for me. They just make it that extra bit special.
It's been special to watch you. See you outside.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. Thanks, Emily. And what a kickstart to her CrossFit Games career, getting over to Madison this year. And she mentioned it. The one thing that a lot of athletes forget about when they come to competitions like this, it's the F word. It's called fun.
Yep.
She's having fun.
That's the most important thing.
People get wrapped up in it.
Yep. If you're not having fun, why do it, right?
Are you having fun?
With you?
It's always.
Do you want me to answer that on air?
Oh, you know you're having fun. That's why you travel 15 hours out here.
Exactly.
Overall leaderboard coming into day 2 of competition, Maddie Sturt with those 2 event wins yesterday.
Absolutely perfect day for Maddie.
Amy Kringle with a great day as well. Grace Walton pretty much under the radar the entire day yesterday, but she's in there in 3rd position. Jamie Goodwin with a great bounce back to competition. And Taylor Williamson, talk about getting a last-minute call-up. Hasn't been training, just been relaxing a little bit. Oh, by the way, you're competing. You've got a day's notice.
Well, and it's so fun to see Taylor out on the floor as an individual. We know her as one of the best team female athletes we've ever seen, but to see her compete in an environment like this as an individual is awesome.
Amy Kringle. It's all smiles, isn't it?
Well,
now.
Exactly.
But she had plenty to smile about yesterday, because that event won for her on the beach. I'm not sure what the beaches are like on the Isle of Man growing up over there, but wouldn't have been anything like the Wollongong beach. But she took it like a seagull to sand.
Oh, she did so well. I mean, to have, top 5 finishes, not being in the top heat, 2 of them yesterday. Great first day for Amy Kringle. She set herself up well.
Walton ready to go, hanging on to 3rd. one athlete to watch in particular is going to be Daisy McDonald. She's in lane number 2. Her gymnastics proficiency is off the charts. Underway. Our overall leader after day 1 of competition, our incumbent champion from 2022, Madeline Sturt, 4 games appearances and making it. I don't know if you know the story of Maddie Sturt when she competed here for the first time. She was 52 points out of contention on day 3. She clawed her way back to go to the CrossFit
Wow.
Games. It was
That is a
unbelievable.
competitor. Well, she's not going to have to do that today, rookie.
She's definitely not doing that today. Daisy McDonald, as I mentioned in lane 2, a taller athlete. She's at the top of the screen in the white and black. As we come all the way down to Annika Greer to the far right of screen in the brown. Maddie, not even letting those handles get above her head.
She just pulls them right back down.
But that's going to allow you to keep that power output at the same sort of level. We saw the gentlemen go at about 1,400 cals per hour. The ladies at about 1,100, so that's not too bad.
No, that's quite comparable, especially if you think they have 10 less reps to do. So a lot of these athletes, these ladies, are finishing in about the same time that some of our top gentlemen did, that 1:30 mark.
Athletes about to move, and Amy Kringle is one of those. And it will be Amy Kringle just ahead of Annika Greer.
Oh, you might be right, Bailey.
2 of our national athletes coming out here. Grace Walton 3rd, Daisy McDonald 4th, and Maddie Sturt 5th to the rope. This when things start to slow down a little and they're trying to recover while they're moving. Probably one of the hardest things to do while you're doing a CrossFit event or CrossFit workout in your gym is move fast but breathe slow.
Well, and I think, you know, a lot of this is knowing your capacity on a rope climb. It's really easy to get caught up in what others are doing. 6 rope climbs, rookie. That's, you know, if it's 2 or 3, you can push the pace a little bit, especially if you're not a great rope climber. If rope climbing isn't your jam, you have to be very careful of getting caught in a trap where you're going at the pace of somebody next to you. I don't know if you saw what Amy Kringle did right there. She actually changed the wrap of her feet. She squeezed the rope scissors in between her legs. You'll see her do it right here. She touches, she just squeezes it in between those thighs, and it's an easy fireman slide down the rope.
And you mentioned it in the previous heat with the ladies with their long pants. Amy Kringle, like covering those entire ankles to ensure she can grip if she needs to, even with her calves, and she's not going to do too much damage to her skin.
Exactly. And you see, Maddie chose to wear shorts, but she's got that leg wrap, and she's utilizing that. You can see her slide down that rope.
Maddie Sturt making up a bucket load of time, and your new split time to beat 3:08 from Maddie Sturt.
And Maddie, one of the athletes that chose to wear her lifting shoes, even on those rope climbs.
Daisy McDonald coming in 2nd under that split time as well. From Julia Hannaford, Grace Walton in 3rd, Marnie Sykes. Amy Kringle now, Jamie Goodwin.
And you see everybody in this heat running to the bar to put their hands on it. Remember, that's the tiebreaker in case you end up with the same number of reps as any of the other athletes in your division.
Grace Walton is out of the gates and firing. Maddie Sturt getting a bit of a slower start, but Grace in the blue and black, 3 ladies in. She is going to be moving this very efficiently. Her partner, Zane Shellabear-Healy, just walking past with this panicked look on his face.
He shouldn't be panicked.
At
She
all.
looks so solid right here. Quick little back rack, walk forward. She's got it overhead, and she's already 3 reps into that set of 10.
Greer now in the lead, bottom of screen. Grace Walton moving forward. Daisy McDonald in 3rd. And Taylor Williamson, top of screen. She's currently in 4th. Maddie Sturt getting to the bar quickly, but her reps in the overhead position a little bit slower. 30 seconds to go. Greer getting the jump on Grace Walton. We are going to have a new leader. It is going to be Annika Greer leading the entire field. 10 seconds left, probably good for 2 reps. Grace with some work to do and fails that last one.
Oh, Annika Greer absolutely smoked that barbell.
Thank you for coming. And she was the last off the rope, came through and grabbed the barbell.
Again, she knew her capacity. She was smart on the rope.
Did you hear that? Was that okay?
Well,
it wasn't bad.
If winning is okay, then it was just fine.
Oh, what a great final heat for our ladies for Send It. Event number 3, day 2 already. The Down Under Championship.
Amy Kringle, she was so smooth on that rope, but it was Maddie Sturt, so fast. She came off that rope first before all the other ladies. She was smart. She ran to that barbell to make sure she got her hands on it. That is a seasoned athlete. Ties up her lifting shoes, but it was Grace Walton that had that bar up and overhead first. Daisy McDonald, narrower grip, getting those reps done, but it was Annika Greer that came from behind and absolutely smashed that barbell. The only lady to make it past 15 reps, Annika Greer making her way up the leaderboard with that event win.
And we'll see her in heat number 3 coming up. Athletes wanting to make that final heat, especially in day 3 of competition coming up tomorrow. Talk about full send. I think we've full sent it up here as well. It's been mad. But plenty of people filling in now to Wynn Stadium. And after the team competition concludes for event 3, we'll head back outside. And we'll get into hard yaka. You know what yaka is?
I have no idea.
Yaka is like work, so hard work.
Oh.
Hard yaka.
I could do that.
It's like an apparel brand out here in Australia as well. So we'll get the hard yaka in just a little while. And then we'll get into crikey.
You know what a yaka is in the States?
Is that like a yak? Anyway.
No, somebody throws up a lot. A yaka.
Okay, fair enough.
A
Easy.
yaka.
All right, let's head down to the bar lounge with Bella Martin.
I'm here with the American girls, not in the teams, but our 2 individual ladies all the way from America, Annika and Taylor. First off, welcome down under, ladies. Happy you're here. Taylor, we'll start with you. You were on holiday. You were not supposed to compete. I heard you haven't been training since the games. How did things shift once you agreed to compete this weekend?
Honestly, just trying to get a little extra sleep and drink some extra water and just ready to have some fun out there. It's always an amazing experience, and this is an awesome competition. I'm so excited to be out there with you guys.
It's fun to watch you on a team. It's actually even more fun to watch you as an individual. Is there anything that goes differently into preparation, mentally, physically, competing as an individual?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think the team, it's just a different kind of strategy and a different kind of awareness. I think as a team athlete, I'm very used to kind of putting my blinders on to the outside teams or athletes and keeping my focus on the lane and kind of like what's going on with my own team. So it's hard for me to have awareness of where everyone is on the floor just because I kind of turn that off in the team side. So it's just a different kind of mindset and different kind of awareness you need.
Annika, you're used to the individual mindset. Something I've loved to watch the last couple of years, your growth and trajectory in the individual elite field. How does it feel coming out here, making a statement for yourself?
I mean, it feels good. You say I'm used to it, but I still don't feel used to it. Every time I do a comp, I still feel like it's the very first one. I still kind of feel like a baby. No matter how many times I start with events that aren't great for me, and then I always climb, but every time I always feel like I'm losing confidence and you question everything. So I still have a long way to go in terms of experience and mindset, but it is, compared to when we first met, my very first Wadapalooza 2 years ago, my first comp, like miles ahead of where I was there.
It's fun to watch. Also something that I think is fun, you're sponsored by an Australian brand, so you might not be at home, but does it feel like you're at home knowing that you have an Aussie community already backing you?
Yeah, hugely. I'm so excited to be on their home turf, and I've wanted to make them proud since they started believing in me and signed me as like a little baby. So I'm really hoping I get to do that here on their kind of home field.
Energy down under. We're going back outside onto the field. Hopefully it's not too hot and too sunny out there. Are we looking forward to hard yaka outside?
Hell yeah!
Very much. We'll see you guys out on the field. Thanks, ladies.
Thanks, Noah.
Great to have so much representation from right around the world. And Annika still feels like a baby.
She is a baby.
She is.
That's because you are a baby.
Correct. And great to see Taylor. We never get to see her in individual competition. It's so good to see and so great to have her down here as well. Full send. Didn't it deliver?
It did not let down, that's for sure. So impressed with how these athletes handled this heavy barbell after the workload that they've been given so far. Pete Ellis, not an event win, but a really good finish for him. Sneaky Pete staying on top of that leaderboard. These ladies having fun. It's a short, quick event. They knew they weren't gonna have to be in the pain cave too long. Awesome work from all of these athletes on the first event of the day two. See, it's contagious.
I know it is.
Contagious.
But I want to go back to day one again. I'm having too much fun. But great effort from the ladies and gentlemen from the individual competition to kick things off here at Wynn Stadium in Wollongong, Australia. And don't be confused with what Annie Sakamoto says. It is day two here, the Down Under Championships for 2023. And we have got more action coming up. The teams are on the floor next, and we'll be back soon with more action. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon.
When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come.
In 2016 at regionals, I remember looking up in the crowd and seeing like my mum and my pop starting to sort of cry. That's when I realised I'd like qualified for my first CrossFit Games. It was a really special moment. At Down Under this year, I just want to test myself. I want to be standing on top of the podium again. My goal for the season is to qualify for the CrossFit Games. I'm not scared anymore. I'm putting myself out there and I'm going to give it everything I've got.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Down Under Championship for 2023 live from Wynn Stadium at Wollongong, Australia. Thanks for your company wherever you're joining us right around the world. These guys are joining us as well. Jeremy Austin with you, Annie Sakamoto as well. Annie, great competition so far with our individuals.
Oh, I love the different events that we've had, the different tests of fitness. We went long and hard on the beach yesterday. We went a little bit shorter inside Wynn Stadium last night, and then full send to start off day 2, moving day of competition. Awesome.
Into team competition now as they come onto the competition floor. Let's get a rundown with Bella Martin.
We've got a very quick test coming up. Not a lot of calories on the ski erg, and then we go onto the rope once again on that Alpha Fit rig, and then 975 overhead squats, continuing to get heavier and heavier. Lots of strategies going to come into play. Which athlete we're sending out on the ski, who's doing more of their share on the ropes, and who's going to be the heavy hitter on that overhead squat at the end.
And thanks, Bella. And if it's anything like what the individuals have just gone through, blink and you're going to miss it.
Well, and I think Bella had a great point. There's a lot of strategy going into this event. Like she said, the reps go down, but the weight goes up on that overhead squat. 9-minute cap, which means that work has to get done real fast. Starts with 20 cal ski, 6 rope climbs, and then, like I said, a descending rep scheme in overhead squats, ascending weight. The strategy will come down to which athlete chooses which piece of the event to do.
It's like hands in the middle, ready. Stand by, go, and the hands will go up.
I'm ready for a cheer. Workout on me, fitness on 3.
Underway for the first of our female elite team heats for full send in the Go Wad Arena.
So these ladies will all ski 20 calories and then do 6 rope climbs before overhead squatting 65 kilos for 9 reps. Once they're done, their teammate can enter the floor and start on their 20 calories. 9-minute time cap, which means in theory each athlete has about 3 minutes to get the work done. Again, the weight goes up as those reps go down. Except for the rope climbs, that stays the same for every athlete, and the ski calories.
And it looks as if the Renegade Girly Pops, Bailey Rogers, Gabby Napa, Gemma Ellis, are not on the competition floor. We'll do a check-in with them shortly. And we'll find out what's happening with those girls from New Zealand.
Something seemed up a little bit. They didn't do nearly as well yesterday as we thought.
Bailey Rogers just walked past a little while ago and didn't mention a thing. She's got to share that information with me.
Star Strength Silver right there on their second rope climb.
And strategy, the name of the game with this one, who you put first, middle and last. How you want to sequentially put your team members to make sure that's a smooth transition between 1 to 2 to 3.
Yeah, I think really, Rookie, it's going to come down to who can overhead squat that final weight, 75 kilos, the best. But that does mean the girls in the front have to be fast. They have to leave enough time for the final female athlete to make it to that barbell. But whoever feels most comfortable with 75 kilos overhead, that's who has to be last.
Who feels most comfortable with 70 kilos overhead?
75.
But who feels most comfortable? No one feels comfortable out on the floor. You maybe do a paper, rock, scissors. You're up.
That's you and I.
Yeah.
These ladies, I think there's quite a few of them that probably feel fairly confident with 75 overhead.
Athletes waiting patiently. Now you're the third athlete. You've been standing around for 3 minutes. What are those nerves doing?
Oh. You're sweating bullets and it's not from working hard.
But you get to the point where you're itching to get in because you've got that adrenaline rush.
You know, that's a hard place to be, but it's also hard to be the first or second athlete knowing that your other athletes are depending on you to get that work done.
The Redback gals.
It'll be interesting to see if teams following this heat change up their strategy. If you look, Rookie, we're already 3.5 minutes into the 9-minute time cap. None of these ladies have finished their overhead squats. So the question is, are any of these teams going to make it to that last barbell?
Alexandra Bullock heading up the rope, heading to the CrossFit Games this year. PFC 3 of 7.6. The Wolfpack from down in Melbourne. Emily Townsend back to competition as well. Another mum on the floor. I love it. They just come through this range of where they're going in their life, and they come through the competition floor early and they nail it. They go, hang on a minute, I'm going to do this in the meantime, and then I'm going to come back.
Right.
I think it's wonderful.
And you look at an athlete like Cara, you know, here from Australia. She was one of the ones who kind of paved the way for that to even be an option for women to consider the fact that you could start a family and still be a competitive athlete.
And so many to follow. Annie, Tia.
Me?
You.
Just joking.
Annie, yeah,
I don't
you.
think I follow.
But you, Masters Division, Emily Townsend, finishing up for the Redback Gals. Star Strength Silver, our next team up. And 5 minutes coming down on our clock now, 4 to go. And this is where crucial time ticks away. Background, Alexandra Bullock coming down, the low 5 with Holly Heine from the Redback Gals. Do you say anything on the way past, or you just give a bit of a slap and you know what that means?
I don't think you have the breath to say anything. So
Okay.
I think that the slap is going to be your best bet, Rookie.
But if you're the third athlete going in, you've done nothing for the last 5 minutes. So something you mentioned to your teammate on the way past, breathe or relax or something,
Yep.
or
You got this.
or you give it a Leighton Hewitt tennis reference. Come on. Alexandra Bullock has worked so damn hard to get to the CrossFit Games this year, and the emotion on the competition floor at the Torian Pro was out of control.
She's doing a great job on that second barbell. Last 3 minutes for these athletes. Star Strength
You mentioned
Silver.
earlier just about that position of the barbell, and Zach Thomas mentioned it. It's all about your mobility. Some people have poor mobility, guilty. Some people have great mobility, you. But depends on where you put your hands, depends on how much fatigue you get put under.
Yeah, Ricky, if you have the mobility and the stability to get that grip in a little bit, it's going to be so much easier to hold that barbell up overhead, so much less taxing on the shoulders, the wrists, and definitely what you would want On the other hand, if you don't have the mobility, you're going to have to go a little bit wider. You're going to feel the shear in those wrists. You can see those shoulders wanting to roll inward. A lot harder position to overhead squat in, especially as that weight gets heavier. 2 teams already with 2 athletes across.
Alexandra and Emily getting done for the Redback gals. Tam having a hell of a time from flat white froth fits.
Reminds me of my flat white I have every morning here.
What a name. Flat white froth fit. Beautiful.
Last barbell for the Redback gals here. 5 reps. Just about a minute left on the clock. That barbell is locked in overhead. 4 reps left. Can the Redback gals be the first team to finish these overhead squats? Last one. Excellent work.
Holly Heine finishing it off. Holly Heine, part of that team that went to the CrossFit Games as well. Experience, it counts for things.
That's why you're here.
Really?
Yeah.
30 seconds. Mayhem underdogs. Oh, I just love the names that are coming out.
Star Strength Silver, last bar, there's only a couple seconds. Can they get a rep in? Oh.
I'll tell you what, the judges, they are on the money today. It's milliseconds in it, and they're getting the calls right.
Yep, they are not giving anybody any wiggle room.
And our first heat down for the team competition for event number 3. For the names that Rob's come up with as well, Full Send. You look at, you read the title and you go Full Send and you go, uh-oh.
That's gonna hurt. That's like, what that says.
That's like a 50-calorie echo bike.
Exactly.
And Tim Paulson goes, please give me that. But it's been a great challenge so far with the ski, with the rope, with the overhead squats.
Yeah, and I love this team variation of this event. You know, again, it comes down to the strategy, how you're going to place your athletes, who's going to be most comfortable with that final heavy barbell overhead, who's going to be fast enough on the front end that they're going to give the athlete that's comfortable with that barbell the chance and the opportunity to get those reps in. The Redback gals playing it really well, finishing that event, the only team to finish all of the overhead squats. Star Strength Silver making it to the last barbell but not able to make it through. Great job from the Redback gals.
And standing by on the competition floor, one of our teams, unfortunately, that has pulled out is the Renegade Girly Pops, standing by with Bella Martin.
You hate it when you see a team withdraw, especially when you know they were going to put on quite a performance this weekend. Bailey, we saw you compete last weekend. A little bit of fire coming into the weekend. Not being able to compete today, how are we feeling about that?
We can't control it. Gabby's not feeling very well. She hasn't been since we got into Aussie, so we've got to do with the best thing we can for her and help her get better as fast as she can.
Gabby, we were really looking forward to seeing you compete, given that you had a 100 kg snatch last weekend. If we had competed in this event today, do you think you would have done that final barbell and you would have heard the same roar and loud of applause that you did last weekend?
Yes, I was really excited for this, but you know, I just couldn't. So long-term health, thinking about it. So yeah.
Very wise, and as a mom, you've got to be wise as well. Now that we're not competing, how are you going to spend the rest of the weekend here in Wollongong?
Shopping. Much to our coach and partner's dismay.
A little bit of shopping, a little bit of a holiday. Girly Pops, thank you.
Thank you, girls. Hate to see it. Jen Morellis, Bailey Rogers, and the youngster to keep your eye on in the coming years, Gabby Napa. And Don't like seeing empty lanes.
No.
Makes me sad.
No, I agree. But I do like shopping, so I can get behind that.
There'll be some bargains downtown Wollongong.
That's not a bad way to spend your weekend if you're not fitnessing.
Of course females love shopping.
Well, I like fitness shopping too.
Oh, there we go. Into our next heat of event number 3, full send. And I love how the team names have come in and they're grabbing the first initial of the first name and they're creating team names out of that.
I like it. GMC and JMC. In the lanes next to each other. Let's try not to mess that one up, huh, rookie?
Oh, that'll be an easy one.
The Wild West, Frog Force.
Well, it's Georgia Smith Ball, it's Mackenzie Woodhouse and Cherie Myers for GMC. And Jennifer Vong, Maria Giello and Caitlin Porter for JMC. Jennifer Vong, another one of those athletes competing last weekend at the New Zealand Nationals. Busy calendar for some of these athletes.
Yeah, and you know, it begs the question, is sometimes more too much? Back-to-back weekends of competition can get really hard on your system, and sometimes you got to sit some out in order to do well in others.
Ladies in purple down, bottom of screen. Talia Jordan, Georgia Otto, and Ebony Jankowski. Keep your eye on those. The urban girls in the purple and black. Seems to be a growing trend. Everyone matchy-matchy.
Duh.
Underway for our second of our elite female teams. Day 2 of the Down Under Championship for 2023. See, that's why girls and guys just don't get each other sometimes. We just throw anything on and we go, okay, we're good to go.
I tried to match you today. You weren't having it.
No. We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay.
See how we go.
Okay. Maybe to the party. We can match to the party.
We can.
All right, these ladies are off on their first 20 calories. As soon as they're done, they have 6 rope climbs to do. And then they'll move to the first barbell, which is 9 overhead squats at 65 kilos. That will allow the second team member to enter on.
A lot of game faces on this early in the morning. And the calories being churned up very quickly. Ladies doing a few less calories. Georgia Otto, one of those first to head to the rig. The Taurus, your first team up. And this is where it's anyone's race. In the female elite division, Maddie Sturt, last to the rope, first off the rope.
Yep.
So it's about efficiency of movement.
Yep. And a lot of that can be just making sure you don't go too soon. Maybe counting in your head a full 10 seconds before you jump up on the rope. But then the other thing that's so important is utilizing the least amount of energy on the way down. So you see the athlete right there from JMC just clenching the rope in between her legs, and it's a quick slide down. Great way to save some energy.
Yeah, Marielle, she was the first off the ski. The Taurus.
How's that sucking?
Another athlete there from GMC with a great slide down the rope.
Better.
It's when wearing pants can definitely come into play. You don't want to leave any skin on the rope. Only a little skin in the game.
We mentioned it in the previous heats about not having brand new ropes on the competition floor and how much easier they are to grip.
Oh, it's so much easier. You get a little bit of usage, some blood, sweat, and tears on those ropes, and they're so much easier to climb, rookie.
JMC with Marielle. What a great shot. Doesn't really gauge the distance they're traveling. It only looks about that far on the map. JMC, 2 reps remaining. Jennifer Vong, all done. the Urban Gals. They are underway. Jade Henderson dispensing with the rope climbs as Laura Roberts gets to work. Georgia Otto now for Frog Force in lane 8. So the ladies in purple, they knew what was going on.
Yeah, that was a good color to wear for this event, it looks like. You can see a lot of these athletes running to touch their barbell. That's because in the event of a tie, the time that they touch their barbell is what will be the tiebreaker. So a lot of these athletes really smart to run up and touch that bar.
I don't talk about it a lot. Talk West Australian athletes. Georgia Otto, another one of those. There's so many great athletes in the west of the country, and they've got a great community over there as well. One of our MCs this weekend, Brendo, he's a West Australian boy as well. A guy that's helping us out with all our video stuff, Andy Crawshaw. Some good stuff coming out of the west.
I love it. I'm from the west.
Oh, Georgia Otto, position is everything.
Great job. CrossFit Taurus having to put that bar down in the middle of the 9 reps. And it will likely be Georgia Otto that will advance that bar forward first. She's got 2 reps left.
This looks like it's going to be Georgia Otto to finish first. She's got 1 rep to go. Cherie Myers battling with Jade Henderson in the middle. Georgia Otto
advances that bar forward. The athletes are responsible for adding that next weight to the bar, so the next athlete is loaded up and ready to go.
It's something you could miss with that rush of adrenaline. You rush past it and you've got to come back, but they've got so much time between getting the reps done and having to load the plates before the athlete comes down. Add a new component.
Exactly. It's like you said, this is a fast event, but there is enough time that you need to stop and be thoughtful. You don't want to have silly mistakes in an event that's this quick.
When you look at the top level of our sport, minimizing mistakes leads to years and years of success. We've seen it with Rich Froning, we've seen it with Matt Fraser, we've seen it with Tia Claire Toomey.
Well, and unfortunately, it's often years and years of mistakes that will lead you to not making those mistakes. Oh, what a great fight. Oh.
Jade Henderson battling with this barbell. And still 3 minutes left. And Jade Henderson from the Urban Gals will allow Laura Roberts to step in. Caitlin Porter trying to hide behind the chest piece. Maybe she doesn't want to watch.
She's waiting to get to that barbell, rookie, and it's so hard to watch one of your teammates, unable to get some of the reps. She knows if she can just get to that bar, she can make up some time. Oh.
And trying to get your flow seamless throughout an event like this is very difficult with so many components. Georgia Smith ball.
I love this event from Rob because you're so dependent on each athlete doing well.
And you've talked about it all morning. Midline, midline, midline. It seems as though midline is the thing that's stopping them progressing.
On a heavy overhead squat, most definitely.
Looks like Katrina Drake has all done for the Wild West. Apologies for CrossFit Karuna.
Frantically getting those weights on the bar, getting herself across the finish line so that her teammate can enter the floor and do the overhead squats, and they can rotate onto those rope climbs.
Georgia Smith ball not hitting depth, and that's exactly what you don't want. And there's another no rep. Oh, so frustrating.
These little mistakes, rookie, they're so costly.
Mariel finally getting done for JMC with now 1 minute to go. Oh, time ticking away, and this is where tensions get high within team competition, and you've got to have thick skin.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be supportive, but you also want to tell your teammate, what the heck are you doing? We need you so bad right now.
Laura Roberts finishing up. Ebony Jankowski for Frog Force done. Talia Jordan is on. Georgia Smith Ball now getting the required depth. Another no rep. Oh, devastating. Talia Jordan, bottom left. I hope Ethan's back home in Perth yelling his little lungs out for a mum.
Less than 30 seconds to go.
Oh, yes, Talia Jordan bringing the Frog Force home. They were jumping over the finish line.
Again, only one team to fully cross that finish line. The ladies of Frog Force, great work from them. Really shows how tough this event is, Rookie. We've only had one team in both heats so far get all athletes across that finish line.
But your strengths and weaknesses of your team. Georgia Otto leads things out. Ebony Jankowski then goes, gets that middle section done. Talia Jordan sweeping. Caitlin Porter looking a little bit disappointed with performance, but you're going to get your highs and lows throughout the whole event. And not just this event, but the entire event as the competition of the Down Under Championship.
Yeah, this was a tough one though. You know, if you know you can make up time on the barbell, but you can't get to the barbell, that is such a hard pill to swallow. What a great event. So dependent on every team member to pull their own weight. 6 rope climbs for every athlete. cow ski, and then descending reps on that overhead squat.
Woo. Tough work. Well, let's head down for the team that did finish our event number 3 with Bella Martin.
Here with the Frog Force girls. Ladies, what a performance. Starting with you, Georgia. You came out hot, out the gate. You love to see it. What was going through your mind getting your team across that line, starting off first?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a bit of a head start. I'm normally okay at rope climbs, so I thought if I could get off the skier at a good pace and then get started on the rope climbs and get them out there as soon as possible, it would pay off.
EJ, you've been doing CrossFit for a while since you were young, but this is your first time here at Down Under. Talk me through how it feels to be on the floor competing here against all of these elite teams.
It's honestly unreal, like going out with these two girls, like there's no pressure on me. We didn't have the best training leading up to this, but it's just so much fun being here with these girls. They're so positive and it's awesome. It's raining sick, so it's really good.
Now, being a mom, how does that inspire you out on the floor, hoping your family at home is watching you and cheering you on?
Yeah, honestly, I love going home and showing Ethan all the videos of me training, and he loves it, and I'm sure he's watching going, "Go, Mummy," so bless, yeah.
We're saying go, Mom, here, so we'll see you guys out in a little bit. Thank you, Frog Force ladies.
Oh, thank you.
I first got introduced to CrossFit through my dad, who brought me along. He just thought it would be a good idea to improve my fitness and strength for the other sports I was doing at the time. Winning my first nationals event last year, I had no idea what I was doing and I didn't really expect anything for myself. So winning an event was really cool. I just want to prove that I belong, but if I do what I've been doing, I reckon that will happen pretty nicely. So. Just trying to be as disciplined as I can, be involved with the community, because that's what makes it as special as it is.
Back into action. And heat number 3 of our elite female teams. And tight leaderboard. And sheep stations on the line. But if you're from the US, we're going to put some ranches on the line.
I love it. Full send for a full ranch, right?
Correct. So California girls and Nextletica gold Star Strength Fitness Alley, your top 3 coming in.
And it's those Cali girls that are on that rope first. Jessie Smith with 1 rope climb under her belt already.
One team to keep your eye on for this is next Connecticut Gold with Christy Hollard, Amy Alessi, and Bryony Chalice. 3 small-statured athletes who are very nimble. And up that rope is where most of the time is being taken for this event.
Definitely. 6 rope climbs it's not easy, rookie. It's going to take some time. Alethea Boone right there on the ski and athlete. We are so excited to see back on the competition floor.
We fast forward to our next event out on the field. We've got some handstand walking. Alethea used to ripping up this floor with her hands and getting the crowd on their feet. Jessie, see, experience. You put your chalk in your bra.
Yeah. Why walk over, bend down, and pick it up when it's right there with you?
See, males can't do that, and they wouldn't think of doing that anyway.
I think that's more what it is.
They'd be going, oh, I've forgotten my chalk.
Exactly. Jessie Smith, great
Oh,
work.
fast.
First lady off the ropes. It's only 2 minutes and 34 seconds in.
Caitlin Danny waiting patiently. Abby Ashton, 1 rep to go, bottom of screen to the far right. Jaylee Mancy joining Jessie Smith.
And now, like you said, Star Strength Fitness Alley's on at the bar.
And local girl, local favorite as well, Abby Carvel. Husband Phil got the kids here. They sat down with us last year. They've moved seats.
I know.
So disappointed. We'll try and get a shot of them.
She has a better view of the floor this year, though, doesn't she?
Big time.
Jessie Smith having no problem with that 65-kilo overhead squat. She's got 9 reps to do with that barbell before she can advance it forward for her teammate Emily Rethwell, who's on those rope climbs right now.
Sonia Mori, quick to tap that barbell from Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne.
Jessie dropping the bar with only 1 rep left. She's got time though.
Well, that's right. You turn around and you have a look and you see what the judge's hand is doing, and you know how much trouble you're in.
Right. Exactly. Oh,
Abby Carvel.
Whoa. Great job on the bar, but again, like we were talking about, almost forgot she had to roll the bar forward and load it for her teammate.
The good thing about Star Strength Fitness Alley is Gemma Hope, a second place podium getter from last year, is next on the barbell. Jessie over the line.
Just in time for Emily to get up to that bar. Smart, ran to it, touched it. Abby's got that bar ready to move forward. All 3 of those top 3 teams, same spot in the workout right now.
Christy Hollard finishing up. And apologies, Gemma Hoke is going to be anchoring.
Not surprising.
The Star Strength Fitness Alley team. Amy Alessi. Oh, disappointed, Amy. You should have had your blonde ponytail out. She's got, it's like a horse. This massive white blonde ponytail swinging around.
Love it. Emily Rathwell finishing the 7 reps at 70 kilos. She'll advance the bar forward. Not surprisingly, Danny Spiegel will take that final barbell at 75 kilos.
Charlotte Baldwin getting ready to start. Ex-gymnast of 8 years. Let's see how that transfers to a barbell. Amy, Charlotte, the center of screen. Emily Rethwell finishing up with Jessie Smith. Jaylee Mancy is done for the Fit Mamas. Abby Ashton. Alethea Boone, the crowd erupts.
I love it.
Oh, and if you're going to represent New Zealand in weightlifting and gymnastics, what an event to roll out for you on day 2 of competition.
The perfect combination of weightlifting and gymnastics, right?
Amy Alessi is done, but Alethea,
Look at that position of that barbell overhead, narrow grip. Look at those lats and triceps on Alethea Boone.
she has lost nothing. Outstanding Alethea Boone, one of Australians' new gladiators as well, alongside Khan Porter, Caitlin Van Zyl.
But look at this, Danny Spiegel. Unofficial time of 6 minutes and about 37 seconds. These ladies absolutely just destroyed this event.
Bryony Chalice now moving to the final barbell for Next Atletica Gold. They need this to stay in touch with the California girls. And Bryony, representing Australia in weightlifting, Justine Beath coming to the bar.
This is great for the Fit Mamas who were about 20 points behind the leader. They can make up some ground right here.
Bryony Chalice and Justine, 2-time CrossFit Games competitor. She knows this for like the back of her hand. Charlotte Baldwin getting in as a second place, but Bryony Chalice for the Next Atletica Gold team, which unleashes Gemma Hoke.
Gemma going to be fast on the bar, but Justine only has 2 reps left. This is going to be a great move for the Fit Mamas.
Interesting that they put Alethea second and Justine third, so they must have discussed that. But Justine, she's lost nothing. Fit Mamas, they are home. Can we see them on the podium, please?
That was a great move. That was a move in the right direction for those ladies, I'll tell you that.
1 minute remaining now, Gemma Hoke. Look at that depth, beautiful.
The difference in these heats, rookie, there's still 45 seconds left on the clock, and we already have 4 teams across the finish line.
40 seconds remain. And Adi Karnowitz, another very proficient weightlifter and a lot of experience, is about to have a crack at the final barbell. Pink hair, don't care. And if you're going to be teaching weightlifting, you've obviously got to be able to do weightlifting.
You better be able to do it. Let's see, can she do it?
Oh, yes. 80.
Oh,
God.
she won't finish in time, but you know how many points every one of those overhead squats got them up the leaderboard.
Jessie and Beck quite happy with what 80 did. Great stuff. Under pressure, limited time. Woof.
Great work. Well, like we said, this third heat was something different compared to the first 2. Jessie Smith for the California girls took off first, and she was so fast up and down the rope. She squatted 8 of the 9 reps unbroken, did have to put the bar down, but she didn't cost her any time. Abby Carvel from Star Strength Fitness Alley, leaving her mark on that barbell. And then Emily Rethwell, athlete number 2 for the California girls. Those girls absolutely demolished that event. No surprise with Danny Spiegel on the barbell last, but how about Alethea Boone bringing the Boone into the Wynn Stadium?
The crowd just, whenever she does anything, she steps on the floor, the crowd just lifts just that little bit every time.
She might be lifting the crowd with those lats and triceps.
How about those lats?
Hey,
if you're a gladiator contestant, don't pick her.
That is absolutely beautiful.
So we've got a couple of athletes from here in that gladiators team as well. But let's head down to the lounge with Bella Martin.
At my lounge with the Fitness Alley ladies. First of all, I would say welcome to Down Under. You didn't have to go very far. You probably walked here. And let's talk about it. Abby, your gym, Fitness Alley, not far away. How does it feel to be on the competition floor here, being at home? Is there a home field advantage?
Yeah, it's amazing. I love having everyone here watching and all of our crew. who we can hear on the floor, which is cool. It motivates you to go harder. Yeah, so I'm stoked.
Charlotte, you're very young and you haven't been in CrossFit for that long, but the gym you're at, Ricky, is often there training. Does it inspire and motivate you to keep going in this direction and to keep pushing?
100%. I think at my age especially, it's so important just to soak in as much as you can, make as many mistakes as you can, and just learn as much as you can. So then it sets you up for the long term. And I think that I'm in a really good environment and I'm so lucky and so blessed, and we have the best time. It's the best.
I love to hear it. Gemma, I've seen you on the floor individual. Now I'm seeing you team. I love it. I love to see you competing. Are there lessons that you're hoping to take away from competing on a team that you want to bring into the individual field moving forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a lot more relaxed. So if I could transfer that over, that'd be pretty cool. But it's hard not to be like, I've got these two great girls with me, so I'm having the best time, so much fun, so yeah.
Guys, it's been really fun. I got an alley shirt the other day when I was there, so you'll see me repping the alley every once in a while. Woo! Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bella. And Fitness Alley. Oh, there's the roar.
Hometown crowd.
And I've just ticked over my 15 years of affiliation with CrossFit. I had a bit of a get-together with some people. And guess who competed? Gemma Hoke.
Oh, I love it.
She came in and threw down.
I love it.
And obviously won it, but we did a we did a pairs comp, but she threw down. So she's competing in local comps. She's competing here. Like, I love to see that sort of stuff, which is great.
That is the community side of what we do, right, Rookie?
Oh, big time. And we have had a great time already. We've had one event done. We've got another two to come. We're out on the field next. Then we're back in here to Go What Arena in the afternoon. And this crowd filling up big time. So we're going to get way more action live to you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about an hour's time for the men's division.
They'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Down Under Championships, live from Wynn Stadium in Wollongong, Australia. Jeremy Austin with you. Annie Sakamoto as well. Annie, what a blockbuster day and a bit we've had so far.
A day and a bit. I like that, rookie. Oh, day 1 was so brutal for these athletes. Starting off with a 1K run in the sand. And then a short little event last night, but it involved a lot of deadlifting, so you can bet there's a lot of smoked backs and legs going into day 2. And what do we have? A full send workout. Hot little paced workout with ski, rope climbs, and heavy overhead squats. And this is only the first event of today. 2 more to go for these teams and individuals.
Hey, the ladies have been out on the floor full sending it.
Oh, they have been.
Yes, but wait, there's more.
But
for more on that, let's head down to the third member of our team on the competition floor. It is Stella Martin.
So So not only did the elite ladies just clean off the competition floor, we finally have a lead for the Americans, the California girls, taking that first place position, being one of the few teams to actually cross that finish line, Rookie. We were seeing a lot of the teams struggle to get off the rope climbs, getting to the barbell on the finish.
Rope climbs, overhead squats. Talk about challenges for day 2 after you've just been through the ringer. Thanks, Bella, for that update. And soft sand, look, I don't know what that's doing for your lower legs as well when you're trying to stabilize a very heavy barbell in that overhead squat position.
Well, I was talking to Thor Hanal earlier today, and he was talking about how just how much his back was feeling that run and those dead ball cleans. And then you think about that whole midline in general, and we're going into ski. What does that take? Midline. Rope climbs, what does that need? What do you need for that? Midline. Overhead squats, midline. So definitely a hard first event for the day, but these athletes have not let us down. We're now going into the team event version of full send. They have 9 minutes. Each athlete has to get 30 calories on the skier, 6 rope climbs, and then some amount of overhead squats. The first male will do 9. The weight will go up from 100 kilos, from 90 kilos to 100 kilos. Well, they will do 7 overhead squats, and then the final athlete does 5 overhead squats at 110 kilos. We saw not that many ladies teams finish in the first 2 heats. About 5 finished in the third. Will it be similar for the men, or will we see more teams finish? We're about to find out, Jeremy, as Heat 1 of the elite male teams kicks off in just a couple seconds.
Heat number 4, the first of our elite male teams. And Adrian from Carbon Method over there, another one of our New Zealand teams. Adrian, the Frenchman. And talk about getting things wrong, Annie Sakamoto. Put my hand up. The original team of Joshi Santhal, Sean Brickwood, and CJ Walker. CJ's not even here. It is, in fact, one of our old schoolers as well, Ben Wadwell, who I just ran into in the warm-up area. So Ben Wadwell joining the Alumni 2015 team.
Love it. Overall standings, Team Frog Grips in the lead, but right behind them, the Hombre Hombres, and then, of course, a couple of dogs. Hometown crowd cheering them on. The crowd is firing up on day 2 of competition.
Oh, and so they should. They've had their fill of coffee for the morning. They've seen some really great heats out here for the event 3 full send. Anticipation now. And completely different competition floor to what we're normally used to seeing in Wollongong when it's May time, so we're getting into the colder months and almost winter down here in Australia. But right now we're into summer, believe it or not.
Yeah, you can feel it. It's definitely muggier out today. We'll be outside on the field soon.
We're 2 days into summer here.
Oh, officially?
Officially, it's the 2nd of December.
I'm gonna put my bathing suit on and go hit the beach, Rookie.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sunday afternoon.
Actually, that's Monday morning when I do that.
Adrian Rodriguez from Carbon Method.
First athletes on that skier. They've got 30 calories to chip away at before they head over to the rope.
They're not chipping away at all. They're going for it.
They're chopping away.
And 1,600 calories. That is a lot bigger than what we saw any of the individual males hit earlier on this morning. Joshi Santhal, middle of the screen. As I said yesterday, he's been working in his downtime for the Wildlife, one of the sponsors down here. And another one of our sponsors as well, Concept 2, and they have got a garage sale. Do you have garage sales?
No, we have garage sales though.
Garage, okay. Potato. So we've got all the gear for sale here at the Down Under Championship, so make sure you head over to the Down Under Championship website. There is a link if you want to pick up a ski erg or a Concept 2 bike, and they are going cheap. Big thanks to Scotty and John Boy from Concept 2 for their support of the event.
I can't believe they're going to give these skis away less expensive than brand new, considering they have all of these elite athletes' sweat, blood, tears all over them.
They're not giving them away, you've actually got to pay for them,
Oh.
but cheaper than what you'd normally get full retail. The Bill Effects, the first team from the Gold Coast, Adam and Jaylee Mancy's gym on the Gold Coast. First to the ropes.
6 rope climbs to complete before they can move on to that first barbell, which is 9 overhead squats at 90 kilos.
You make it sound pleasant.
Yeah. It's going to be pleasant to watch.
Isn't it what? So our last 3 heats of competition inside the Go Wad Arena before we head outside to the Wildlife Fields. And we haven't been outside for a few hours, Annie. I'm hoping the sun is shining like it was yesterday, Adrian Rodriguez, for Carbon Method, CrossFit's, trying to catch the Bill Effects. But Josh Xanthau, oh no, we're coming back. We're not ready yet. Oh, hang on.
Got his belt. Got to remember all the parts and pieces on your way back.
And these 3 competed here a long time ago, and great to see them bounce back. The old dogs have still got it. Bill Effects. Second team, our third team, Greater West Connects. They're in the light maroon shirts. An Unbound Athletic coming through to finish up. And the Frog Wannabes. Carbon Method are all done. Xanthau, first athletes to get to the overhead squats. No surprise to see Benny Wadwell do the last barbell. He is thick and he is super strong.
But again, we saw some of these teams in the ladies' heats not even be able to get to that last barbell. So there's definitely some strategy on this team workout. It's not just about saving the strongest for last, but you got to make sure the 2 athletes ahead can get through that workload fast enough that they allow that strong athlete at the end to get to that barbell.
Carbon Method. Adrian here last year as well. Oh, the stabilization, and we've spoken about it all morning, the midline, it's getting shredded.
Oh yeah, after that fast ski, 6 rope climbs, there's a lot of taxation on that midline, and you can see it between the shoulders and the abs. It's so hard for these gents to stabilize that weight up overhead.
The Alumni 2015, your leaders and your leaders by a long way. Sean Brickwood now, your next athlete up with the second barbell, the 7 reps at 100 kilos. Oh, Brickwood,
Oh.
it's a clinic.
He's having no problem with that bar.
Oh, tongue out. Easy does it, Sean Brickwood. And holding your breath, another important component of that overhead squats.
Unbroken set of 7 for that Alumni 2015 team. He throws on the last 20 kilos to bring that bar up to 110 kilos and bring the last of their athletes onto the bar.
Funny you should say that. The final athlete, Ben Wadwell, is still completing his rope climbs. They have got so much of a lead. He's got one rope climb remaining as Sean Brickwood moves the barbell into position. Crystal Meacham, judge extraordinaire.
There's still 3 minutes left in this 9-minute time cap, rookie. So Ben should be just fine. 5 reps at that final weight.
Ben now done with his rope climbs, and he's going to take his time, get his knee sleeves sorted out. You see him in the background getting his gear organised, grabs his belt. They have got a massive lead. It is daylight between the 2015 alumni and the rest of the field. Who says you can't teach old dogs new tricks?
They have to remember there's 2 heats after them though, so it's not just about winning this heat. Five reps separates 2015 and that finish line. Can they go unbroken on this final barbell?
Ben Wadwell. Oh. So, I did say, didn't I? How strong is the man? 110 kilos.
Look at that depth. 2 reps to go.
242 pounds.
1 rep.
The crowd urging Ben Wadwell on. Yes, sir! And the alumni 2015 winding back the clock almost 10 years to bring home a heat win.
Shows you a lot of things get better with age, right, rookie?
And they're way better without CJ Walker anyway. CJ will be listening. One of the prettiest men in CrossFit, CJ Walker. And now the battle is between every other team and the clock that is ticking down with 1 minute left on it. Carbon method. 2 home.
Greater West connects on their final athlete. Oh, just loses it forward. Oh. West connects, gonna get that bar up overhead again. He's got 4 reps to go. Right in the middle there though, the Frog Wannabes, hot on the tail.
Oh, the stabilization, so good. About to wrap things up for our first of our elite male teams for the afternoon. Tough going. 2 more heats before we send it outside to the Watlike Field. What a start for the male teams. And important when you're going into an event like this one, you send someone who knows what they're doing. Josh Santhau was that guy for the Alumni 2015.
That first athlete has to be fast. You've got to open up that clock and that time for your next 2 athletes, and that's exactly what those gentlemen did. Fast on that first piece.
And the old dogs, they are standing by with Bella Martin on the floor.
Old dogs, maybe some new tricks, but first of all, guys, thanks for matching me for the interview today. Thanks, I love it. You look very good. Not only do you have a lot of competition experience, do you think that goes into giving you a dominating mindset for performing this way?
Yeah, I think it definitely helps. We haven't been out here for a while, but yeah, it's been a little while, but that and a lot of anti-inflammatories and that sort of thing. So yeah, no, it's good.
Event number 3 in the books coming up. Event number 4 very soon. Old dogs, how are we feeling for it?
Yeah, that's going to be Josh's favourite, the next one, so that'll be good.
Boys, looking forward to seeing you outside.
Thanks, Bella. Sean Brickwood, you are speaking my language. I wake up in the morning and take anti-inflams. I have them for breakfast. I have so many I rattle.
I was wondering what that noise was.
Especially when you're walking downstairs.
I thought you were just a little bit of a mini maraca.
Oh, don't think I've been called a mini anything, but anyway. The first heat done for the men, and heat 5 of full send coming up now. It is the second of our male heats for our team competition. And 129, great start to competition yesterday with event number 1. Good playing around in the sand. A good playing around on the rubber, we're about to find out. Another athlete on the floor for Dignus Athletica is Costa Illich, and he goes back a while as well. Not that far back, the boys from the alumni were, but hitting his straps around 2017, Costa Illich. But as Sean mentioned, I haven't been out on the floor for a while. But you don't lose it. It's like you go back and after you've been retired from rugby for 20 years and you go back on the field, you don't forget how to play.
Once a competitor, always a competitor, rookie.
The body just doesn't work as well as it used to. Because it's one of those sports where you actually can get better as you get older.
I think experience is huge in CrossFit. Kind of knowing your strengths and weaknesses and how to play to them.
And event number 3, this is full send, and we've only got 2 more full sends to go. And we are minutes away from starting, and this is a full send.
Athlete 1 of these 3-man teams will do 30 calories on the ski erg, 6 rope climbs, and then 9 overhead squats at 90 kilos. That will allow the second athlete to enter in also 30 calories, 6 rope climbs, this time 7 overhead squats, and that's at 100 kilos. And that will open up the arena for the third athlete to do their 30 calories on the ski erg, 6 rope climbs, and then 5 overhead squats at 110 kilos. We saw only one team finish in heat 1 of the elite men. Can more than one finish in this heat?
Underway, as I mentioned in the previous heat. All the Concept 2 gear provided by our great sponsors, Concept 2, available for sale post-events. So if you're interested in grabbing a bargain and you're down in the Wollongong area, come down, grab a bargain. All the details on the Down Under Championship website. A link will be on there. And we'll have a link up on social media as well on our Instagram page. And you can get a skier covered in athlete sweats. If that's your jam.
Why wouldn't it be? Aoki's strength off that ski erg, and already 1 rope climb under their belt before any of the other teams are on the rope for their first climb.
And we've seen so many times in the previous heats, not just for the teams, but for the individuals, it's make or break at rope climb time. It hasn't really been the overhead squats. It's been the rope climbs that have slowed them down so much that they haven't had the time to get the overhead squats done.
Yeah, and I think there's a sweet spot, rookie, where you do those rope climbs quick enough that you allow yourself some time on the overhead squats, but not so quick that you're too gassed, both in the shoulders and the breath, to be able to complete those overhead squats. Ideally, you're going to get them done unbroken. And that's what's going to open up the door for your other athletes to take advantage of the time that you saved on those quick rope climbs.
And Ayuki's strength continue, but they got company. It is 2.5 men. It's not hard to see who the half is. It's all about balance in your team, I reckon.
Kind of like we're 1.5 commentators.
I wasn't going to say it.
I know you're thinking it.
Kostarelli there walking around pacing. Put me in, coach, he's saying, but he is the coach. So urging his team to get moving. Ayuki Strength battling it out with 2.5 men.
These judges are doing a good job of staying out of the way. We've seen a lot of athletes move forward during these overhead squats. Oh, and although Ayuki Strength was able to squat snatch that first rep, it was 2.5 men that finished the first 9 reps of overhead squats first. He almost forgot that he needed to push that barbell forward, add those plates on to make it 100 kilos before crossing that finish line.
Isn't it funny how they finish and they think their job's done and they go, oh, hang on a minute. And the judge is going, oi, get back here. You need to do some more work.
Well, they're lucky their judge stopped them before they got all the way to the finish line. Although most of these athletes have had enough time.
2.5 men, they are rolling. And it's like a baton change between each of the team members, and they've got that sequencing down, and they've probably been the best we've seen out of all of the female and the male teams so far.
As far as the timing goes, of when one athlete finishes and the next one is moving on to that bar, that was absolutely seamless from 2.5 men. And that depth on that overhead squat, we go over there, look at this, solid depth.
Like we call them wobbegongs over here. They're like half dolphin, half whale type things, and they sit down the bottom of the ocean and clean up all the stuff down the bottom of the ocean. Wobbegong, down the bottom there, all the way down.
I actually didn't know where you were going with that at first.
We're going deep is where we're going. Yes. And it's easy.
Both athletes going unbroken on their overhead squats, 2.5 men. Only about 5 minutes in, and they only have 5 reps remaining between them and that finish line. The end of this.
Two and a half men. Good name for a TV show.
Great work from the first 2 athletes. And again, like you were mentioning, Rookie, what perfect transition time.
And frustration is something that a lot of the athletes are dealing with currently. Ayuki Strength right in the middle of that. How do you keep those emotions in check? Try and stay relaxed enough to get the job done, because you know the pressure's coming not just from the crowd but from your team members as well.
Well, this is heartache right now for Ayuki Strength. They were the first team to have that barbell off the ground, and that first athlete is still not through his 9 overhead squats, whereas 2.5 men, look at this, finishing it in just over 6 minutes, absolutely scorching for 2.5 men.
Kobe Higney and Tom Woodham, rats.
So well executed.
Great time as well, very competitive, considering we've only got one more heat to come. And this team competition, for the males in particular, it's wide open. That third spot up for grabs.
Yep. Oh. Just over 2 minutes to go, and some of these teams are barely through their 9 overhead squats, just now getting to the 7. It's hard to say if any other teams will finish in this heat.
So Dignas Athletica, one of those teams. Costa Illich in the background, waiting to get on through the rope climb, because they need to move that barbell forward, and he needs to get in quick if he wants to get this finished. Dignas Athletica now moving to the second barbell, and Costa has got to move quick in the background. He's one of the only athletes left on the rope, and he's in lane 4. Yuki Strength. 2 down, 1 to go. Star Strength Wolfpack as well, moving forward for the last barbell. Umami Dogs. I'm getting that roll a little bit better each time.
Umami Dogs.
Dogs. Now with a minute left, let's talk about head position. What do you prefer to coach or prefer to do yourself? Do you want a neutral spine position? Do you want to look forward gradually? Do you want a head tilt forward to give you a little bit more flexibility where that barbell goes?
You know, I think it depends on shoulder mobility. For me, I'm somebody who does choose to just kind of tilt my eyes down a little bit. Most athletes, though, I'm going to recommend that they keep that gaze up. Helps keep the chest up a little bit. Oh. 2 misses there.
Only about 15 seconds left and Star Strength Wolfpack get the job done. And time will beat a lot of these teams, as it did in heat number 1.
So just like the ladies rookie, only 1 team in each heat has been able to get through all of the overhead squats. But we do have the 3rd and final heat coming up. I expect more than 1 will finish in there.
Big 2.5 men. They got out to a very good lead and just managing.
Well, what they did, rookie, was they managed that barbell so well. Where Yuki Strength was on the bar first, that's where they definitely lost a lot. First athlete had a tough time at the 9 reps.
And 2.5 men bringing it home very strong. And standing by with Bella Martin.
One of the few teams to finish event number 3 in heat number 2, here with 2.5 men. First things first, who are the men and who is the half man here?
He's a half boy.
Yeah, they're both 6 foot and I'm like 5'11", but 6 foot with shoes, so.
Well, you put on quite a manly performance in this event, you guys. Did you practice this before to get those timings perfect?
Me and Kobe practiced it. Actually wrong, we did 1 round, full round each, and we ended up getting capped with just the 2 of us in training, so we were very nervous for this event, but we definitely exceeded our expectations for that event, definitely.
Speaking of expectations, what expectations do we have for event number 4 once we head onto the field?
Well, event number 4 is the one we've been most excited for. This was going to be the one we're most nervous for, but we killed it. Okay, this momentum going into number 4. Have a good day.
It's been a good day so far. Thanks, men.
And yes, a very good manly performance. Thanks, Bella. And a big thank you to our sponsors, Reebok.
Well, and that's quintessential.
I remember when I was in the teenage division, just missing out on the games and yeah, getting a taste for it, that this is something that I wanted to do for real. At Down Under this year, I want to add to the trophy cabinet of not only an individual first place, but a team first place as well. My goal for this season is to win the CrossFit Games. I feel like I've never been able to confidently say that. This season, that's the goal.
Underway for our 3rd and final heats of the Elite Team Competition, Event 3. It is full send, and I am looking at 8 athletes absolutely full sending, and Ricky Garrard probably the most composed of this event.
Look at him. He's chipping away, Ricky is chipping away at his 30 calories on that ski erg before going into 6 rope climbs, and then he'll do 9 overhead squats at 90 kilos. Athlete 2, same thing, 30 cals on the ski erg, 6 rope climbs. This time 7 overhead squats, and that's at 100 kilos. And then the 3rd and final athlete will do 30 calories, 6 rope climbs, and only 5 overhead squats, but that's at 110 kilos. And this is all against a 9-minute time cap rookie. We've only seen 2 teams finish thus far, one in Heat 1 and one in Heat 2, 2.5 men that set the time to beat at about unofficial 6:05. Can we see another couple of teams finish in this heat?
No doubt, and one of those teams is going to be the Hombres, Noah, leading from the front. Bailey Martin from Team Frog Grips. The battle continues at the top of the leaderboard for those two teams. He was going absolute ham on that ski erg and want to jump back into that first place position where they sat after event number 1. Noah, 10 years CrossFit Games experience.
I'll tell you, you know who is so fast on the rope right now is Ricky Garrard. He is so quick up and down, and I see his judge with a number 1, meaning this is his last rope climb. Shaking it out on the way to the bar.
Now this is very clever from Ricky Garrard. He brings in Johan Roberts, who is an extremely strong weightlifter. You've got Joel Molina as well. Ricky's going to be protecting his shoulder a little bit too. He'll probably would have said, let me go out, let's get this light barbell done, set you guys up for success at the back end.
Well, and that's just it. You need somebody who's going to move fast on the front end, and that is Ricky. He squat snatched that 90 kilos, no problem, on that repaired shoulder. That's fantastic for Ricky. Moving that bar forward, what he's doing is opening up the door and the clock for his fellow teammates.
Ricky loading the barbell for his second teammate.
Noah not far behind him.
And Joel Molina, the second athlete, as Ricky gets over the line to the raucous applause of the local Wollongong crowd that's come in here. Noah Olsen getting done. And if you're beating Noah Olsen in anything, you know you're doing okay.
But remember, this is a team event, rookie. So no matter how good Ricky does, even if he gives his boys some time, his boys have to seize that space that Ricky created for them.
Joel Molina, second athletes for a couple of dogs down for the second barbell. Interesting, Bailey Martin going first for Team Frog Grips. He's one of the strongest athletes in the Oceania field. You've got Jay Crouch and Royce Dunn behind you. So that's all about speed for Team Frog Grips.
But look at this, Chandler Smith is about to be done with the second barbell, and we're only 3.5 minutes into this event. Chandler Smith pushes the bar forward, only 5 reps left for the Hombres.
It's going to come down to the final athlete for all of these teams. Molina nearly done. Jay Crouch nearly done, but Joel Molina will be the second athlete to cross the line. The Hombres are the first. Time cap will not be an issue in this third and final heat. Royce Dunn in the background going ham on those rope climbs. 2 reps to go for Royce Dunn as Jay Crouch moves forward. Joel Molina moves the bar into position. And now Tola almost jumped from the top of the rig.
But look at this. First athlete on the bar. 1 rep in for a couple of dogs. Oh.
And Johan Roberts is now up against it with Jay Crouch coming through. Tola, we know what Tola can do. And he is one of the strongest athletes in the world, let alone this field. The battle between old and young. Experience is probably going to come into this. Tola, Johan, Royce, 3-way battle. It's going to be Johan Roberts to take it out. The youngster bringing it home ahead of Tola Maracanyo. And a couple of dogs. And Ricky has got the sequencing correct as Frog Grips come over the line.
Throw those dogs a bone.
Oh.
They just won that event. That was beautiful.
And they are going to keep barking for the rest of the weekend. You're not going to put them outside.
What a squat off that was between those 3 teams.
The battle between all 3. But Johan Roberts missing that first lift and having that nous to just calm himself down. Knew he could do the weight easily.
But having to squat next to Royce Dunn and Tolo Morinquinho, I mean, what composure for Johan.
Talk about pressure. I love it. These guys will lap it up. And if Johan can do that now, where's he looking forward to the future, considering he's only 18? And look what he can squat.
I mean, what a great opportunity for him to be on this floor, under Ricky, next to Ricky.
Next to Tola.
Next to Tola.
Next to Chandler. Next to Noah. Next to Jay. There's so many great athletes on this floor.
Look at this. We still have 2.5 minutes to the time cap.
Alex finishing up for Team EXF, and I'm loving the blonde locks from the EXF boys.
Star Strength, Hawkesbury's finest.
Oh, what an
About
event.
to
One they
finish
had
theirs.
yesterday.
Only a couple reps remain.
Hawkesbury's finest are done.
Only a couple athletes left on the field in this elite heat of men. Greater West HQ with that barbell overhead. And Star Strength Gold right there on their 7 reps.
Brody Scott's, working hard. Don't you hate it when you got to go back?
Again, it's those little things you can't forget. You're not done until that barbell's loaded and pushed forward.
Just over 1 minute remaining for our final heats. The final time we will see full send on this floor. Brody Scott.
Star Strength play all the way at the far end right there. Last barbell about to go overhead. Can they make it in the time cap? Just under a minute remains and 4 squats. 3 more to go. Star Strength play.
Liam Ford finishing off. Brody Scott trying to get it done. The Star Strength teams battling the clock. Brody Scott, that's heavy. Oh, Greg Lewis, great to see Greggy out there as well. One of our older competitors. Oh, 5 reps,
Greater
20
West.
seconds. That doesn't calculate very well with a heavy barbell. Brody
Never
Scott,
know.
here we go. The meatball. Can he get it done? Yes, he can.
Greater West HQ just in the nick of time.
Oh, I tell you what, I've got to take a breath myself. Talk about energy coming from the crowd, energy coming from the floor.
Full send and full execution was the name of the game for that heat. Absolutely smoking performances from all of these teams. It was easy to favor the hombres in this event. Noah Olsen starting off, but Ricky Garrard was so fast on those rope climbs. He was the first athlete to that barbell. Easily squat snatched that 90 kilos.
And no shoulder issues either.
Oh, I'm so happy for Ricky on that. Set his team up so nicely. Bailey Martin did a great job on that set of 9.
The thing with Ricky as well, he's leading from the front. Hey, come and follow me. This is what I'm doing, you come in.
Well, it was great. I talked to their mom, Ricky and Benny's mom, earlier today, and she said, you know, if only I could have mixed my boys as an athlete. Benny is the brains, and well, she left it at that. But you know, and I said, well, then that's great for Ricky to be on the floor and having to lead, and that's exactly what he did.
And the hometown boy kicking back on the lounge with Joel Molinia and also Johan Roberts with our host, Bella Martin.
here with a couple of dogs who definitely have that dog in them. Ricky, you're still competing, but you've got a couple of young dogs with you. Do you feel like it's your responsibility to teach the next generation how to throw down on the floor?
Yeah, for sure. These boys train with me. They're training partners, so we kind of know each other a little bit. But yeah, I just love to inspire them and show them the ropes and show them that anything's possible, and not to let the hype and the other athletes like bring your confidence down just because of their name. Like anyone can win workouts, just like you've seen. So yeah, it's awesome. I love it.
Joel, you were in the middle. I would say the hardest position to be in this event, that middle barbell. What's going through your mind trying to get your team ahead, maintaining that momentum going into the last bar?
Yeah, Rick pushed pretty hard to get us a good little lead. And I knew I was confident with my ability on that 100 kilo bar. And, just hang on, keep the position for Johan as he comes to finish. Yeah.
And one of the youngest competitors I've seen on an elite competition floor. 6 months ago, did you think you'd be squatting next to Royce and Tola and then winning that battle at the end?
Nah, not really. I didn't even think I'd be doing it this week. It was crepe day back home, but, if Rick calls you up, you've got to come through.
Couple of dogs, where does that come from? Who's the dog here?
All of us. We're all dogs. Now, we all follow Underdogs Athletics, so that's where we get the dog name from, and there's a couple of us, so it makes sense.
Well, we'll find out who let the dogs out on the field in a little bit.
Yeah, let's do it. Thanks.
Thanks, Bella. I'll tell you who let the dogs out. Ricky's let the boys out to play, and they are following his lead.
I love what he said there. Anyone can win a workout, and that's exactly right. And that is the mentality you have to have every time you step on that competition floor. Great lead from Ricky Garrard on that first event of day 2.
And training partners, and what great tutelage. And also Justin Kotler from Underdogs. I know he's tuning in. He tunes in all the time to our broadcast. A big shout out to Justin. But someone who's just got Ricky on that trajectory going the right direction, and now Ricky's pulling a couple of young guys along, which is great to see. It ain't over till it's over. And a leaderboard shake-up on the way, which is great.
I love it. 2 events to go, though, on this moving day. So there's still a lot that can happen. We go outside next on the field on our hands. I cannot wait.
So that's all we've got time for. Inside Go Wad Arena, full send is done in the books. Big tick in the box as well. And we'll be back with more action in about half an hour's time from the Wad Life Field, where we are going to see the individual females attack hard yaka. Back soon.
When they hear the sound of the drum, they'll be saying, oh Lord, here they come. Yeah, here we come. Hey, here we come.
Everybody, welcome back to Down Under Championship Day 2. And what a beautiful day again outside. Annie Sakamoto, Jeremy Austin with you. We've seen some stuff inside. Now it's time to get some fresh air, that beautiful sea breeze off the eastern coast of Australia into those lungs. Try and recover it a little bit.
Well, it is beautiful, and I love that shot of John Cleary Hill right there. Last year we were on John Cleary Hill. This time the spectators get to be sitting there. Great place to be, great vantage point of the field.
Our third member of our team, Bella Martin. Let's head down to Bella, who's on the field somewhere. Where are you, Bella?
Stand walking for event number 4. Hard yaka. I'm trying to work on my pronunciation so I can be more Aussie like you guys. It's going to be a combination of handstand walking, slalom handstand walking, kettlebell snatches, farmer's carry, and then we'll work our way back down. All things shoulder fatigue out here on the wildlife field.
Thank you, Bella. Yeah, so get rid of that yaka and we'll get more of a yaka. So, yeah. You know, like yaks?
Yaka.
You know, like in Nepal, you've got your yaks.
Yaks.
The big hairy cows things.
Kind of like you.
A bit like me, yes. So yeah, yaka. Hard yaka. If you don't know what yaka is, it's like work. So hard work, very Aussie themed day 2 of competition here. We've got Crikey coming up. Tip of the hat to a legend of Australia, Steve Irwin. Some great names from Rob Forte, and getting close to getting underway. The shirts are off now for the boys. Luke Fowler, Jack Jeffrey, Isaac Newman, who had a great event 3. And now we are underway for competition.
And I love it. It's another event where we have the males and females mixed together. They're starting off with a 20-meter straight handstand walk. They go into a 20-meter slalom handstand walk, and then there's 10 single-arm kettlebell snatches each side into a 120-meter dual kettlebell farmer's carry, 10 more single-arm kettlebell snatches, another 120 dual kettlebell farmer's carry, one last set of single-arm kettlebell snatches on each side, and then back through the 20-meter slalom and then 20-meter straightaway handstand course. So like you said, a lot of work to do, a lot of hard yaka going on.
And something we haven't seen too often in competition is something like a slalom handstand course incorporated with some kettlebells. We're not just snatching them, but farmer's carry. You don't often see a farmer's carry in many competitions around the world, especially with kettlebells.
Yeah, I love a farmer's carry. Actually, in 2011, we had a jug carry, and it was so tough. And you think about the last event that these elite individuals just completed, which involved rope climbs and heavy overhead squats. Then we put them on their hands, and then we put the kettlebells overhead and then in their hands again for a farmer carry. The shoulder fatigue is going to be real for these athletes, especially after those handstand walks. So love this event.
Our mate Andrew Samble has that bleached blonde hair. If anything's going to cook your back out, it's going to be something like a kettlebell snatch. And he seems to be going okay currently.
Yeah, again, I think just the excitement of still being in the competition is going to carry Andrew a long way. We saw a great attitude from him earlier today when Bella interviewed him and talked about the fact that he was still in the competition. And he said, yeah, he was just so happy to still be out there. Sometimes when the expectations are lower, rookie, you can actually have a surprisingly better performance. So maybe this is a good thing for Andrew Samble. It's a really good thing. He's out ahead right now on those farmer carries. Not far behind him, though. Isaac Newman did himself some favors on that first event this morning.
It's funny when athletes are doing their farmer's carry and everything just seems to shrink a couple of inches as they roll along because of the weight pulling them down. Gravity doing its thing as it does.
That's why I don't farmer's carry. I can't afford a couple inches.
Ella Price, pretty in pink, heading down the paddock. Beautiful Wind Stadium here. Christina Lividatakis, change of uniform.
Yep.
It seems a lot more comfortable than she did yesterday.
Well, exactly, and I think Christina was saying earlier when she talked to Bella that she was excited for this event. Anything that involves some higher skill gymnastics is going to favor an athlete like Christina Vitakis. So she's probably feeling a lot better both physically and mentally today. Had a pretty good run on that first event this morning. Ooh, those kettlebells do look heavy though. A lot of grip work right there. Just finishing that first 120 meters with those 53 kg kettlebells.
And position important. Ella Price trying to get those kettlebells in her center of mass. It's obviously easier to shift, but all your body wants to do is roll those shoulders in. So we talk posture when you're a youngster, but sit up straight. And this is a perfect example of sitting up straight, because the more fatigued you are, the more you're going to lean into that and fatigue every part of your body. We've just gone through some massive midline stabilization issues with our overhead squat and our rope climb, and we're now doing it all over again.
I love it when athletes come into CrossFit and they say, I want to work on my abs, I want to work on my midline, I need to do more core work. And it's like, if you think about what these athletes did today, carrying things, stabilizing things overhead, pulling their knees up to get up the rope climb, there is no better quote unquote core work than that right there. All these athletes that come in and want to do quote unquote, extra stuff,
but
unnecessary.
No one wants to do midline though, do they?
Do the simple stuff good and you'll be working your midline.
Isaac Newman taking a little bit of a break, and I like that, how athletes take a break and they've got a point where they get to, they turn around and they come back. It's not just sit there and wait, they actually go somewhere, so they've got that turnaround point. So really good with timing.
It's really important, Rookie. It's easy to think that you're going to rest for 5 seconds, and 5 can bleed into 15 seconds very quickly. So like you said, if you have a point that you're going to walk to, turn around, come back and pick up those kettlebells, it just makes you do it. The burn isn't going to get any better by waiting 5 more seconds, so you might as well pick them up and go.
Ella Price, Julia Hannaford, your leaders for the ladies. Isaac Newman and Andrew Samble in second. Lividatakis.
She's going into her second of those dual farmers carry. I actually said they were 53 kilo kettlebells, but that's quite wrong. They're 24, which equals 53 pounds.
Could you imagine 53 each hand?
No.
They were just overhead squatting double that weight.
Yes, they
so
were.
That's just nasty. Ella Price from CrossFit Central Wellington. I love the splattering of athletes. We've got a fairly big region if you think about it. All the way from Perth in Western Australia, all the way across New Zealand and the Pacific Islands as the Oceania region. But we're extending that reach out a little bit further. And we've got athletes like Amy Pringle coming down, and we've got all the American team coming down. It's just so good to be able to embrace everybody all at once.
Well, it turns a local event into an international event.
Spectacular, I think you meant to say.
Great job from Ella Price there.
Smiley on his way back, and Ella Price. That handstand walk, does it get any better than handstand walking on grass? I don't think it does.
No.
And the field is pretty lush out there. It looks a little bit patchy, but it's definitely compact. And Newman taking a break. And the skill set between the athletes, having the overhead squat strength to do 100 kilos and getting 22 reps, to spinning that upside down and gymnastically walking on your hands, tough skills to master both.
So tough. Especially when you combine that with 30 single arm kettlebell snatches on each arm. Those shoulders are fatigued.
Ella Price, your leader. Lividatakis now into second position. And Newman.
Smartly coming down, halfway mark.
I don't think he had a choice. I think the shoulders told him when to take a break. Samble, the long, slow walk before it gets started. And Isaac Newman Not happy with that one. He just nodded to his judge. Yep, that wasn't too good.
Well, and that's the thing with handstand walking, right? When there is a certain section that you have to get through, or you have to start again, you have to be very mindful of not starting too soon, and that's exactly what Isaac Newman did there. Luckily, it was still early on in that 20 meters, so it's not going to cost him too much. Great work from Isaac.
Done. 8:29 unofficial time as Ella Price comes down. Jack Jeffrey trying to play catch up to Andrew Samuels on the far left with that bleached blonde hair and red shoes. Bit of a back injury after event number 1, and this scorpion position probably not going to do that lower back any favors either.
No. But you know, Andrew's handling all this really well. Yeah, you compare his position with those legs kind of scorpioned and that lower back really arched over to Ella's here. This is the most perfect example of a very gymnasty handstand walk. Straight legs, tight midline. Can really help save that lower back. But just behind Ella is Christina Lividatakis, so Ella needs to keep the gas on. Christina making her way through that first straightaway 20-meter handstand walk. Oh, and Ella has opened the door for Lividatakis. She came down partway through that slalom, and now Lividatakis takes the lead from Ella.
Fatigue levels for both athletes. Ella looking a lot better in position. This halfway point of the slalom important. Both ladies taking a break. Ella will be first to kick up with, I think, a little bit more gas in the tank. And you mentioned position. As Jack Jeffrey finishes up, Ella Price in the background in the pink. Samble will be coming in to third position and sights. It will be Ella Price, milliseconds ahead of Christina Lividatakis.
Great work from Christina, though. She's going to pick up some much-needed points after a rough day 1. Ella Price with a clinic on those handstand walks. And Andrew Samble trying to finish up his last 20 meters on that slalom portion of the handstand. Oh, so tough. Oh.
So close, yet so far.
Oh, you can see. Oh, look at how close he was.
Luke Fowler now. And athletes using that scorpion position for balance as well. We saw Ella Price in that beautiful gymnastic position, and no guesses that she is a gymnast, because you only see pure gymnasts do that position. Oh, yes. Mind signing this, please? Yes. I'm done, yeah, all good.
But again, I think for athletes like Christina, let's say, if your lower back can handle it, it's not a bad position to be in. It's really helpful with the balance and keeping that forward momentum on something like a handstand walk.
Julia Hannaford stepping on to the finish position. She promised me cowboy hats will come out later tonight in the Go Wide Arena. I'm going to hold her to that.
Hopefully it's on that barbell, right, rookie?
Maddie Smith battling with Andrew Samble. And the other tough thing to think about is keeping inside your lane as you go down. And Samble getting finished up, and Maddie Smith just dropping down.
So brutal. Oh, look at Samble grabbing his back. Oh,
that shutter. We saw the shutter yesterday at the Lighthouse. The tears came, and we'll get the medics to have a look at him. But he said better to be out there now with a sore back than not be out there at all. But you don't want to do any long-term damage either.
No, it's not worth it. This is where Maddie Smith has to be smart. You kick up too soon and you fall down again. And it's not just wasted energy, rookie. It's wasted seconds where another athlete could come in. You got to make sure that you give yourself enough rest time that you don't make the same mistake. And it looks like Maddie Smith has done exactly that. Proper amount of rest time, and he finishes that final 20-meter slalom portion of the handstand walk.
And something was introduced to the CrossFit Games a little while ago, just to test the athletes. Hey, we know we can walk in a straight line, short distance, long distance, backwards, forwards, whatever it might be. But now we've got some obstacles we need to get over and around.
And really, it's just a slight little bothersome thing for most of these athletes, but it's enough to make them think a little bit. And think they had to, those poor shoulders on all of these athletes. Combination of handstand walking, kettlebell snatching, and then farmer carrying. If nothing is gonna smoke those traps and shoulders, like those 3 movements, I don't know what is. Andrew Samble, back on the course today, but definitely took a little hit to that low back on those handstand walks. And it's Isaac Newman, who had a great first event, follows it up with a great second event out there on the field at Wynn Stadium, picking up more much-needed points. Heat win for Isaac Newman.
We talk about moving day Saturday generically, and there are some people moving, and one of those people is standing by right now on the field with Bella Martin.
Isaac, you had a good day yesterday, but I would say today you had a great day. What went in differently today that you didn't have yesterday?
Yesterday I had a bunch of nerves going in. I think I had a lack of sleep. I was awake for like 2 hours overnight, so just nerves coming in. I haven't done a big competition for a while, so since Torian. So yeah, just shaking the nerves out, and I don't know, gave me a bit of extra fire for today. So
You told us that your dad says you should be a jack of all trades and a master of none. I would say that comes into play today. Going into this event, so many different things are going on. What's going through your mind, trying to figure out what you are going to master and what you're going to just let by?
yeah, well, it's another snatch event, so I love snatch events. Anything to do with that, I'm going to try and do my best to win it. And this event was just trying to complete everything with the right intent, and just try and complete it without too many failures, because one failure really hurt me out there at the end, and I didn't want too many of those. So I was happy to almost get through without having too many issues. So it was good.
8:29 unofficial time. Very solid time. We still have a couple heats left to go. We have another event this evening. You said you wanted an interview before. Are we going to have another interview later?
With Jake Douglas out, I reckon there's a good chance I'll be back there again. So
looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Saturday, our moving day, and halfway through the Down Under Championship already, which is quite sad. But a great result for Ella Price and also Isaac Newman, and moving in the right direction, especially after, as he said, not a great day for himself day one.
No, exactly. But like he also said, with Jake Douglas out, the third event of today involving a heavy barbell is definitely something Isaac Newman is excited about. So this should be moving day for an athlete like Isaac Newman. And he did a great job on this second event. 8:29 unofficial time for Isaac. Let's see who in Heat 2, Event 4, Hard Yaka, might be able to take down that time.
Heat 2 not too far away, and a number of athletes with some very high-skilled gymnastics prowess. Michelle Hayes, Georgia Pryor. Ethan Vandervelden unfortunately has withdrawn from competition, not feeling great at all. So we won't see Ethan on the competition floor. Emily Clements, another one from CrossFit Adelaide, who we are expecting big things out of the next day and a half. And don't discount that boy down in 16. He's got a great training partner, his brother Jay. But we are at the halfway points of day 2 of competition. It is event number 4, Hard Yaka.
Hard Yaka, 20-meter handstand walk to start, and that goes right into a 20-meter slalom handstand walk. After that, these athletes will do 10 single-arm kettlebell snatches per side, and then 120-meter dual kettlebell farmers carry, another 10 single-arm kettlebell snatches, and then another 120 dual kettlebell farmers carry. Finally, 10 more single-arm kettlebell snatches per side, and then they'll finish back the way they came with a 20-meter handstand walk and then a 20-meter slalom handstand walk. We saw a lot of athletes in Heat 1 struggle with that second round of the 20-meter slalom handstand walk. So definitely a lot of demand on those shoulders and midlines. Traps. Who's going to pick up some much-needed points? In event 4 coming up.
And A little bit cooler out on the field today compared to yesterday. It was scorching, and being in that sun for even 5 to 10 minutes was starting to burn the skin a little. I don't know what's happening with the ozone layer down here, but we've got a little bit of a hole going on, and that sun really comes down. But today, very overcast and a little bit mild, and I'm sure the athletes will be loving it.
It's actually perfect weather for these athletes. Not too hot, but it's not raining.
Oh, it's going to be raining, don't worry. We're going to get a little bit of rain later on this afternoon and potentially tomorrow. But a big crowd has left the Go Wad Arena and out on the Wad Life field. And a big thank you to our sponsors as well, AlphaFit, Reebok, Go Wad, and the Wad Life. And Concept 2 as well. If you're after some Concept 2 gear, make sure you head to the Down Under Championship website for the link to pick up a bargain. They are going out the door. And the bike's nearly gone, and there's only a few ski ergs left, so make sure you get onto that as well. Our mate Dante Karangaroa.
How is Dante on his hands, Jeremy? Have we seen him yet?
We're about to find out. Parallel bar pass-throughs last weekend.
That's easy to say for you, huh?
It is, very much so. Judge's instruction. Best thing to do, listen.
Right, exactly. Know what your judge expects of you. You don't want to have any communication having to happen on the field, any breakdown.
The two Emilys, Clements and DeRoy. Emily Clements from CrossFit Adelaide and Emily DeRoy from CrossFit Townsville. Pretty much opposite ends of Australia from each other, but they find themselves in lane number 4 and 5. Just a reminder for those viewing in, you won't see anyone in lane 9. That's supposed to be Ethan van der Velden, and unfortunately he's had to withdraw from competition.
First 20 meters straight, no problem for most of these athletes. Quick little kick down on purpose, I'm sure. Trying to save the shoulders for the slalom portion of this handstand walk.
Lisa Burrell, bottom of screen, formerly known as Lisa Campbell, changing that name. She said it was about time she changed her name to a married name. And as a pole vaulter, I don't think you get anything different than a handstand walk to a pole vault.
Definitely not.
But doing very well. Toby Crouch, you can't mistake that hairdo.
First section of that slalom piece done.
Thor Heinel done as well. Athletes, looks like it's Adam Manzi to finish up first for the men. And Jaden Whakatopi-Stewart heading back. And it's actually a sprint back to grab those kettlebells. Georgia Pryor finishing up as well. The snatches now.
This is where it's so important for these athletes to really use those hips. While the weight is not super heavy for these athletes, the more you use your hips, the less you have to use those shoulders, and the better off you're going to be on those handstand walks.
Going back to it again, I'm going to probably say it all weekend, the amount of volume that they're doing, 10 each arm seems just about right.
Right, it's just enough that you have to go unbroken. You're not going to break them up, but you're going to fatigue those shoulders. And that's exactly what I'm sure competition programmer Rob Forte is thinking.
And a lot
What's that line he can skate with these athletes?
Exactly. And kettlebell snatches, another one of those movements you don't see too often. The old school CrossFit workout of 100 kettlebell snatches each arm. Like, absolutely brutal. Talk about exploding your shoulders to bits. But Jaden Whakatopi-Stewart, Lisa Burrell and Georgia Pryor, your two female athletes. Michelle Hayes stuck at the first slalom, and that slump from Jaden. Love to see those shoulders back a little bit more. Emily DeRoy getting to work. And that is a long way to go for Emily DeRoy.
Yes, it is.
But one of those movements, hey, rowing's going to suit her, wall balls are going to suit her. Movements where there's a long range of movement, it just takes time.
Yep.
And you can't speed it up.
Well, this is CrossFit, right? Like you said, get her on a rower, get her on some wall balls. She's happy.
Georgia Pryor.
Pretty much running with those kettlebells.
But a great position as well. And this is one of those movements that Georgia and Jake at Snake CrossFit in Tamworth do a lot of.
It's great.
Manzi.
One of the best things you could do for your fitness is carries, heavy carries.
It's just like shopping. Manzi, Karangaroa, and Whakatopi Stewart finishing up for the men as Burrell heads back, focused. You know Ninja Warrior? You know Ninja Warrior, the TV show?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Lisa Burrell was on season 2.
No way.
Of Australian Ninja Warrior.
Oh,
How about
I love
that?
it.
So she's got it all.
That's great. Emily DeRoy finishing or on the turnaround for that farmer's carry.
But I'm loving this 3-horse race in the middle with Adam Manzi, Dante Karangaroa, and Jaden Whakatopi Stewart's. Toby Crouch far end doing well. Emily Clements. And then look at those storm clouds coming. I told you they were there.
It's getting dark out there.
Brodie Preston, bottom of screen in the red and black, heading down for her farmer's carry. And it is Dante to get things rolling first. We're expecting big things from him, and we're getting it.
Well, you think about these kettlebell snatches and, you know, a bigger athlete, a stronger athlete like Dante, it's going to take a little less out of him than it is some of these other athletes. Toby Crouch on that farmer's carry.
Jumping into second as well, important for Toby.
Yep.
It's probably the speed he's got with that less hair above his ears, so it's streamlining him down
aerodynamic.
Big time. He mentioned straightaway. That's not a term we use out here in Australia, and the first time I actually heard that was in the new Top Gun movie. Honestly, and since then, I've heard it so many times since.
How many times have you watched that movie?
29, but that's okay.
But who's counting?
Number 30 to come on Monday. Jaden Whakatopi Stewart, halfway points of the farmer's carry, the second farmer's carry of 120 metres. That's a nasty distance, and it's close enough that you think you can get there, but you've got to push it all the way. Dante Karangaroa at the top of screen now, finishing off. So he's in the lead for the males as Lisa Burrell. Look at her run down the field.
And you see a lot of these athletes utilizing their grips to help them with the carry of these kettlebells. Almost every athlete out there has their grips on. Just going to take a little bit of that actual gripping of those kettlebells out of it. They can hook it on those grips a little bit, chalk them up.
DeRoy coming back. Oh, the buckle from Emily Clements. Her arms are on fire. Georgia Pryor.
Georgia Pryor on fire.
Oh, Emily Caesar.
Oh, I like
Hey,
this little
this is-
foot race.
This is like shopping. We got to get the bargains first.
The Black Friday sale.
Even though it's
Oh,
Saturday.
look at Georgia. Absolutely sprinting with those kettlebells.
But the problem with doing that is it's going to jack your heart rate and your breathing up a little bit more.
It is a little bit, but you know, it's less time under pressure, under tension, and so it's a great, it could pay off, and it could be a great scheme from Georgia.
Toby Crouch now pulling alongside Dante Karangaroa. And Toby, talk about Sneaky Pete from a couple of years ago when we didn't know what was happening. Toby's fit, don't you worry about that. And now, level pegging, the two boys heading down for the final part of hard yaka.
Well, and this is what it's going to come down to. Which one of these gentlemen handles walking on their hands under fatigue better? It's one thing when you're fresh at the beginning of the workout. Who can handle it after all the shoulder and midline work they just did? Look at this. Dante going unbroken on that first 20 meters.
Keep in mind, Toby having a break at the top of the screen. Dante 5 lanes away.
It might have been a better strategy to break up that 20 meters. We're about to find out.
Lisa Burrell well ahead. And this is heat number 2. And a 15-minute time cap.
We're not even 8 minutes into that time cap. But as we saw in the last heat, it is that last stretch of slalom, the stretch that Dante's on right now, that is so brutal.
If you break down his movement, he's getting very, very long strides and touching the white line. And I mentioned it in the previous heat, how important that would be. And now Jaden Fakatobi-Stewart with the chance of getting through and beating both Dante and Toby to the finish line. Manzi coming strong now as well. But it is all Lisa Burrell out in front for the ladies.
That was such a huge miss for Dante. He essentially did the entire length, but was about 6 inches shy of making the rep.
And Fakatobi-Stewart's
big move.
Getting a heat win. And a big crowd down the far end of where the pull-up rig was yesterday. Burrell not too far to go. She's at the halfway point. And looks like she's got a bit of a puff and a pant on. Oh, Toby. Oh, it's got to be under control. He tried it.
He tried a freestanding handstand push-up, clapping, something flying leap.
Into Superman hand placement, and judge goes no.
Well, if they were awarded style points, Toby Crouch would get it.
Burrell now starting the first leg of the slalom. 10 meters for each segment.
But Emily DeRoy is not far behind her.
Both kicking down.
Yeah.
Dante Karangaroa a little bit behind now. And it looks like he is going to be beaten by Adam Manzi. Manzi finishing up. Toby Crouch, top of the screen, getting in. And now the race between Burrell and DeRoy. This is going to be a tight one, but it will be. Oh, actually, I don't know who it is. Burrell, DeRoy. Toby Crouch has finished. Alec Leach has finished as well. And how about this for a kick forward? Oh, ready, go.
You can't blame him for trying. It was worth an effort. You saw him land on his belly and look up at his judge like, will you give it to me?
No. Judging on point, DeRoy, what a comeback from her. We'll have to find out what those times are for DeRoy and Burrell, but they were tight. Georgia Pryor. The handstand slalom, no issue whatsoever. And you talk about time under tension and how long they've actually spent on their hands, and it is a long time.
It is. It is, and that's why some of these athletes that, even though they can go unbroken, choose to kick down just to rest those shoulders for a little bit. You never want to go to the point of failure on something like a handstand walk because it just takes so long to get that energy back in those shoulders. That muscular fatigue sets in and you're done.
Brodie Preston, she's just resting. Clever. Don't go to that full fatigue.
Yep.
Way back in the day, remember Jason Kalipa, it was early on games time at the StubHub Centre when he went up for the handstand push-ups. He kept going up too early and kept failing and failing and failing. And all he needs to do was rest, but you just want to keep going. So having the patience to just sit there and go, you know what, I'm just going to wait. And Brodie Preston didn't wait long enough.
Yep.
And it gets frustrating.
Exactly. And, you know, it's really hard with walking handstand push-ups because you're not out of breath, rookie. So you think, I'm ready, I can go again. But it's the muscular fatigue that's happening. And once you lose that muscular stamina, the ability to finish out, to stay on those hands, it gets harder and harder to get it back.
Michelle Hayes onto the handstand walk now, and Emily Clements at the halfway point of the slalom. Still 2.5 minutes remaining for our time cap. Brodie Preston up and down again, and the frustration levels are increasing. And it's not something you can just pull out of your kit bag and go, I'm going to slalom handstand walk. It is a skill that needs to be practiced. Emily Clements. Last This is a very tough rep. This is one rep.
Yeah,
If you've got
toughest rep of them all.
You've got a kettlebell snatch, you've got a farmer's carry, you've got whatever movement you're doing, or a pull-up, but that's a tough no rep to get. As Emily Clements gets
with a flying arabesque to finish.
What's not how you start, it's how you finish.
There you go. Well, and this is a perfect example of knowing your own capacity. You have to run your own race when you're on your hands like this. And just because the athlete in the lane next to you kicks up doesn't mean it's the best time for you to kick up. And how do you know your capacity on something like this, Jeremy? You have to practice. You have to practice walking on your hands under fatigue. You have to know what does it feel like to be ready to go again.
Brodie Preston. And you can't call this too early. Michelle Hayes, the frustration continues. Brodie only a few meters out. Much better from Brodie Preston.
Oh.
Congratulations.
That was close, too. That second hand just made it onto the finish mat.
And the last athlete with only 40 seconds left on our time clock is Michelle Hayes. Training partners with Gabby Napa. Unfortunately had to pull out of team competition. And great work from Michelle Hayes to compose herself, but she has to get a wriggle on.
Oh.
That's one rep down, but that's getting her one rep closer. So if you see time cap +1, that's a good one to get.
Yep.
Michelle Hayes now still smiling and still happy, and that is all she wrote for our second heat of the individual females as the dark, stormy clouds roll into Wollongong. Great to be back here. A lot of people coming out to support these athletes.
Yeah, look at those stands right now, rookie.
Not a bad seat in the house.
Nope. So that first 20-meter regular handstand walk and slalom handstand walk was no problem for all of these athletes. Moved into those single-arm kettlebell snatches and the double kettlebell farmer's carry. It was Lisa Burrell who was so quick and so consistent on every piece of this event. She was not only running the race, she was running her own race. Adam Manzi also doing a great job. It was this second round of handstand walking that really proved to be the crux of this event, though, and Lisa Burrell having absolutely no problem with it.
And no problem with standing by with Bella Martin either on the field. Let's go down.
Lisa, I know you have a history as a gymnast, but we've also learned you have a history as a ninja warrior. Is that something that comes into play when you're training for events like this and trying to figure out how you can compete as an athlete?
Yeah, definitely. I knew this workout was going to be grippy. I tested it in training, not the whole thing. But I'm obviously good on my hands, so I know I can push the line. But, when you're doing Ninja Warrior, you're like out the back and then you're on. So doing things like flash pumping before, getting the blood to your forearms is really important. So I did that before today, and I think that kind of gave me an advantage because I'd already had that flash pump, so I didn't blow up really quickly. So it was just about managing that grip fatigue because I knew I could do all the skills. So yeah, it does.
The more you know about American Ninja Warrior or Australian Ninja Warrior, something I love watching you compete, you always seem to be very happy and excited to be here. Is that something that comes naturally to you, or do you have to turn it on, kind of an alter ego when you come onto the competition floor?
No, I'm generally a happy, bubbly person, but I find that when I'm out here competing, it's kind of my happy place. I think before the comp, I get real nervous and I kind of go into my shell a bit, but then once I'm out on the competition floor, it's we're just all so lucky to be here and be competing, and it's just the best thing, wave to the crowd and the camera. It's just how long are we going to get to do this for, right? So you really got to enjoy it when you can and brace the moments, and hopefully that was my first heat win, so that's really exciting also. So yeah, I think also I used to pole vault as well, so I think this event was very much one that I was hoping to execute, and that's what it came down to. So I was really happy to go out there and do my best and wave to the crowd and finish strong. So that was good. Yeah.
It's fun watching you throw down. It's fun watching yourself throw down later on, I'm sure. Looking forward to it inside tonight as well.
Yeah, Thanks. I think we got the ring muscle up, squat clean. So obviously I love a ring muscle up, and we'll just like manage the lifting and go from there. So yeah, it was awesome. I really had a good time out here today. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, girls. And if anyone was going to talk for time and win, I think it'd be Lisa Burrell as well.
I love what she said, though, Rookie. It was about managing grip fatigue, which meant pumping up those forearms before the event so that she didn't blow them up for the very first time during the event. And then knowing her capacity on her hands, she knew when she could kick up. And that is really what this event comes down to.
I was a former pole vaulter at a very high level in Australia. Going upside down shouldn't be anything unnatural to her because you're going upside down when you plant that pole and go over the bar. Scary stuff when you're going up 5 meters.
Have you done it?
She can have that. But we have got our final heats coming up. Heat number 3 of our individual male and female. Again, loving the fact our males and females are hitting the field at the same time.
It's absolutely one of my favorite things.
Johan Van Zyl, a great day one yesterday. Pete Ellis and Luc de Jong on the far left. Been out of competition for a little while, but this is event number 4, hard yaka.
Yeah, there is a lot of hard yaka to do. There's a 20-meter handstand walk to start, right into a 20-meter slalom handstand walk, then 10 single-arm kettlebell snatches per arm, 120-meter dual kettlebell farmer's carry, 10 more single-arm kettlebell snatches per side, another 120-meter dual kettlebell farmer's carry, a final set of single-arm kettlebell snatches, and then what seems to be the crux of this workout, the final 40 meters of handstand walk, 20 of which is straightaway and 20 of which is slalom. You better know your capacity. You better manage that grip fatigue, as Lisa Burrell just showed us.
Underway for our third and final heats of event number 4, hard yaka. If you're tuning in for the first time, thank you for joining us right across the world. Jeremy Austin, Annie Sakamoto, and Bella Martin with you. And if you're wondering where the name hard yaka comes from, it's an Aussie term for work. So we're doing some hard work, and no kidding. Athletes across the field. Speed is the issue. Some going completely unbroken, including Luc de Jong. Now, Luc de Jong's got an issue here. He's a very tall athlete with a very big wingspan, and he's going very wide, and he's got to be very careful. He doesn't hit the white lines because that will send you back.
Yeah, you can see that those lanes are quite close to each other, especially if, like you said, you have a large wingspan. Jean getting through the first set of slalom.
And the shake of the arms out as athletes heading back. And it is Annika Greer who was very quick on her hands. And fortunate for us, Annie Sakamoto, we've got a very special guest who's just jumped in as she's walking past. And this girl next to us knows a little thing or two about fitness. It is Miss Tia Claire Toomey. How are you?
Hello. Oh my goodness.
Welcome.
Thank you. And do I notice carrots in a bowl here?
Yeah, but they're mixed with the snakes. And if you look, there's still carrots left in the bowl, but none of those gummy snakes are left.
Yeah, Australian lollies are just the absolute best.
Why are they so good? Why are they so much better than American
they're
gummies?
Australian.
Correct.
Just that's all that needs to be said.
Even our carrots are better than yours. Now, Tia, we just gone through the final of the 2 heats previous of a handstand walk, farmer's carry, kettlebell snatch. The final slalom handstand walk is proving to be fairly difficult for a lot of athletes with shoulder fatigue. Event like this, we're going sort of that 10, 12 minute range. How do you minimize that fatigue on your shoulders after you've just blown them to bits?
Yeah, honestly, my arms are just hurting just thinking about it actually. But it is definitely about managing that, breaking it up into something more appropriate, and also just making sure that you're able to making sure that you're able to, sorry, I can hear something in my ears.
Yeah, we should be able to hear the audio from the field, so
Okay,
that's
perfect.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not voices
It's
in your
not-
head.
That was very hard to actually talk while also hearing something. Anyways.
Welcome to broadcast.
Amateur. But yes, so definitely managing things a lot more appropriately. So breaking it up, and then also, you know, not doing. Sometimes, like, you know, when you're trying to push as hard as possible, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to hold on for as long as possible. That's going to fatigue you up a lot faster. So definitely breaking it up into more manageable sets. And, you know, these athletes are so incredible and they're just so inspiring. It's so impressive what they're doing because this is so grip intensive. It's like,
When
it's
you
very
think about
gnarly.
you think about how smoked their shoulders and their midline is from the previous event, which 6 rope climbs, all those calories on the ski, all those heavy overhead squats. So, you know, I think you're right. You have to break it up early before it decides to break you up.
Yep, absolutely. And this is one of those things where this workout, you can look at it and it's quite deceiving. You know, it's not until you're actually in the thick of it when you start to realize just how challenging it really is. And if you do go and push yourself too far too early on, you know, sometimes you'll just be having to stare at the kettlebells, or, you know, you won't be able to move very fast on the handstand walk. But basically, a classic example is when I was, you know, tapping out on the dips at the CrossFit Games because I just went out way too hot.
You learn lessons, don't you, along the way?
I should have known better.
Well, and
Anyway.
it's easy to get goaded in by competitors next to you.
Absolutely.
Luke de Jong, your current leader for the male component, on his way back from his second Farmers Carry, Pete Ellis. In second, Zane Shellabere-Healy in third. And for the women, it is Amy Kringle in first, leading the charge. And Arnika Greer jumping into second. And Daisy McDonald, who's had a very good first day and a half. Amy focused right in front of her. Now, Farmers Carry, Tia, your focus point when you're doing an event like this, are you focused 5-10 meters in front? Are you neutral spine? So you're looking horizon? What are you doing, and where are your shoulders placed?
Well, it does depend on the weight that you are trying to carry. These kettlebells, they are, you know, relatively light. And so definitely just trying to break it up in your mind. So, you know, getting to that next line, you're noticing that they're crossing, you know, a red, a white line. So trying to just tell yourself, hey, get to that next line, see how you're going. I most likely would have tried to just carry it as far as I could, just to make sure I'm not wasting time on that. And then when it comes to these kettlebell snatches, just making sure I'm breaking up and being way more methodical and making sure that I'm not, again, like I said earlier, fatiguing too quickly, too early.
Amy Kringle, who lost a couple spots on the leaderboard, our leader now in this event, she wants to make up those spots she lost after that first event this morning.
And Luke de Jong is on a mission. We are only at the 6-minute mark of a 15-minute capped event. Amy Kringle on her second Farmers Carry, bottom of the screen, just moving out of shot. Marnie Sykes now moving into second, trying to catch Amy Kringle. But Luke de Jong, it is all about getting to him currently.
You see a lot of the athletes, Tia, grabbing kind of the corner of that kettlebell. A lot easier to hang on right there.
It's just a little bit more grippy, whereas opposed to being in the center of the kettlebell. Again, this can dictate on like the weight that you're actually carrying, but you know, you're actually being able to have a better grip when you do carry it on, and also if your hands do get a little bit slippery, it's just a little bit more easier. And I also noticed that they're wearing frog grips. There you go, look at that, wow. A little shout out there, but definitely wearing the grips can help because especially it's so humid out there, so it's very hot, very sweaty, and that can be very, very beneficial. What I'm loving is the men and female going together.
We just mentioned that before. As the rain is starting to tumble here at Wollongong and the spectators on the hill are bolting for the stands, Luke de Jong has now lost a whole lot of ground to Pete Ellis, and Zach Thomas has come from nowhere. Zach Thomas about to finish up that first segment. Luke de Jong, the second segment of the slalom. Pete Ellis finishing with the first. Zane Shellabere-Healy, your top four. And Luke de Jong getting sent back, which is going to give Zach Thomas now a chance to take out this third and final heats of hard yaka, and he does. The local boy.
Unofficial time of 7:52, which is almost 30 whole seconds faster than that 8:29 set by Isaac Newman in the first heat.
Zane Shellabere-Healy looking like he's going to finish up next, and yes, he does. Pete Ellis battling now.
And what a great turnout. You know, the weather isn't the greatest. And, you know, it's definitely been raining one moment, super hot and sweaty the next. And everyone is just showing up, and it's just so awesome to see.
Well, and this rain is obviously going to change the grip of that kettlebell. It's so much harder for these athletes, both on the kettlebell carry, but also the snatch. I mean, when you lose your grip on a snatch, it's really nerve-wracking to throw a kettlebell up overhead.
Yeah, and you know what? It's actually not beneficial to chalk up when it's wet.
You almost get slop instead.
At Rogue Invitational this year, when we were all doing the monkey bars, it was raining. And, you know, it was just one of those things where you just did not want to chalk up.
Daisy McDonald, bottom of screen in the purple and white, about to finish off and will win. And pumped with that win. Taylor down the bottom, and she's going to probably finish in 4th position. Marnie Sykes finishing up right now.
Go.
But we have seen a massive shake-up. Luke de Jong finishing finally for Taylor Williamson.
That's so awesome. Isn't it so great that she was able to take the floor this weekend?
Big time. And that young lady as well,
Yes.
Jamie Goodwin.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
So happy to see her back on the floor. Annika Greer now getting through the first slalom section. We were talking about no reps before. That 10-meter slalom, that's a crucial one, no rep, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, and you know what? It's very deceiving. These athletes are doing such an incredible job, but to go around these markers, it's so taxing, and especially after all the farmers carry, all of the kettlebell snatches, just so, look, even you can just see Annika's arms are just wanting to fall off.
Yes.
Oh, darling.
And she was so fast on that
close.
first 40 meters and on the front end of this event, and now you can see, and that's a fast turnaround and kick back up.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best move.
We'll soon find out.
Amy Kringle about to cross over.
Grace Walton, crucial coming down. Amy getting finished up. Annika Greer.
Oh, she crushed it.
All
Yeah,
done.
there you go.
And Grace Walton still out there. James Hargraves finishing up as well. And we're talking about the grip on the ground. When you get to this point, now the ground's a little bit slippery. Do you actually spread your fingers out? George Regis getting done. Do you spread your fingers out and grip the ground harder? Or how do you place your hands for more efficiency now that the grass is a little bit wet?
Yeah, with the grass being wet, I mean, I can't say I'm an expert when it comes to, wet grass, but...
You don't practice on wet grass? What?
For me, I do find that definitely having more of like a wider hand, so, just so that you're having a lot more of a base versus trying to be a little bit more rigid, definitely will help. Being on grass, though, it's definitely really cushiony.
Yeah.
So also, it is a little bit harder than being out on the competition floor like we are used to. So these athletes are doing an incredible job.
Yeah, not having the hard surface of the mat, it definitely makes it a lot harder, which means it's
bit
more
give.
fatiguing in the shoulders.
Yeah, and if there's any give in the elbows, that just creates more of an issue.
Johan van Ziel, he had a great start yesterday.
Yes, so impressive.
Really? I mean, right? Wait, I said it.
Johan finishing up still 3
Sure.
minutes. And we're talking about one size fits all. It's CrossFit for everybody.
It really is. There's the things that are going to benefit being a longer, taller athlete. There's things that are going to benefit being a shorter, smaller athlete.
And we know about that.
Yeah,
Hey.
exactly. But that's what makes CrossFit so amazing,
Yeah,
right?
it really does. And you know what? We ran a proven community workout there on the field yesterday afternoon. And that grass, I mean, is so great. It's a really nice floor. but it can provide a lot of challenge, especially in the weather. So, you know, these athletes, I don't think people understand just how incredible they are doing, because they make it look so easy.
It is easy to be deceived by these athletes. You're wondering, why don't you just kick up and go? What's the big deal?
It's like, come on, go faster.
Yeah.
Zane Chalobert-Healy doing himself all the favours with another great finish. He's sort of going under the radar a little bit, but let's head down to the competition floor as the rain starts to tumble. Bella Martin with local boy. He'll know all about the weather, Zach Thomas.
And Zach, I would say you definitely made it look easy playing your own race. You were a bit behind Luke for a while. When did you know it was your time to take control of your heat?
To be honest, I was worried about Luke. Like, I'm his training partner, and I know he's very good at handstand walks. He probably just got a bit shaky at the end. And I think once the rain hit, I was like, fuck it, let's get it done before. I keep swearing on this thing. I got to stop that. But yeah, just thought I'd get it done before the rain.
You're a local here, so this weather is probably something you're used to. Did you prepare kind of doing any handstand walks outside things in the rain, knowing maybe that's what you were going to see this weekend? Or is it just, I'm a local legend, I can handle whatever you throw at me?
Funnily enough, both times I tested this workout, it rained on me. So I did it in the gym, but like I was walking the kettlebells outside and that in the rain. So it might have helped, made it the advantage, but yeah, it was good.
I think it might have helped a little bit. We've seen you fast today on pulling. We've seen you very strong with pushing here on the field. We've got a heavy lift coming up tonight. What can we expect from you in a little bit?
I was planning to leave that one to Jake Douglas to win, but yeah, I'll just try my best. Like, strength's probably not my best, but we'll do what I can. So.
Well, it's been fun to watch you at least give us your best on the floor. Thank you, Snack.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bella. Local boy Zach Thomas getting the job done. Zane, we haven't spoken a lot about him, and he's just gliding along nicely. Don't be too worried if by the end of Sunday he pops himself up on the top of that podium.
He might be the sneaky Pete of this year's competition, right?
Exactly.
Somebody has to be the sneaky Pete, and it's definitely not Pete Ellis right now. He is dominating this competition. Christina Lividataka is doing herself some favors, and we knew she would on this event. Toby Crouch with the mini mullet. What do we want to call that?
I don't know what we're going to call that just yet, but...
You know, let's just change topic. No.
didn't you rock one of those things out here back in the day?
And your classic dad jokes about...
Did you see her hairdo back then?
Wait, was it shaved?
It had a heart shape in the head. I went, Tia obviously loves CrossFit. How bad was that?
I mean, we got to dig up some old pictures of Rookie.
Oh, don't do that.
I
had a mullet.
I would love to bring that hairdo back. Had I known what my future was going to be like in CrossFit, I probably would have kept it.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, would have gone with the personality, you know?
You might have started a whole new look in the CrossFit world.
I don't think people want that.
You're probably right.
I was like, you know what? I need to grow it out. It took me like 3 years to grow back. But I loved it.
Yeah, Lisa Burrell. Talk about happy to win her heats. And Zach Thomas, yes, he did run his own race and knew exactly what he was doing and pumped with that one. And partners in training, partners in crime as well. What are those? Who are those guys at Bonnie and Clyde? There they are. Bam.
People that train together, stay together.
That's exactly right.
There you go.
And doing well together.
That's
so let's see what Grace can do at the back end of this. Zane doing very well. Tia, you're going to hang around for a bit. We've got about a 5-minute break, so we're just going to talk generally about what's happening in life for you.
Wow.
If you can give us any sort of like official breaking news or anything, or if you don't want to, that's okay as well.
Heard it here first.
Well, that's what I want. I want the scoop, if I can get one.
Well, you know what? Willow has officially been sitting up by herself.
Oh,
and
see, that's the stuff we want.
Yes.
She's advanced.
She's so advanced. My mum and I always talk about how advanced Willow is. You know, she's learning how to, she can go like roll over side to side. Amazing. And she can go backwards, but she can't go forwards. So, you know what? We'll have to work on that one. But Honestly, no. There's no breaking news in my life. I wish there was.
How rewarding, I know you've obviously achieved great things with CrossFit and you've got 6 titles. How rewarding is motherhood?
It is one of the most incredible things that's ever happened to me. And, you know, it's wild because you always hear just how amazing it is and how much you love. Like, it's like a love you've never experienced before. And, you know, I'd always listen to that and I'm like, yeah, it sounds great, you know. But the impact that it has, like, I just didn't realize the impact it would have, you know. And it's just so incredible. And, like, I've never been so happy in my life. And it's just so wild. And you know what? Like, I came second at the Reg Invitational. And, like, that is not what I went there for, right? But I felt like I still walked away the winner. And, like, I would have to say that was because, like, I have the joy of my life back home. And it's like, who cares?
Right. She doesn't know first from second from 10th.
But it puts things in perspective.
Yeah.
And someone once told me when I first became a father 18 years ago, believe it or not, that now there's someone in the world more important than yourself.
Yeah.
And you just shut up exactly what you're doing, and it's now all focused on them. Now, the problem is, you get to 2 kids, and I went, how am I going to love 2 kids? I can't share that. Guess what? You can.
Really? So what's crazy is I was like, I'd have 1,000 kids because I love pregnancy.
That's a lot of kids.
Shane's like, yes.
Yeah.
You said it.
Well, I was
It's on broadcast now. We can't take it back.
Oh, my God, I put it out there.
Oh, Shane, he's going to have to get a little bit fitter, I think. 1,000 kids, wowza.
I loved every process of it. Like, even though, like, you know, my birth, everything that I didn't want to happen happened, but I still loved it, you know? And I'm like, man, well, I would do this 1,000 times over, you know? And so, but now that I've had her and I'm just like so selfish with her that I'm like, how can I share her? You know, because if there's a new one, I'm like, I want to spend my time with Willow, but I'm going to want to spend my time with the new baby too. So it's like crazy. I'm like, okay, I got to probably tone it down. Maybe I'll settle for 100. I don't know.
You know what, though, I would tell you is, and I'm sure Rookie would agree, hearing one of your kids make the other kid laugh, I mean, there is literally no better sound in the entire world. And if for no other reason, you have to have 100 kids for that.
Well, we went skydiving the other day, and I have done it before. But this time, you know, we did it with some of the American athletes that came over and, you know, down under, set it all up. It was so great. And initially I was like, no, I've done that. Like, I don't need to go and do it. And normally, that is not me. Normally, I am like, I am in. Show me a good time. Well, I'm so glad I did do it because it was amazing. But my first reaction was like, oh, no, like, I have a daughter. Like, I can't do that type of stuff anymore. Because I'm like, what if something happens? I need to be there for her. So, like, life does change.
Big time, yeah. And, like, now going out and partying like we used to do. That doesn't happen anymore because you've got responsibilities. And there is nothing worse, I can tell you, than looking after young children with a hangover.
Haven't experienced that one yet.
It'll come. You'll get to the point.
What are you doing Sunday night?
Mr. Crown. Yeah, here we go.
Still learning that whole, you know, like breastfeeding, drinking. But you know what? It's it's definitely one of those things that has been such a wild ride, and I just have to pinch myself every day. But it's so awesome.
Shane seems like he is such a caregiver, you know, to you as a coach.
Absolutely.
I can only imagine what he's like as a dad.
Oh, yeah, he is so in love. Like, and she has her, like, she has her finger, what's the saying? Like,
He's wrapped
around her finger. Like, she will own him for life. It's crazy.
It happened to me. My daughter comes along. She can do whatever she wants.
And
My son, don't do that. You can do that. Yeah.
And Shane's like, oh, yeah, if I want something, I'm going to ask Willow if, you know, go ask Mum if I can get this.
Exactly.
But you got delayed on your flight down here, and you had a horrendous time getting here. I know you got in after midnight.
Yeah.
I was up very early the next morning, and I was walking outside, and there's Shane with the pram, Willow, out the door straight away, obviously letting you rest, which,
so so
Talk
nice.
about getting brownie points up.
Well, you know, sometimes, so Willow, like last night, she slept all the way through. We even had to wake her up. The poor Sleeping
wow.
Beauty.
There
Yeah,
we
this
go.
weekend has definitely rocked her. But, you know, there will be nights, and Shane will like, oh, I'll get up with her. And I'm like, thank goodness, you know.
That's great.
It's so good.
All
it's
right.
so good.
So we're going to segue into something completely different, which is due to the weather, the actual event has changed due to safety. And we are now looking at this. Annie Sakamoto, what do we got?
Sakamoto?
Oh,
Well, we're going to keep the handstand walk. So for these teams, they are going to do a 20-meter handstand walk and then a 20-meter slalom handstand walk. And then they're going to do 10 synchro single-arm hang kettlebell snatches, although it looked like they were going to do cleans. I think that's what they were being briefed on. 120-meter carry. The carry changes each time. 10 more synchro single-arm kettlebell dumbbell movements, and then another 120-meter carry, 10 synchro single-arm hang kettlebell dumbbell movements. Again, I think that they've changed that to cleans. That's what it looked like the briefing was happening. And then they'll finish up with a 20-meter handstand walk each and a 20-meter slalom handstand walk each. 17-minute time cap on this event. We're going to see some dead balls come back, some dumbbells, and some kettlebells.
We've got some odd objects happening as well. So no more snatching. We will be cleaning, and it will be an odd object carry as well, not a farmer's carry, just due to some safety. And that rain absolutely pouring down. Thank you very much to all of our judges as well. Talk about taking in all of the elements. I was talking to Annie, like she came out last year as well, and normally we're in sort of that winter time in that howling tunnel where the warm-up area is.
Yeah.
At the moment it's very pleasant out there, but normally it is just freezing. How did you go back in the day coming on the floor here, having to really warm up to get out here?
Yeah, it was tough. And I just remember warming up in like a jumper, tracksuit pants and everything, and just before we got corralled, like stripping it off, even wearing it to the corrals, and just before we get on the floor, you know, it was a part of the experience, so you kind of just like get like really excited about it all. But yeah, it was, and Shane always wanted me to jump in the ice bars after, and it was horrible.
Just get in the ocean. It's cold enough.
I know. We would always have a bickering back and forth.
No way.
And we didn't want to make a scene, so I was like, no, you do it. Get in there, Tio. I'm like, no, I don't want to go in it. Yeah, it was classic. But it's so great, you know. I think that's the beauty about CrossFit, right? Like, being outside, which I think is awesome that they took it outside. You know, we got amongst the beach and everything. I mean, some of the athletes probably didn't really love that yesterday because of all the heat. But getting outside, you know, with just the Australian weather, essentially, is just like so awesome. But being able to adapt on the fly, it's just...
And we saw it at Rogue too, right? It was dumping rain at Rogue, and they had to make some quick changes.
Yep.
It's going to happen, and the best part is these organizers are making sure the safety of the athlete comes first.
Absolutely.
And underway, heat number 1 for our elite teams now. So few changes for those of you who are following along, and we are going to make sure we keep you updated with those changes. But yeah, as Annie said, safety has always got to come first, and if you're putting a kettlebell over your head in the rain, probably not the best thing we can do. So we're going to change that to some clean, some odd object carries instead of our farmer's carry. That might even save the grass as well. The greenskeeper for St George Dragons are probably going, oh, please don't.
They were training this morning and having a look at they're like, what are these crazy people doing?
But the last thing you need is kettlebell divots all the way through. I wonder if they've briefed they can't put the kettlebells down.
Oh, I would assume so.
Because I don't think anyone did. And I don't think it was long enough, and the weight I don't think was heavy enough.
It probably had to be unbroken.
Carbon Method, CrossFit, Adrian Rodriguez from New Zealand. Well, he's the Frenchman, but the team from New Zealand.
So on these handstand walks, there's no set time between when your next athlete can enter the slalom or the handstand walk, but you got to communicate, because what you don't want to do is catch up to your teammate and possibly run into them or run over them.
Yeah, team team is really tricky because if you don't know how to communicate, like it can really bring a great bunch of athletes down.
Yep.
You know?
You've had a lot of great moments in your CrossFit career. What's your favourite moment from this stadium right now?
Oh, wow.
Do you remember back if there was one particular moment where you went, that moment that was so special to you?
Yeah, wow. Because there were a few. Do you know what? And I feel bad for like only remembering some of the ones that were, I guess, life-changing where, you know, back in 2014, it was the 10-rounder with the rope climb, run, move the marker. And I was so, like, I just started CrossFit. I'd never done legless rope climbs until they were announced for that workout. And I trained so hard for them, and so I was so excited. I came out so hot, I couldn't get past the 4th round.
Well, I mean, this is
And I
a similar
remember that.
event. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
You have to know your own capacity.
Yeah.
And not just on 1 or 2 rope climbs,
Yep.
but on 10 rope climbs.
Yep. But there was that also another one where it was handstand walk going into your snatch. And I was so proud of myself. I also learnt, I just started learning how to handstand walk. And at that year, it was, you know, in a certain amount of time, get as far as you can. And all the athletes were going up and back the floor. And you had a grace of like 1 meter. I got just past the 1 meter line and came down. That was my max handstand walk. But you know what? Ever. But it was the furthest I ever made it. So that was a great moment.
So
Wasn't great on the leaderboard.
Changes to the event now. The 2 athletes doing the kettlebell clean, 1 athlete doing a dumbbell clean. So very quick thinking from head programmer Rob Forte and head judge Dan Williams.
And the best part is very similar in movement, just a lot less risky. So that's an easy fix.
I think maybe just been a bit of a sun shower because we've got some shade or shadows happening from the athletes. So the sun coming out again.
It's a bit like Melbourne, huh?
And the Redback Gals, Holly Heine, Emily Townsend, and Alexandra Bullock heading back. Girls
And
from Melbourne.
You see all the athletes out the back, you know, warming up, like interacting with each other, and everyone just looks like they're having the absolute best time of their life.
Yeah.
It's so awesome to see.
Well, even a couple people said at Rogue that one event with the bike where everybody was outside and what they call the kettlebells.
I mean, they're like Hulk hands.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
They said even though it was just mayhem, it was so fun because when else are you in the rain, working out with your friends?
Yeah.
You know, it's just you gotta soak up those moments when you get them.
Oh yeah, I loved when all the water in those kettlebell Hulk hands, or
Yes.
whatever you want to call them, came pouring down on my face.
I remember that.
I think I swallowed the water, choking on it. It was great. It was a lot of fun.
So talk competition. Let's fast forward a little bit. Goal is obviously 2024 games.
Yep, it sure is, especially after Rogue.
Yep. So can you sort of reveal yet where sort of the Open is going to be happening for you? Where potentially we would love to see it, no doubt, coming back to the Torium Pro.
Yeah, I know. So has it been announced like the whole season?
Not yet. The semi-final dates haven't been announced yet.
Right. So I'm assuming then, like the prerequisites of like, okay, you have to be, you know, going back to your country and all. You know how there's always a little bit of like cloudiness there. Like, has that been announced?
No, but there is sort of some stipulations. If you want to compete overseas, you can, but
Right.
but we're not going to let you. Okay, you've got to, you got to come back. You got to come back here because, hey, we missed out. So we need you back.
You're like, okay, I feel like a little bit of a guilt trip here.
Exactly. Rookie just made his own executive decision.
That's right.
You know, well, honestly, you know, with Willow now, I have to actually, hey, look, we've got someone in the background here. You know, having family look after her is definitely like a huge necessity now. So Torium Pro is definitely a high priority for sure. Obviously, Open and quarterfinals, because if you don't actually know, Proven are actually opening up their own affiliate in Nashville, Tennessee. So that's really exciting, and so we're going to be probably doing the Open and quarterfinals there. You know, we're just so pumped. It's going to be like a brand new facility and everything. It's awesome. So I'll probably do the Open and quarterfinals there, and then we'll probably come back to Australia for Torian Pro. And then, of course, go back to Nashville and train for the games, leading into the games after the Torian Pro. So a lot of back and forth, but it's definitely going to be worth it. And I love going to the Torian Pro. It's just so fun.
Such a great event. It's probably the best semi-final. I'm going to be biased. It's the best semi-final event in the season by far.
I'm pretty sure people say that. Like, I don't think it's a biased opinion. I think it's just a fact.
I've talked to a few Australians since I've been here, and they say that, that is their game, since so few Australians are going to make that trek over to the States for the games. The Torian Pro is their game, so the fans come out in droves to the Torian Pro, and they go nuts from what I've heard.
But even like when I'm walking around here, like the Aussies love it. Like we just over the years, CrossFit has just gotten so much more popular over here, and it's so awesome to see. The 5 years that we've been in America, I've just seen such a huge growth within the CrossFit community in Australia, and it's just so awesome to see because when I first started, even the athletes before us had to work so hard to make a name for themselves and get out there because it wasn't as big and known. And now we're in that trajectory of athletes being able to make a living over here as well.
Which is huge.
It's huge. Yeah. Following their dreams and going after their passion.
Yeah, it's very different when you're able to make your living off of being an athlete versus having to make a living to be an athlete.
Yeah.
Just to give you an update, the Unbound Athletic and Instinct X Sports team for the men's division and the Redback Gals from Melbourne, your current leaders. And the rain continues to belt down here outside.
Rookie, going back to your question about my favorite workout, I actually just...
there we go.
Yep. Hours later. So it was one of the ones, my very first year, and it had strict handstand push-ups, front squats, and burpees. I don't remember what the workout was specifically. I just remember the 3 movements. I won my heat. And it was my very first interview with Kayla. She had purple hair. I had my shaved side. And, I was
so punk rock.
Winner. I mean, I don't know if I won the event, but I won my heat, and I was so pumped. That was probably a highlight.
There we go. But you go all the way back then.
All the way back then.
To your favourite event was you're early in your career, which is,
Yep, I literally thought about all the workouts just then when I was talking to you, and, went all the way back there.
Speaking of going back, we've got a couple of old heads in the field right now. The alumni 2015, Sean Brickwood.
Oh, wow.
Ben Wadsworth and Josh Santhau. So going back in the day. So they are competing as a team, and they are doing pretty well. They were really good out here earlier on.
Yeah. They had a great event.
It is really cool to see so many generations. You got people that have never even competed before. People that have been in the sport for years who have laid the foundation for us, it's just so awesome.
Redback Gals finishing up their carry, and another mum, Emily Townsend, bringing the team home. They will come back now for their handstand walk.
Oh, that stuff would be so slippery.
I was just thinking about all the athletes with their shirts off.
Yeah.
If you're the one, Joshy Santha now finishing up with that carry the kettlebell, but if you're carrying the ball, you'd obviously want to have a shirt on to get a little bit of grip because that thing's going to slip straight out. And I don't think there's anything more awkward than carrying one kettlebell. It's like one heavy suitcase.
Yep.
Do they have to now carry it all the way back? I should probably know this.
But they're at the halfway point now.
Halfway
They'll head all
Yep.
the way back, then they'll come down as a 3 and come back through the handstand walk, and then they'll get to the slalom handstand walk. Sean Brickwood finishing off. Ben Wadwell fast off. Joshy Santhal heading back.
And it has to be a bear hug? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah, I don't think you can shoulder it for the dead ball carry.
Yeah.
Yep.
The Bill Effects, the boys, 2 of them home. Carbon Method, that was Adrian Rodriguez at the top of the screen. Ben Wadwell for Alumni 2015 home. Didn't he just leave? Like on roller skates.
Oh, and you can bet those athletes did not want to see those dead balls again after yesterday. That was such a brutal opener with those dead balls and that carry down the beach. Here they are carrying it again, this time in the rain.
Unbound athletic.
Classic Rob Forte.
Oh,
Thanks,
classic.
mate. And he would not have any sympathy.
Lee tested all the events.
Yeah,
And then
I'm not surprised.
And then tweaked them to make them better and tested them again. So he knows what's happening out there.
He runs some really great workouts for competitions, that's for sure. It's not his first rodeo.
Unbound Athletic still in the lead for the men and the Redback Gals. And athletes having to do the long walk in the rain for the next heats, just at the top of your screen.
Yeah, I wonder how, like, if it's super humid out there or if the rain is actually, giving them a bit of a break,
Keeping it cooler.
Yeah.
The benefits of broadcast. You get to stay inside for a little bit.
I know.
Right. Oh.
Although I'd much rather be
out there.
Out there in the elements.
Definitely.
We've seen a couple of different variations of handstand position. The scorpion, obviously.
Yeah.
You see your gymnasts and then.
Yeah, they're perfect.
Yeah.
Do you sort of morph in between each style? Do you try and aim for that starting position that's nice and balanced, and then once you start to fatigue, you allow your natural body shape to take over and balance out your body that way? Is that sort of how you manage your fatigue?
When I'm upside down, I think I'm one way, but really I'm in a completely different way. And when I look back on photos or videos, my legs are wailing all over the place. And Shane does say, like, hey, tighten up. But I'm like, I am tight, but I'm upside down and I don't even realize. But yes, the whole objective is to try and stay as tight as possible. You don't have to be too tight because sometimes, when you're overemphasizing how, perfect you are, you're not actually creating any momentum. So, being a little bit loose, but more so very tight, squeezing the butt, keeping your feet just a little bit over to help you move forward is definitely really beneficial and way more efficient. So you really want to be super efficient, which is obviously going to save the fatigue and then less time on tension.
Unbound Athletic, our first male team to finish up about 30 seconds ago, and the final handstand walk from the Redback Gals. It is Alexandra Bulik. She is 4 lanes in from bottom of screen. And this is all that is left for her. Emily Townsend and Holly Heine, her 2 team members, are over the line. And Alexandra working very hard to get to the CrossFit Games this year in the team competition.
Let's go, Dylan. Come on.
And so close. And that's where your patience has got to come in. We saw Toby Crouch do the same thing and tried to jump over and put his hands over. The judge goes, no.
No. Oh, that's happened to me before, and it's not nice. For a split second, you are very resentful to your judge, but then you understand they have a job to do.
You could see her, like you were talking about, her legs were straight, but as she lost that momentum and she bent those knees, she was able to move forward again.
Just got a message from one of the directors of Down Under, Andreas Glor, and he just looked up at me and said, is she still talking? And I went, yep, she is. we got plenty more in the tank. We got another couple of heats to go.
If anyone has had a conversation with me, they know I could talk all day long.
That's why we cut our interviews post-event to about 2 minutes.
Yeah.
So we can actually keep the schedule.
Yeah. It's great.
I actually noticed there's an athlete out there. She has a really cute crop top on. And she was actually in the meet and greet lineup getting a photo with me. And I'm like, hey, I just seen you. And here you are. You were meant to be warming up when you were getting a photo with me. That's so awesome.
But great for you not competing. Well,
Yeah.
unfortunately you're not competing, but great that you're not competing because you're more accessible
Yeah.
to everyone around here, and
Absolutely.
they can have a chin wag
Yeah.
with you. And I know you love a chat, so so your meet and greets have just got to be like speed dating. It's like, okay, you got 25 seconds, let's roll. Boom.
Yeah. And then we got to go here and then there. No, it's so good. I love doing this type of stuff. And of course, I would have loved to have done team, but by the time road came around, I think it was a little bit too late. Everyone had already got their team, so I left it a little bit too late. Anyway, we should do a team next year.
Yeah.
There we go.
I like it. And then who will that leave up here with Rookie? It doesn't matter.
That's right. We'll get Commando Steve back.
I like it.
And not too long to go now. Sean Brickwood trying to get back. Ben Wadwell at the back. Bill
I like
effects.
Just about 10 seconds from that time cap.
And that is it. A grueling
job.
17 minutes. Holly Heine, Alexandra Bullock, very happy with that.
Yeah.
And Emily Townsend back to competition. Love it how all these athletes came through here on the competition floor, go and have a baby, and we bounce straight back. I'm so in awe of the athletes like you see coming into on the competition floor and doing so well, and they go, hang on a minute, life's going to get in the way for a bit, and then we're going to come back. I just love it.
Well, I think Cara was a really good, like kind of one of the athletes that paved the way that showed all these other moms that you can be a mom and return to competition and still be competitive.
Yeah.
And Rob Forte, event director and head programmer, changing things up. Holly Heine, come on, focus, girl. Looks like she's having too much fun out there.
She's playing in the rain.
Oh, that's it. Unbound Athletic, great for the boys to get over the line. And Alexandra Bullock, you're just so close, but you've just got to go, hey, I can do this. It's just but great for the Redback Gals to finish up. And those three girls are standing by on the field with Bella Martin.
Performance Redback girls. You didn't know where you were up until I just told you that you won for your heat. You were going against the men's field as well. So I guess we're not looking around on who's going where. We're just in our own race.
Yeah, I think like as soon as we did the first slalom and we noticed that everyone else was sort of struggling with it, we were like, right, let's think about the next heat. Let's think about the extra heats ahead of us. And let's try and push their times to try and finish it faster.
Absolutely. You were one of the few teams that actually managed to get through that slalom on your first go around. A lot of the teams got stuck there and you had already come back for those carries. Mentally, how does it feel to know that you are that dominant in a gymnastics move that so many other athletes found very challenging?
I think if you know your own ability, you know what you need to rest before going into it. So if you know that you can hit it, go for it. But if not, take your moment and then hit as whatever you can. And luckily it worked for us.
It definitely worked for you. The workout changed last minute before coming out onto the floor. Did that change anything for you strategy-wise, or were you just ready to go no matter what Down Under threw at you?
You know what? It was just a good event. Like, change it on the spot, that's the unknown. That's CrossFit. That was fun. That was good.
Speaking of unknown in CrossFit, we got another event inside in a little bit. Can we expect more domination from the Redback girls?
Let's bring it. Let's go. Yeah.
Rookie, the Redback girls are ready to bring it inside.
Thanks, Bella. You know what redbacks are?
No.
Redback spiders, they're really nasty little
They
suckers.
can kill you.
They kill you.
No thanks.
Yep.
I love what she said right there, though. You can't just think about the fact that you're winning that heat. You have to think about the other heats around you. So they did not let up off the gas. And let's see if any of the other female teams can beat them in this next heat.
Heat number 2. If you had a big blanket, you could just cover them all.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the judges haven't got like a mobile marquee and just walking along and keeping them dry.
Yep, right? I bet it's kind of fun for them to be out there in the rain. It's not dumping.
No.
You know, it's sprinkling.
But it's a different component. So you just had it at the Rogue Invitational
Yeah.
where the elements were not kind all weekend. And
Yeah.
I tuned in for most of it and had monkey bars, and it was pouring rain, and athletes having to chalk up like every couple of rungs.
Actually used Annie's grips.
She did.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
There you go.
Shane came running into the Rogue tent, was like, do you have, I was like, as a matter of fact, I do. And they were in my bag.
They
and-
are so tiny. I'm like, Shane, they don't even fit my hands.
So you put them on Willow and they fit.
Yeah, they're perfect for Willow. Oh my goodness. But you know what? Like, honestly, when we were competing in the rain, you don't even notice it. Like, besides the fact that all the rain, all the water just came on my face when I lifted up those kettlebell things. But I'm not even joking. Like, it's just so fun. It's so different. And I think, like, CrossFit athletes are so down to earth and they're just so chill. And there is so much truth to, we're so used to the unknown, unknowable. You know, like,
Exactly.
that's literally what CrossFit is all about. So it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, who cares? And it's so funny. They had to, like, you know, change some of the workouts, and a lot of it is to do with safety.
Yep.
For me, I'm like, safety? I don't care about safety. And I'm like, is that going to make it easier or harder? You know, like, it was so funny because, you know, as an athlete, you don't even think about all the other things. You're just thinking about what you have to do. And so, like, yeah, it's just a part of it. And I think it's actually a different element, so it's more enjoyable at times. And, yeah, it's a different challenge.
Two and a half men did very well in here with full send earlier on. And now getting to work for hard yaka. I love what Rob's done with the names.
Yeah.
So we got Crikey coming up. We've had hard yaka. And just that little Aussie twist on what we're doing. It's just outstanding from Rob.
I'm coming out with a book in February, and one of the chapters actually has it's called Hard Yaka. And I was like, hey, it's so fitting.
I was trying to explain to Annie what yaka is, and she was telling me that's actually someone who vomits a lot in the States, a yaka.
Well, you know what, Annie, you'll have to purchase my book when it comes out in February.
But you got to sign it.
I will.
Absolutely. You can actually pre-order it.
I would love to.
Just putting a little plug out there for anyone interested. But no, it is. It's such a funny name, isn't it?
I love it. I learn so much every time I come out here.
Yeah.
So many new words and terms.
Us Australians, we keep you on your toes.
Correct. GMC for the girls are done. Georgia Smith Ball finishing off and getting to work with Cherie Myers. Mackenzie Woodhouse making up that 3-girl team. Touring Gold are done as well as 2.5 men. I like what Bella said during the interview. Very manly performance. I wasn't lost on me.
You know, we were working out this morning with the volunteers and some people from, like, the community. And we're up on the hill where everyone is looking out. And we look into the ocean and there's, like, a massive pod of dolphins. It was so beautiful.
Oh, how amazing is that?
It was awesome.
I thought you were going to say a great white shark.
No. But you know what?
What?
If there's dolphins around, go swimming.
Right, because it means there's no sharks.
There's no sharks.
Yep.
It's
I
just
love
so
it.
beautiful.
Well, that top of that John Cleary Hill right there, right?
Yep.
Is that where you were? Yep.
You can see, like, there's a rig in the background of these athletes. And, yeah, everyone was doing, you know, their burpee bar touches and everything this morning. And I was like, dolphins!
But that's one of the things I'm sure you love as well, giving back to the community and actually getting out. And I did an interview yesterday with you on the floor with your partner doing your warm-ups.
Yeah. Oh, my God, he was a comedian.
Oh, no, he was so funny. But it must be great to get out within that community
Yeah.
thing and, like, just take that competitive hat off and just go, hey, put that aside. Let's just get out and just throw down with people.
Well, that was one thing that I really enjoyed about being pregnant. Walking into the gym and not caring about the purpose of winning in when I walk into the gym, I have to think, what is this going to do? How is it going to help me? Is it going to help me get on top of the podium? That's the end goal. And, you know, being able to not have to worry about that and actually enjoy just working out and being with friends, it was so awesome.
I've got a bone to pick with you too.
Uh-oh. Lay it on me.
You were heavily pregnant, yes, during the Open? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just saying.
I was.
You beat me in the Open with my weights.
I'm not surprised.
Isn't it? There's, like, so much truth to, like, I don't know, like the extra hormones and stuff. The hardest thing was the toter bar.
Of course.
Had toter bar been in week 3, I would not have been able to complete the Open.
Yeah, but that's why I talk for a living. And you do the fitness thing.
Yep. Yeah, I think watching you through pregnancy and even postpartum, I mean, even at Rogue, 5 months postpartum, 5.5. It really puts your fitness into a perspective. You know, it's you are so head and shoulders above 99.9%. 0.999% of the population. And the fact that you were kicking so many people's butts, both pregnant and postpartum, is just, it's a testament to how fit you are.
Oh, thank you.
On the other side of that, you know, one of the things I loved, I saw this with you last year at the Down Under Championships. I've seen every time I've seen you at any competition, especially not the games when you're competing, you're so about the community. And just as much as CrossFit is about fitness, it's about community.
Absolutely.
And I really appreciate you as an athlete, as a human, because you understand that side of CrossFit. I think there's a lot of high-level athletes that are too caught up in the competition side only. And, you know, having grown up in the sport of CrossFit, just been in it for over almost 20 years,
Wow,
I
yeah.
really appreciate that that is still something that's important to you.
Well, I mean, I had great role models.
Thank you.
But yeah, no, you know, I guess I don't forget where I came from. And I think I had a very traditional way of coming in to finding, you know, a CrossFit affiliate, getting amongst the community. We had just moved to this new town and I didn't have any friends. I didn't know anyone. And, you know, like walking into that CrossFit gym was the best thing that ever happened to me because, one, it opened my mind up to the new location that we just moved to when Shane and I were young. And, you know, meeting new people and like-minded people and everything. And so I will never forget that and just the impact that that had on me. And now, you know, being amongst an affiliate all the time when I'm training, like every place I have trained for the CrossFit Games has been an affiliate. And now that we actually get to have our own proven fitness affiliate, like that is just so, like it's a dream come true. And Shane and I had an affiliate back in the day as well, but it was in a tiny town, you know.
CrossFit Gladstone.
It was so tiny. And, you know, it was just, the community was just everything. You know, if I didn't have that community coming to regionals with me every time, cheering me on, you know, wearing TCT shirts and making our own shirts and everything, it's just, I feel like I have to give back and show my thanks. So, you know, it's definitely a thing that I'm just so grateful for. And, you know, I agree with you. Like, the community is absolutely everything because if it wasn't for the community, sponsors wouldn't, you know, want to invest and then I wouldn't be able to do this for a living. And, you know, it's just made my dreams come true. So I'll be forever grateful for that.
Well, we're very grateful that you had a chance to stop by and spend a little bit of time with us.
Yes,
Please,
I hope I
please.
didn't talk your ear off.
Please come back tomorrow.
We all know I ramble.
That's okay.
We love it.
I actually had you on mute, so I didn't know what you were saying the entire time.
You know what? That's literally Shane's life. Has me on mute.
But if you've got time tomorrow, please come back
Absolutely.
and we'll chin wag some more and
Yes.
we'll see what throws down for day 3 of the Down Under Championship.
Yeah.
But Tia Claire Toomey, thank you so much once again. I know your time's precious here,
No,
and
thank
we really
you.
appreciate you coming in.
Thanks
Thank you.
so much for having me, guys. I really appreciate it.
Easy.
Love it.
All right. Yes, you will. Guaranteed. And back to the field. And the rain seems to have subsided a little bit. And the Urban Gals doing exceptionally well down there at bottom of screen in the black, just to the far left. Jade Henderson, Laura Roberts, and Talia Manyweather. CrossFit Urban Energy on the Gold Coast. And we've had, bit of a stack.
She took down one of those slalom poles.
Team Taurus.
We have one of the men through that final handstand piece for 2.5 men. Second athlete on that first part of the slalom course. Trying to pick up a few more points after this morning's great performance from them.
And I know we speak about it a lot, and day 2 moving day, and 3 opportunities for points today. Inside, then outside. We're back into the arena later on. You can do a lot of damage with 300 points.
That's just it. Yesterday was only 2 events. Definitely a lot of points to be made, but like you said, today is moving day. 300 points up for grabs for all of these individuals and teams. We're watching a few of these athletes and teams make their move today. There's still one more event coming back inside, higher skill gymnastics and a barbell. So, yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for these folks to make a move on that leaderboard.
Alita Watoa getting finished up for Team Taurus as the girls from GMC are trying to get done. And that one arm, it's like you're running in the airport. You've got your bag, we're gonna get on the plane. There's your training.
Functional fitness right there at
That's
its finest, right? Look at this. Oh,
come back here, buddy.
he thought he got a no rep. He's too honest with himself.
But 2.5 men, once again, getting the job done, 12 minutes in.
These guys are on fire today. Can they do it on a third event? Running up, we got about 4.5 minutes to that 17-minute time cap for all of these teams. GMC is now in for the ladies. Looks like the third girl coming in for CrossFit Taurus, lane 2. The crux of this workout undoubtedly has been the second time through the 20-meter slalom. Some athletes really having no trouble with it, but others struggling on that last 20 meters. Looks like lane 9, Star Strength, the DJZ finishing up. Still a good amount of time before the 17-minute time cap. A lot of bodies out on that field right now. Ooh. A lot of sore backs and hips, I think, from that last one. And Star Strength DJZ, like we said, is in. Just a few more teams left out on the floor.
With that rain that's come down, the humidity has skyrocketed. So unpleasant. So it's a very sweaty, unpleasant carry. You're getting rained on as well.
Yeah, it would make the carries quite a bit harder. You can see a lot of the athletes using 2 hands on both the dumbbell and the kettlebell carry. We were saying earlier, you got to make sure either you have a shirt on for that ball or a towel resting on the ball when you're not using it.
But what goes in competition, you got to take your shirt off. You got to show your wares.
all those muscles you earned, they better be on display.
And how good to have Tia in here for that long.
She's so giving of her time, always. Whatever event I've been at, where she's not competing, she's just so generous with her time and her knowledge and her stories.
Good to tap in to, it's almost a Oceania encyclopedia. Oh. Don't skewer yourself. And that time cap not too far away, just over 1 minute, 1:29. Boys were so good yesterday on that beach.
Oh, they were on that run. Longer workout, another longer workout here. Similar time cap.
Taurus having a rough time Down there in lane number 2 in the white and green, bottom left of screen. The Taurian Gold girls are done.
Sounds like Taurian Gold has come in.
Yep, some athletes just find the handstand walk so simple to do, and then some others, it is a battle.
I think it comes down to, again, efficiency of movement, but also knowing your own capacity on something like a handstand walk. Not kicking up too early. Any missed rep is such a huge waste of energy and time.
And our time cap finally comes, and grueling is one word that I would use to describe what was happening. The boys, 2.5 men.
Yeah, what a great first 2 events for 2.5 men. 2 heat wins back to back. They're going to put a few more points onto their score and probably make another little move up that leaderboard.
And a little bit of a patchy cloud thing happening, rain falling, sun coming out, crowd back onto the hill, which means the rain has subsided for now. And the athletes getting underway, and it was the sticking point of the handstand slalom walk again. And not just being able to go through those objects, but keeping within the confines of your lane and not hitting that white line. The girls from GMC doing well.
Definitely. We even saw a few teams struggle on the first time through that handstand slalom walk. Odd object carries, and odd they were. How do you hold it? By the handle in one arm, by the handle with 2 arms. Some synchro movements, and it didn't change it much. It didn't make it less hard to have the clean.
And moving day 2 of the Down Under Championship underway, and one of those teams that is moving is standing by with Bella Martin.
I'm back again with the 2.5 men. I think we can upgrade. We can be the 3 men now. Very excited to see, put your money where your mouth is, another heat win back to back. Did anything change with the weather, or were we ready to go for anything?
Yeah, I think we were ready for anything, but the clean definitely made it a lot easier than the kettlebell snatch for sure.
With the slalom handstand walk, you guys didn't seem to struggle. Other teams have found that very difficult. Is that something you practice often, or are you just very talented handstand walkers and gymnasts?
Yeah, I reckon Max is good at his hands no matter what, but when they announced it, we had to mess around with it a little bit. Out here on the wet grass was a little bit of a factor, but it wasn't too bad.
You do well with the energy and you play well with the crowd. How does it feel to be on the floor with all of these fans so much closer to you and in the arena? Is there a difference in the energy?
It definitely helps. Like, this is probably our first biggest comp, so hearing everyone we know cheer for us and things like that, and then we have people at home, it's pretty legit, so it helps.
Boys, what's our motto for the weekend? What are we going with?
Rain, sleet or snow, we're ready to go.
You heard it here first. Down Under Champs, that's the motto.
Thanks, Bella. And we're going to get a lot of things down here in Wollongong. I can tell you, snow is not one of them.
I was going to say, if it snows, I'm leaving. I did not come here for snow.
That's old school regional days. The snow is long gone. The sun is out, barely, but the rain is coming down, and yeah, they might need a sled. But
and it's only going to make that hard yaka harder. We have for the teams the 3rd and final heat coming up, and here's what they're up against. 20-meter handstand walk each, a 20-meter slalom handstand walk each, 10 synchro single-arm hang kettlebell or dumbbell cleans. They changed that for the safety of the athletes. 120-meter carry with some odd object, 10 synchro single-arm hang kettlebell or dumbbell cleans again, another 120-meter carry. Final round of 10 synchro single-arm hang dumbbell or kettlebell cleans. And then what seems to be the crux of this event, a 20-meter handstand walk and that 20-meter slalom handstand walk that is just smashing a lot of these teams. You can see the final heat of teams kind of warming up. They've changed it to cleans, so these athletes are preparing for that movement. You heard the gentleman from 2.5 Men say, though, it made it much easier, I'm sure, on the shoulders for sure, to change it to a clean versus a snatch. But this workout didn't look easy in any way, Rookie.
Oh, absolutely not. And being able to combat not just the physical factors that are going on around you with the rain and the humidity, but also trying to manage your own fatigue with what's happened over the last day and a half. Crowd has gone nowhere.
Maybe just crept up into the shelter a little bit, but they're still out in droves. Look at that rig on top of John Cleary Hill right there.
Thought you were looking at one of the competitors.
Look at the rig on that competitor.
But for the males, the Hombre Hombres on 290 points, Team Frog Grips on 285, and a couple of dogs on 275.
Yeah, not far behind. There's a great race for those top 3 teams in the men.
And for the women, the Redback gals doing themselves a lot of wonders. And we'll have to wait until the end of this event before we can work out exactly what's happening. But they have jumped considerably up the leaderboard on day 2 of competition. California girls, Nextletica Gold and Star Strength Fitness Alley, your top 3 coming in overnight. The Fit Mamas Club, who had a great event 3, and see if they can back that up. And Alethea Boone, no doubt, will be leading the charge for the handstand walk for the Fit Mamas Club.
Danny Spiegel so fast on her hand. She did the whole thing unbroken, as did her teammates Emily Rethwell. And then Jessie Smith finishing right there. Some of these teams going right into that slalom. But, you know, Rookie, it's not about finishing this first round of handstand walks first. It's about finishing the last round of handstand walks first.
And if you're Alethea Boone, you're going to do both. Alethea
Straight
Boone.
legs, tight body. Oh.
She beat everybody on the entire field.
She's done. Male and female, that's what we love, having these male-female heats, the mixed heats. Look at her looking around. You guys gonna finish that?
Come on, guys, hurry up.
I got some work to do.
And making sure Jake Crouch getting done for putting a finger on the white line. Danny Spiegel getting done. And they're those areas that creep in. And these lanes are very tight.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hombres, Noah, Tola, Chandler. Good spacing between the 3 of them as they run down the field.
Yep. So now they're on to those cleans. There'll be 2 of them with kettlebells, 1 of them with a dumbbell. Like a well-oiled machine right here.
Oh, the less talking they do, the better, because they know exactly what's going on. The Nextletica girls are all done. And Team Frog Grips back to join. A couple of dogs. And also the Hombre Hombres. Fitness Alley, Star Strength team. The girls are done as well.
Love it. It looks like kids on a playground right there.
Schwartz heading back as well.
Of course, Star Strength Fitness Alley already chipping away at their cleans.
The Hombre Hombres. Tola having a chat to Chandler on the way down.
You could at least make it look a little bit difficult, boys.
Oh, Noah's doing all the work, isn't he?
Well, I was going to say, I wonder if they'll switch objects at that end or if you have to stick with the same object.
The problem with the sun coming out the way it has, and now the sun beating down, that humidity is going to rise, and all that water that's now in the grass is going to come up and make things a little bit more uncomfortable. And we were out in the sun for a little bit yesterday in that heat, and it was scorching.
It was scorching. We saw a lot of folks get really burnt yesterday. Noah with that dead ball. Taking one for the team there, as that looks like the most awkward of all the objects to carry.
But you think about Noah being the shortest of the three, and he'd probably have the shortest reach of the three. You'd think you'd give it to someone like Tola with a greater reach to get around that ball to pull it in.
It's a huge advantage to have longer arms to carry something like that ball for sure.
The hombres in the lead, the frogs and the dogs not too far behind. Hawkesbury's finest from Star Strength in fourth.
You know, Rookie, if there's a little bit of rain and a little bit of sun, what else is out there?
It's not snowing,
Somewhere.
okay? It's not
no,
snowing.
No, a rainbow.
Oh, rainbow. I thought you were talking about snow.
No, there's got to be a rainbow. Where there's rain and sun. Top 3 male teams all working on those cleans again. And a little rotation on odd objects. And like you said, Tola now with those longer arms taking that dead ball for the second carry.
You could see how far around the ball he was grabbing his other wrist. And
huge advantage.
And Noah grabbing his hands. I don't think anything looks comfortable for Noah at the moment, but he's moving it so well.
Yep.
Team EXF, you can't miss them with, Tola actually taking a break with that ball. So that, you mentioned, it seems to be the hardest object to move. And he's dicing closely to that line. Don't you put your foot on it, Tola. You'll be going back for a no rep.
I wonder what Chandler did to get out of carrying the ball.
Exactly. The frogs and the dogs, they are back as the hombres and Noah sprinting down. And Tola the last to come back. Interesting carry from Joel Molinia.
Ricky taking that ball for the couple of dogs. And they'll get working on that last set of odd object cleans.
There's something about doing odd object work. It's so hard, but it's so rewarding. Because it's not comfortable.
Right.
It's not balanced. And interesting carries from Joel Molinia. He sort of had the dumbbell in a headlock carrying down the field. So take all the pressure off your forearms and you're using a little bit more bicep.
It does look, easier than the dead ball, but still awkward. It's, are you going to do a suitcase carry on the kettlebell or the dumbbell, or are you going to try to use both hands, which can sometimes get in the way of a fast cadence of those feet?
One thing that's really impressed me about a couple of dogs, you've got Ricky, who's got a bucket load of experience. John Molinia, he's at the back. He's only had 1 year at the Torian Pro. And also Johan Roberts, who competed this year at the Torian Pro for the first time. Their composure as a team all weekend so far, astronomical.
Well, and especially when you think they're going up against 6 games athletes. I mean, that could be very intimidating for a lot of people, and they're really taking it in stride. And we saw that especially in the event before this. Full send.
Now the Froggies, they have now jumped ahead of the hombres. Tola taking a little bit of time to get back with that ball, which has allowed the Frogs to catch up. And just onto the left-hand side is a couple of dogs. This is going to be a great battle. Chandler nearly ankle tapping Noah. He was going so quick, and the slap across the chest, that was an apology.
Oh.
And someone's come down. It is Johan Roberts at the back.
Looked like his arms just buckled on that last little bit.
Royce first, Bailey Martin second, and Jay Crouch to anchor.
Royce really good on his hands for a larger athlete.
Noah finished. Chandler coming. And Tola now. A couple of dogs at the back. As Jay Crouch is about to finish up. Royce Only a couple of meters left, and he is done with the handstand walk. Bailey Martin coming on the far left of screen. Noah Olsen, center of screen. Then Chandler, then Tola.
It's going to be a race between Jay Crouch and Tola Morinquino here. Who can get through that last set of objects quicker?
And it's going to be Jay Crouch, and only just. It's going to be milliseconds in it. But what a comeback from Team Frog Grips. Just ahead of the hombres, and we knew it was going to go back and forth all weekend.
But that was so close right there.
But we didn't expect a couple of dogs to be so competitive.
And if Johan hadn't dropped down, I think it would have been a three-way race right at the finish. Definitely a little costly for the dogs, but look at, we're well under that time cap.
And the dogs come in now.
Johan's arm just buckling right before the finish on that first little stretch, or sorry, the second stretch of the straightaway.
Gemma Hoke. She is done. Danny Spiegel, long strides with those arms. That's a hard thing to do.
Yep.
That's where you get a lot of imbalance and you get a lot of athletes either coming backwards or forwards. To be able to stride out like that.
Emily's across the line.
And it looks as though Star Strength Fitness Alley have finished up for the girls. And let's watch this back again. And Jay Crouch, yes.
By one hand.
Ooh. The California girls getting no reps.
Wow.
Wow, that is going to be a close one. I'll let the judges decide. That's.
I think it was the Frog Grips by one step of a hand. How about this?
Gemma Hoke,
Yeah.
Abby Carvel, the local girl, and Charlotte Baldwin.
Star Strength Fitness Alley winning the heat in the event right there.
And changes on leaderboard. They've really thrown a cat amongst the pigeons, haven't they?
A cat amongst the pigeons?
Oh, you haven't heard that one either.
No. Are those cats on the sheep station?
No, there's one cat and there's a lot of pigeons. You throw a cat in there, what happens? Like they obviously scatter and, yeah, so you're causing chaos.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought
No, they're
something
not
was going to
gonna-
happen to the
No,
cat.
no,
I
they're
thought
gonna-
the pigeons were going to eat the cat.
No, they're not. The pigeons just fly away. But
Okay.
they're causing chaos.
Okay.
So coming in with some great results so far, they've been impressive.
Yep.
.12 minutes down with 5 remaining. And the girls that we are excited to see do something. You can see how much it means to them. The Fit Mamas Club. What a club to be in. You're in that club.
That's big for the Fit Mamas Club. You know who's not in yet is the California girls.
No.
So they're going to lose a few points right here.
Emily Ressel just coming in now. And Jessie Smith to anchor, and a lot of placings in between them. The Schwartz's girls are in. Nicola Cummins. She is done. Sonia Mori and Poppy Hay. We're going to call her Giggly from now on.
That was such a great interview.
Jessie Smith finishing far left of screen. So the California girls in about 5th place.
They're going to definitely lose some ground on Nexletica gold and Star Strength silver. But don't forget what's coming up next for these athletes. Ring muscle ups and a heavy barbell. Here comes the sunshine.
Oh, geez, they're not impressed, are they? The sun's out. How can you not?
Sun's out, guns out. Go for some tanning.
And just being impressed, his demeanour. You haven't seen that. You see that Ricky Garrard aggression, and not a violent aggression, but that competitive edge that he brings to every event. I haven't seen it in that capacity that he does bring as an individual. And I think the other two young boys are really feeding off just his drive rather than that aggression. I'm loving it.
It's more of I hate to say it, but a nurturing side from Ricky this weekend so far. And, you know, they say one of the best ways to learn something is to teach something. And maybe that's what Ricky's doing this weekend, teaching them how to be competitors.
Nathan Horner finishing up the meatball. What a nickname, the meatball. So good. Peak 129 Ali. Caitlin Danny, Abby Ashton, and Shelby Fennick, the girls in the purple. Still got time, 2 minutes. But the no reps that are starting to creep in are really chewing into that time cap. And Greater West HQ are done. And Alethea Boone, just incredible on her hands, incredible with a barbell.
Well, we talked about it. We knew Alethea was going to be good, but her positioning was so beautiful. She had that straight, perfect position on the handstand walk. You know she was excited when this event came out.
Abby Ashton now kicking back up for peak 129 Ali. You want to hurry up, but you don't want to rush for fear of coming down again.
Oh.
And Abby at 6 feet tall as well, so her,
just barely making that across the line.
Her hand placement important. Caitlin Danny now in the center of screen in the purple and black. And getting sent back.
Less than a minute to try to finish this last slalom.
Shelby Fennick, the same, getting sent back. This is what we call Melbourne weather. We've had rain, sunshine, it's been cold, it's been hot, all in one day. It's a normal Melbourne day.
Slightly schizophrenic.
Yes, erratic. Doesn't know what it's doing. Shelby Fennick, getting it done. That was a much better attempt from Shelby, and now Caitlin Danny. Fingers on. The judge. Wow, he was right there. He's got a much better position than we do. And Caitlin, just under that time cap. And not too far away from our time cap. Great finish to competition now. Out on the field, and the Fit Mamas Club have got to be so excited with what they've done this morning.
They have definitely made up some of those 20 points that they were behind in fourth place, and going into the third and final event back in the arena, they've set themselves up really well. Moving day it was for the Fit Mamas Club. But what a race between all the guys, the gentlemen on the field, all the guys' teams. Odd object carries. The hombres almost had it.
And we fast forward to the females that were finishing strong, and one of those, Jaylee Mancy, Justine Beath, and Alethea Boone rolling back the clock. The Fit Mamas Club standing by with Bella Martin.
Here with the Fit Mamas, what a special group to be a part of. What does it mean to you to be a mom, but also an elite level competitor?
You know, I don't think we consider ourselves elite competitors. We just love the fact that we reached out to each other, got a little bit of discipline to be able to put a training block together and come out and have some freaking fun. Yeah. These two are parents of like 2 kids. I've only got one and I'm struggling. I don't know how they're doing it.
Yeah, it's definitely a juggle, but it's been so good this weekend to do something for ourselves. And like we've got our families here, and to make them a part of it and to manage it all, it's really it's really special.
Quality apparel,
Yeah, I mean, like we said
accessories
before,
and
we've
equipment
said
from the best.
that our families sacrifice just as much as we do. So to be out here to show our families what we've been, working for, it's kind of amazing. And to finish an event like that was just like, we've done it, we've made it.
Collectively, this was a hard event for us to do. So to get us all over the line was the biggest win. We feel like we've won. Like, that's what
I want to support you guys. I want to be a Fit Mama fan for sure. Something you have a lot of competitive experience with each other. How does that go into a competition like Down Under?
I think it's good that we can just come together literally the day of and just throw down together and have a bit of fun. The experience comes into play in terms of we back ourselves, I back my teammates, and we fill each other's holes, which is super important. Yeah. But I'm not going to lie, mum strength's a thing. And it's not necessarily the biceps. I was saying it's a little bit bigger than Chandler's, right? But it's the mental strength that you have as a mum. It's a next level.
You were training earlier today, so you didn't hear Tia say it. She said mom strength is what gets her through it as well. So obviously there's something in the water out here, but also something about being a mom. Ladies, thank you so much. We're going to head back into Go Out Arena for event number 5.
Thanks, Bella. And very inspirational. Fit Mamas Club Alethea Boone. Mental strength. You got that right. You got plenty of it, and your lats are nearly as big as your biceps. But a great performance from the Fit Mamas Club. And a great performance from a lot of teams that needed to make a move. And we've had rain, almost hail and shine all the way out at the field. The Wadlife field. We're back inside the Go Wad Arena now. Before we get started for event number 5, our third event of the day. It's called Crikey. Tip of the hat to Steve Irwin. Thank you for joining us here at Wynn Stadium in Wollongong, Australia for day 2 of the Down Under Championship. Jeremy Austin and Annie Sakamoto with you. Bella Martin will be joining us later on the competition floor. And our third event of the day, as I mentioned, event number 5. This one's called Crikey. And we've got some intervals to play with. 10 muscle-ups, 3 squat cleans for a load of choice. A minute rest. They'll go back for 10 more muscle-ups and 2 squat cleans at the weight of choice, and then finally back for 10 ring muscle-ups and the final heavy squat clean load of choice. Pressure on these athletes to try and get things done under that time cap, and a lot of these athletes will be trying to attack these muscle-ups as best they can. Jack Jeffrey getting to work quickly. Luke Fowler straight off lane number 7. Luke Fowler left of screen, CrossFit Selwyn, Christchurch, New Zealand. Jack Jeffrey from CrossFit Torian up at Brisbane. Big shout out to Jono and Mike from CrossFit Torian. Put on a great show at the Torian Pro each year. Athletes allowed to pre-load their bars. And Annie, the ring muscle-ups, it's a little bit of a wrinkle, but nothing these athletes can't handle.
Definitely not.
What load do you go into the first 3 squat cleans with?
It's got to be something you know you can hit. It cannot be a question in your mind. Not only to get points on the board, but to give you the confidence going into the next weight. You want to warm up your system. You want to make sure you're lifting well and that you're not doing it just any which way you can. Isaac Newman, an athlete we were excited to see with a heavy barbell. I'm sure he will not disappoint.
Well, he said in his interview earlier he wanted another interview with Bella because that will mean he's winning another event. A 1 minute transition for the athletes. They will head back to second round of the 10 ring muscle ups.
Two squat cleans after the 10 ring muscle ups.
All right, see how we go with number 2, Annie Sakamoto. Jack Jeffrey, very efficient in round number 1. And it's one of those weird events where you get to work for a couple of minutes, then you stop. And your brain's going, are you working? Are you resting? And that's when your nervous system takes a little bit of a hit.
Definitely, but I would assume a lot of these athletes have trained an event like this, right? Where you fatigue a little bit with the gymnastics movement, you lift heavy load, and then you only rest for a minute before doing it all again. A lot of these athletes, I'm sure, do EMOMs of lifting, different stimulus like that, which would mimic something like this. Isaac Newman breaking up this second set of ring muscle ups.
I was going to mention you are one of the original masters of the muscle up. How do you attack this? Do you just go what Luke Fowler and Jack Jeffrey have done and go for 10 each time? Do you deliberately break them up just to give yourself a break? And do you negative split? I mean, do you do 6 and 4? Do you do 7 and 3? Do you do something larger, something smaller?
Again, I think that's really going to depend on your capacity on ring muscle ups, and you have to know your own capacity. While you maybe can do 10 unbroken for 1 round, does it make sense to do it for 3 rounds? Jack Jeffries knows that does maybe make sense for him, but other athletes, you might want to break it up early on before you have to. I like the idea of a negative split break, so something like you said, rookie, 6-4 or 7-3, when you know you have fewer reps, not more reps to do.
Great lift from Luke Fowler to the bottom right of our small screen. And Isaac unable to. Isaac tries again and misses.
Oh, that's a big miss for Isaac Newman. Not making that second rep, missing that lift twice. What does he do now for the single rep? Is he going to go up, keep that same load on?
And another shorter event. We've had a full sand 5 minutes. We've gone out in the field for a little bit, like an extended period of time out there. And then we finish in here for the end of competition day number 2. This is not just testing your skill level on the rings or amount of weight, but have you managed your fatigue over the previous 2 days?
Mm-hmm. Well, I love this. It's a very creative way to not just do a 1 rep max lift, something a little bit different. We have a 3, a 2, and a 1. We're comboing from max load. I love it. You know, I think there was just an article recently out about, are we testing too many 1 rep maxes? So I love this creative way. A triple, a double, and a single mixed in with a little bit of gymnastics.
The third and final. So we think of one of those great tests there is, 30 muscle ups for time. The boys are doing it, but they're breaking it up over 3 different rounds. And back in the day when we used to do muscle ups, you and I, way back when, getting 1 was great because there was a leaderboard on CrossFit.com and you had to film it and send it in, you got your name on the leaderboard. Now it's like 30's easy and they're breaking it up into 3 sets.
Right. Unbelievable. Just shows you how fast this sport is evolving and changing. how good these athletes are getting so quickly.
The first two guys to the barbell round 1, Luke Fowler, Jack Jeffrey. Round 2, the same two guys. Round 3, we're going again. So very efficient on the rings. Two of our shorter athletes as well. One of our taller athletes, Isaac Newman, stalking the bar at the back. Jack Jeffrey. This is 1 rep. That's all we need. 1 successful lift, and you've got time. So what you need to do is make sure you give yourself enough time to be able to nail it.
These athletes have to the 9-minute mark, so you want to manage that clock appropriately.
Luke Fowler successful. Isaac Newman, far left of screen, 160 kilos. Yes, sir. That looked comfortable. Jack Jeffrey nailing it.
What I didn't realize is they have multiple attempts within this time period.
Oh, yes. Yes, ma'am.
And so that was a great use of time from Luke Fowler here. He hit that 1 rep, so he has points on the board.
Looks like it's a 140 kilo for Luke Fowler, getting ready to lift. Stuck in the bottom, but gets it up. And I'm not sure, there's probably 1 kilo more in that lift. And in 15 seconds, I think he's going to call it.
Great management of the clock by Luke Fowler right there.
And
Jack Jeffrey missing that rep.
Smiley Smith having a crack for the last couple of seconds.
Oh! Great job for Smiley Smith right there. He has something to smile about right now.
And the judge not giving it to him either, so a no rep from Matt Smith. A great start to heat number 1.
What a fantastic event, rookie. I love this combination of high-skilled gymnastics and a heavy barbell. Does it get more CrossFit than that?
No, it doesn't. And the different strategies from different athletes. Isaac Newman breaking the muscle ups up, getting to and lifting 160 kilos. Jack Jeffrey, Luke Fowler going unbroken, hitting something very similar. So there's 2 different strategies going on.
And again, you need to play to your strengths and your weaknesses. And for Luke Fowler and Jack Jeffries, the muscle ups were just a nuisance, and they were able to easily go 10 reps unbroken, and that bought them a little bit of time so that they felt better on that barbell.
And Jack Jeffrey, some great lifting going on and some unbroken muscle ups, and standing by with Bella Martin.
Jack, we closed out this event with 150 kilograms on that clean. Are we happy with that?
Yeah, I'll take that. Under the fatigue of the rest of the competition, that's pretty close to my max, so happy.
Happy with that? I know you've been following the What's Rich Doing, but you call it the What's Royce Doing. How has that improved your fitness throughout your time training with them?
Yeah, Royce and Christy as well, they dragged me through all those What Royce is Doing workouts, and I'm just trying to survive with them, honestly, but it really lifts my game for sure.
Lifts your game, makes you a stronger athlete. What can we expect from you tomorrow on our last day of competition?
On the last event, that's going to be a tough one. I'm not looking forward to that. The 2 parts, it's a complete stitch up. You have to bury yourself on the first part, so we'll see how we go.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Jack.
Jack Jeffrey, one of those youngsters we are looking forward to seeing grow over the coming years. Heat 2 coming up. Wow. Dante Karangaroa.
That was where my eyes went.
But his clean is not his favourite lift. His snatch is, not so much his clean. Now, Ethan Vandervelden unfortunately has withdrawn, and we've just heard news that Andrew Samble has succumbed to that back injury finally, so we won't see him for day 3 or for the Crikey event number 5 coming up as well. Thor Heinel, Toby Crouch in those lanes 7 and 8. Adam Mancy, some big, heavy hitters, but they've got to get there first.
Yep. And what stands in the way of them in that barbell is 10 ring muscle ups. to start each round. They'll have 2 minutes to get those 10 ring muscle ups done, and then 3 squat cleans for load. They'll rest for a minute. They'll have another 2 minutes to get 10 ring muscle ups again, and then 2 squat cleans for load. 1 minute of rest, and then the time of work extends to 3 minutes. 10 ring muscle ups, 1 squat clean for load, and they'll have multiple attempts at that 1 squat clean. So if they're successful, they can go up again, and if they're unsuccessful, they can try that weight again. Exciting event for sure. Like you said, crikey.
Crikey.
Crikey, mate.
Steve Irwin made famous catchphrase.
We were lucky enough to go to the Steve Irwin Zoo the first time we were in Australia.
2012 it was.
Amazing. That is the only zoo I've ever enjoyed being at, to be quite honest.
I've heard of a zoo with 1 dog in it.
Huh? What?
It's an old joke. I won't repeat it on air. Toby Crouch focused. Nathan Corden, the Gold Coaster. And I like the staggered start of the athletes compared to where their barbells are out on the floor, so they're all moving the same distance.
You can also see a lot of these athletes testing the rings. There's 2 different heights out there. There's a lower ring height and a higher ring height. These athletes are testing right now which one they're going to go to. It's nice to have options.
Underway for heat number 2 of the elite individual men. Crikey. Nathan Corden, look at smooth he is, and not rushing out of that transition. Doing one too many. Went to catch in the 11th, the judge went, what are you doing?
Yeah. Can I put one in the bank for next round, please?
We're gonna do 11-9-8. Can we do that? Talk about negative split sets.
Exactly. Psychologically, that's amazing what it can do for you, right? Toby Crouch, the first athlete to lift that barbell off the ground.
Crouch, Corden, Thor Heinel on screen.
Don't forget, you have whatever's left on the clock to get that bar off the ground 3 times, get that clean. So there's no need to rush. You could see Toby Crouch look back at the clock. Where am I within that 2 minutes? Make sure you don't have any missed reps. Dante Karangaroa, easy.
Smooth lift.
He's got 1 more rep to go. He's watching the clock.
And plenty of time too, because we've got a 1-minute break coming up. Very wide stance, but such a stable platform to use.
So you said there's a minute rest in between, and there is, but that's when you can see a lot of these athletes are loading their bars, so they need to be mindful about taking a couple breaths, making sure they get that bar loaded correctly and evenly, getting back to their start spot.
I like how there's this lull in the crowd in between the lifts, and they just
We're
rise. Yeah, we're not just
We're
resting.
all resting.
We're all resting, yes. Adam Manzi, eyes up in the crowd, getting a nod of approval from somebody. When you own your own gym, who's your coach? Maybe he's nodding to himself. Hey, I reckon you got 10 more kilos in you. Let's go for it.
Hey,
Okay, yes.
actually, body language is everything, right, Rookie? When you think about it, I'd much rather see an athlete nodding his head yes than shaking his head no. So good on ya, Adam Manzi.
Alec Leach. White shirt. Everyone very relaxed out on the floor as well.
Adam making easy work of those ring muscle ups. You see a few of these athletes dropping off, probably very purposefully breaking up the reps, but Thor still on the rings. First one off the rings, unbroken set.
I'm loving the fact that every event that comes out and every heat that comes out, right across the last 5 that we've seen, different athletes are popping their head up going, hey, I'm going to take this one.
Yeah.
And the next event, a different heat, hey, I got this one. So it's, the leaderboard's going to be completely jumbled at the end of today. Alec Leach, far left, white shirt, black shorts, just behind Thor Heinel, the West Australian, with the pink knee sleeves. Oh, very good,
Nice
fast
first
elbows.
lift.
Wow.
Nice lift for Alec right there. See these athletes peek back at the clock. They got about 45 seconds left to get these 2 reps. Thor with his first squat clean is good.
Jaden Fakatobi short at the back right. Corden, front right. Alec Leach done. Dante Karangaroa.
First rep done.
Only 2 required this time around.
Adam Manzi has his 2 cleans under his belt. Time to load the bar for that final squat clean.
Dante, yes. Smooth again, not rushing it, and he's so controlled when he gets to that position, those elbows nice and high. And we've spoken a lot about midline over the last day and a half. We go out yesterday morning for event number 1, and they're taxing it with those heavy D-balls, the rope climbs, the overhead squat, taxing it even more. They've got to adjust their midline with their handstand walks as well. They come back in here now nice and tight. You need them for muscle-ups, obviously, but at the bottom of this squat clean, they really need to dig deep.
Oh, definitely. And you can see a lot of them, almost all of them have their belts out. They need that little extra support for that midline. Those backs and fronts are so smoked from what they've done.
Nathan Corden, very proud dad, and that's what he does it for no other reason.
I love it. All right, final round of the muscle ups and cleans. Important to remember, Rookie, there's 3 minutes this time. Still 10 ring muscle ups, only 1 squat clean, but they've extended the work time to 3 minutes. I love how high Nathan is catching on those ring muscle ups.
And now athletes just starting to break them up a little bit.
Again, the time is extended out, so it's probably not a bad idea to purposely break up this final round of muscle ups.
And keep in mind, it's 1 rep only.
Yep. But if you want to get another one, you can. And we saw that with Luke Fowler in the heat previous. Last 3 minutes of this event. 10 ring muscle ups, 1 squat clean.
CrossFit's one of those funny sports where you look across and you're really hoping the guy next to you gets the lift. When you go to normal competition with anything else, it's like, I hope you don't do...
I hope you fail.
I hope you don't do better than I do.
Yep.
But with this, they're looking across, they're fist bumping each other because they want it. Toby Crouch starting.
Great first lift for Toby Crouch.
Probably a little bit too easy.
Well, again, he's got time. He has 90 seconds. almost. He can do one more rep. Why not try? He has a good rep on the board. You might as well put some more weight on the bar.
Alec Leach. Adam Manzi this time. Oh, does he get extra points for the time under tension? Thor. Elbows a touch low. That one just spilling out. Dante Karangaroa back left.
Same thing for Dante. He caught with those elbows low, but he was able to save it. Push that bar back up onto his shoulders and stand it up. About 40 seconds remains for these athletes. Which ones are going to take a stab at a second attempt? Toby Crouch better. That first one was too easy.
Nathan Corden, he wants it. And I reckon all the other athletes are going to feed off this.
Oh, get up, get up.
Corden good. Crouch, no good.
Dante.
Karangaroa. Oh, that one spitting out. He's going to keep going. He's having another crack.
Oh! I don't think it's going to count, rookie, except for cheers and applause, but...
Or PBs. Competition PB,
Wow.
He's going to take it.
He had to try.
And yeah, head judge Jody Cassidy goes, no dice, but some great lifting from the boys. We've got a new hype man. His name's Nathan Corden. Hopefully the kids are watching back on the Gold Coast.
Great work from all those gentlemen. Toby Crouch having no trouble on the ring muscle-ups. We saw all of these gentlemen make their 3-rep cleans in the first 2 minutes, reload up that bar knowing that they were going to just 2 reps. Adam Manzi talking to somebody in the crowd. I don't think it was himself. This is where we saw some of these athletes purposefully break up those ring muscle-ups, making sure they had a little gas in the tank for the 2-rep squat clean. Adam Manzi doing a great job of that. Same with Thor. And then the third and final round, 1 extra minute and only 1 rep needed. Toby Crouch maybe a little bummed that he probably loaded that bar a little light.
Nathan Corden getting done. Dante Karangaroa getting done right after the bell, and he's standing by with Bella Martin.
Dante, let's chat about what we just saw. You've quickly become a fan favorite here at Down Under. You opened up very heavy, 140. Was that to make smaller jumps because you knew you could do it, or was that just, I'm a power mover, this is what I'm gonna do?
Definitely to make smaller jumps. Obviously, if I was to go 130, 150, that's 20 kilos. So we just decided to play it smart, bank the 3 reps, and then try and make some gains from that.
This workout, there's several muscle-ups that are in it. You could definitely go unbroken, but at the end, you were breaking up into sets. Is that to manage the fatigue, to get into the cleans for your pull?
Yeah, just not to stress out too much about the muscle-ups. Obviously, get them done in a manageable set, and then make up for it on the clean.
We were chatting, you were saying you're happy about the 155 at the end that didn't count, but that's not close to your PB. What used to be your PB, and why are we looking a little bit differently now?
20 kilos less. So obviously, mass moves maths. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Dante.
Heat 2 out of the way. And a big thank you to our sponsors, Alpha Fit, Reebok, GoWad, TWL. It's been a great almost 2 days. We've got our third and final heats coming up of the individual men. And it is event number 5. It is Crikey.
They have 2 minutes, rookie, to get 10 ring muscle ups and then 3 squat cleans for load. They'll have a 1-minute rest where they're gonna reset, reload those bars, and then another 2 minutes to get 10 ring muscle-ups, this time only 2 squat cleans. A final minute of rest, and then we move that 2-minute work time to a 3-minute work time, still 10 ring muscle-ups, but this time only 1 squat clean for load. So you wanna really make sure you're managing those ring muscle-ups. We heard Dante talk about that. And make sure you're making appropriate jumps on that barbell to set you up for success.
Lane assignments for heat number 3. Pete Ellis in lane 5. Jono Dunlop in 4. And interesting to see what all of these athletes are doing. Zach Thomas doing well out on the field for event number 4, hard yaka. A little bit earlier on, Johan Van Zyl has had a great weekend so far.
Johan lost a few points in that last event, whereas Zach Thomas moved himself into 2nd place after hard yaka. So can Zach Thomas hold on to that 2nd place position after Crikey? About to find out, rookie.
Underway, 3rd and final heats of our 5th and final event for day 2 of the Down Under Championship for 2023. This one's called Crikey. And I reckon once they come out of the hole of that squat on the final repetition, they're going to go crikey. That's probably what Rob Forte said when he tested it, and he went, whoa, crikey.
I think that's the name of the workout. Looks like Johan's gonna go unbroken on this first set of ring muscle-ups. It's like all the gentlemen are gonna go unbroken on the first set. Only 42 seconds in, which means they have a good amount of time to get these 3 squat cleans. No need to rush. You wanna make sure you're successful, no missed reps. Peter Ellis stepping to the bar here.
George Regas finishing up a very easy clean, far right of screen. He's got the long pants on as well, which is interesting. Zane Shellabere-Healy done. Peter Ellis successful.
2nd rep there for Peter. Again, there's still 30 seconds left on the clock. No need to rush. You need to be successful.
140 kilos for Peter Ellis. And looking good. Zane just behind, looking good.
Power clean there for Johan. And then has to squat it. Not your most efficient way to get that squat clean, but it'll count. See George Regas in the lower right-hand side of your screen. He's made his 3 squat cleans. Time to reload the bar and reset the clock.
And the lull. And the laser eyes are back. Coach Matt Riley sitting behind us. Oh, the right eye's twitching. I don't know what that means, but that might be, look out, Peter Ellis is coming for another one. And hard to gauge exactly what anyone else has done in the previous 2 heats coming into this. You've obviously got to stay in your own lane.
Exactly. And that's, you know, this is a little bit of a trap, this event, because there's a 3, a 2, and a 1 rep max, really. And you just want to make sure you have no missed reps, or that weight is not going to count, and that's a hard no rep. James
Hargraves on the far left in the green, just coming down. CrossFit Built Athletic on the Gold Coast. Zane, Peter, Johan, Luke, Jono, now Zach, James the last one on the rings. But Zane, who has quietly gone about his business for the last day and a half.
Two reps. They have about 1 minute right now, rookie. Both Peter and Zane having good first lifts.
And Zane only sitting 12 points back from Zach Thomas. Luc de Jong doing that one pretty easy.
Still about 30 seconds for all these athletes to get that second squat clean.
You talk about stature for athletes. Peter Ellis, Zane Shellaby-Healy, not big humans, but very strong. Jono Dunlop with some beautiful elbows.
So fast right there for Jonathan Dunlap, and that's what you need.
Jumping Jono Dunlop, we're going to call him. And he's going to do some jumping. And he had a great day one yesterday.
All these gentlemen making their 2 reps. So we have one final round coming up. This round 3 minutes long. All these athletes adding a little weight to their bar. Most of these gents went unbroken on their first 2 sets of ring muscle-ups. Will they do it again, or is it worth it to break up the third and final set? You know you have a little extra time. It's all about no missed reps on that barbell, rookie.
But you can afford to send this a little bit faster knowing you've got pretty much a full day of recovery coming up. This is the last 3 minutes of your day.
A full day of recovery? What time do you think it is?
Yeah, they won't be back till lunchtime tomorrow. That's like half a day, 1 day.
Yeah.
It's a long time though.
It's a while. It is. Third and final set of 10 ring muscle-ups for this third and final heat of elite men. Zach Thomas, Zane Shellaby-Healy, and Jonathan Dunlap working on him.
So we talk about mobility in positioning for overhead squat. Zach Thomas obviously very narrow. How does that translate, if at all, to a ring muscle-up with that mobility in your shoulders?
Oh, it translates wonderfully. Yeah, you can tell Zach not having any trouble. Also, I mean, that translates great for that handstand walk if you think about it. You know, obviously, Zach was very comfortable on his hands. Being narrow in like that is no problem for him.
Peter Ellis, your leader.
He is circling that bar like a lion circling his prey right there.
The laser focus we saw in his first interview after event 1 is back. And he knows, and he said it yesterday in interview, that if he does the same as everyone else, he'll get the same results as everyone else. So he is going to just outwork them. Zane, ready to lift. Can't get out of the hole.
Johan, also missing.
Jono.
But Jonathan Dunlap, successful lift for him.
Luc de Jong, bottom of the screen. Oh, there's a bit more in there, Lukey boy. George Regas. There's plenty more in that one.
Using a great bounce out of the bottom right there.
Johan in the background getting his rep done. Zane going again as James Hargrave misses his at the back in the green shirt. Zane. And just can't get it. So he is right on the cusp as Pete Ellis. Successful.
The only thing I'm going to say about Pete Ellis, I don't think he loaded his bar heavy enough. Those 2 squat cleans were way too easy.
But you need to give yourself something for that last one. If you chew off too much on the 2, You might not have had anything left for
No,
the one.
I mean, those last two singles were too
Okay,
easy.
okay. Luke de Jong going for it and getting it as Zane Shellaby-Healy.
He took a little weight off the bar, but he had to make sure he was on the board.
Oh, Pete, that wasn't even a good deadlift.
Hey, he had 2 good lifts before that.
George Regas gets it done as we hit our time cap. And the silence over the crowd again. It's just
Red
like
Tep is out for blood, rookie.
everyone breathes. Coach Matt Riley behind us, extremely happy.
He should be. That was so well executed from Peter Ellis.
And once we tally these scores, get them in the leaderboard. Now this is an event where there's not going to be a great separation because all these boys are very strong and very similar. So it's just going to be a matter of who managed their fatigue better and got a little bit more on their load.
Well, and you know, there can be a big difference in what some of these athletes did between their 3 rep and their 2 rep, their 2 rep and their 1 rep. Some of these athletes might have only done a few kilos more across those different rep schemes. So, like you said, we have to wait to see how all of these loads shake out. But Pete Ellis, so smooth on that clean. Look at how fast he was out of the hole every rep.
And some shake-ups happening on the leaderboard right throughout day 2, a moving day. One guy who's established himself in the top 5 on the leaderboard right throughout the start of competition is standing by with Bella Martin.
Incredibly young, also a newcomer to the sport. How does it feel to you to be on this competition floor with some of these athletes that have been competing at this elite level for so long?
I felt super out of place last year. Not out of place, but really inexperienced and just kind of shell-shocked by the whole thing. But this year, after touring in May, I feel way more comfortable. You know, being in Wollongong as well. Like we've been here for the last month, came and trained for a little bit, so we're super comfortable here. But yeah, every big comp that happens, it's just more and more experience, and yeah, get a little bit more proud and easy to get on the floor each time.
You also train with your partner, Gracie. Do you think being able to do that together has really matured both of you as athletes and also as humans?
Yeah, for 100%. Like, I don't see many other training partners kind of go as head-to-head as we do. And, we absolutely love training with each other every day. And it's, I don't think many other people have that kind of experience. And to have a training partner like her, but then also be able to go home and just, kind of relax and take the mind off training is a really good way to deload and just, not stress about training all the time and competing.
Well, it's always fun to win your heat and put up big numbers. Being consistent is also something that's very important in this sport. That is something you're very good at all throughout today and yesterday. You've been very consistent. Is that something you're thinking about as you're going into events, playing your own race and just seeing where you're stacking up?
Yeah, 100%. I know that I'm quite well-rounded in that aspect. I'm still really gaining the strength. I've only been doing this for 2 and a bit years now, so I know that strength's going to come with time, and I'm not trying to rush it. So I'm never going to win the big lifts or anything, but to kind of hold my own and hit at least 90-95% of what my 1 rep maxes are. I can't really ask for anything else because I know that I'll kind of try and pick up some points in other events that I feel a little bit more comfortable with.
We'll get some rest and we'll see you tomorrow.
Zane Shellaby-Healy. Consistency is key, and that'll make sure you're sitting up on that podium at the end of Sunday. Our leaderboard for the women after 4 events. Maddie Sturt on 360 points. Daisy McDonald having a great weekend so far. 341. Grace Walton, Zane's partner, and 322 in third. Marnie Sykes making a jump after event number 4, hard yaka. And Amy Kringle still kicking around in that top 5. Annika Greer making a move as well. And a great rounded out top 10 with Julia Hannaford moving into that top 10.
Yeah, we talk about moving day, and I'll tell you, the athlete that's standing out to me right now is Daisy McDonald as far as moving day goes. She had 2 7th-place finishes yesterday, a second and a first so far today. That moves her into second place, 19 points behind Maddie Sturt. So great job so far from Daisy McDonald. Can she make another move on moving day on this third and final event in Crikey?
Daisy McDonald from CrossFit Wolfton, down in the Mornington Peninsula in Victoria, down south. Jamie Goodwin, part of that gym as well, both of them in the top 10. And we are at event number 5 for the female individuals. This one called Crikey.
These ladies will have 2 minutes to get 8 ring muscle ups and 3 squat cleans, their choice on the load. Then they'll go into a 1-minute rest. They'll reset the bar, reset the clock, another 2-minute time zone to get, again, 8 ring muscle ups and 2 squat cleans this time for load. Another minute rest and a reset. And on the third and final round, they have 3 minutes. Again, 8 ring muscle ups, but this time only 1 squat clean, as many attempts as they want to get the heaviest load they can and as many points on the leaderboard.
Rain, hail or shine, the event keeps rolling. We had plenty of sunshine yesterday. We had a little bit out there for hard yaka a little bit earlier, but it started to bucket down. Nathan Corden. So
Do
good.
it for the kids,
oh,
right?
So good. Who's cutting onions? And we've seen some athletes transform over the years and just move into that space, and they just get more experience. They get a different mindset. They start thinking about where they want to go in their CrossFit career, but it comes down to, honestly, hard work and being so regimented, and you've got to sacrifice so much if you want to get to the top.
So much is about sacrifice. And, you know, when we look at the moms and the dads that are here competing, that is a lot harder ask. I mean, being a parent is inherently selfless. Being a professional athlete is inherently selfish. So athletes like Nathan Corden, who can manage both, very impressive. Really happy for him on that last event. Luke Fowler with some beautiful squat cleans. He did really well. And then, of course, your leader going into and coming out of day 2, Peter Ellis. He is so dominant thus far in the competition. Now we move over to the ladies' side. These ladies' third and final event of the day, event 5, Crikey. These 5 ladies will be taking on event 5 in just a second here.
Ella Price, gymnastics is her jam. Jess Green, the same. Ella Scott, very proficient on rings, but it's not going to just come down to what they can do on the rings, but what they can do with this barbell.
See these athletes loading up their bars. It's hard not to look around right now, rookie. I mean, you have your idea of what you know you're going to be able to lift for 3 reps, and you have to stick with that, but it's so hard not to look around and wonder, should I have a little bit more on the bar for this first round?
But here's the thing. Your body's going to tell you exactly where you're at with your fatigue levels after 2 days of competition. It's not a matter about what anyone else is doing. You do pick up that barbell and you lift once, you go, uh-oh, or you go, oh, actually, I've got a little bit more in there. So I don't think it's going to be a real reflection of, and you'll go, oh, hang on a minute, such and such is lifting this. I'm going to go 1 kilo more.
Well, and I would say it's really important that you open with a weight that you can lift well, because you're greasing your nervous system, you're greasing your motor patterns. And if you're thinking about going into a single rep heavy lift, you don't want those first 3 to feel hard and awkward and like you could barely get it. So there's definitely a way to physically prepare for this.
Not too far away from getting started, Jess Green. I'm actually looking forward to seeing her get on the rings. Can she just stay on there?
She might be wondering the same thing. Can I do ring muscle ups for load?
Can I do more reps on the rings and a few less kilos?
Mm-hmm.
Underway for heat number 4, the first of the elite individual women.
Look at Christina Lividatakis. She barely has to press out. She catches so high.
Well, Rob Noy, her coach and affiliate owner up there at CrossFit Crossax, is an elite gymnast and runs gymnastics course in Australia. So you would
obvious.
expect that.
Yep. All 8 unbroken like a boss. Christina Lividatakis.
Alice Scott as well, off
30
very quick.
seconds pretty much for those first 8 ring muscle ups.
Jess Green as well. And Christina, not feeling 100%, struggling to breathe a little bit yesterday, has found today a little bit easier. And this is probably the perfect day for her.
Yep.
Considering it's not too much of a cardio aspect. It's all skill-based and
weight-based. Yep.
Shifted focus from Rob Forte.
She's successful with her first squat clean. 45 seconds still left on the clock to make the next 2.
Christina, you wouldn't think anything's wrong with her. She's moving so well.
She doesn't have to breathe too much right now.
That's right. Jess Green. His knees buckling in a little. Very smiley Isaac Newman behind us. He'll be very content with his day 2 as Alice Scott gets to work, as does Christina Lividatakis.
That was a great first round for Christina. She played the clock well. She played her barbell well. She could move a little more up that leaderboard again.
Ella Price at the back, very, very impressive on hard yaka. Out on the wildlife field a little bit earlier. How many changes of outfit do you need?
Well,
Ella was out in pink before, now she's in red.
It's about making a statement, rookie. You wouldn't know anything about that.
Nothing at all. 30 seconds left on our interval break. Jordan Malm really loading up at that barbell.
So this time these athletes will still do 8 ring muscle ups. Only 2 squat cleans this time, still in that 2-minute time domain.
Looks like Jordan's got somewhere close to 100 kilos, 225 on her bar. We'll get a better look once she does start lifting. Are we going to see the same sort of time domain from Christina Lividatakis and Alice Scott?
She is so good at those ring muscle ups. Look at how she just keeps them facing straight forward the whole time, which means for her it's almost more like a bar muscle up than a ring muscle up.
But just milliseconds ahead of Alice Scott, milliseconds ahead of Jess Green. So not too much between these ladies.
2 reps this time. They still have about 1 minute and 15 seconds to get those 2 reps. You can see Lividatakis is in no rush to get that barbell up off the ground. Same with Alice Scott. And it's Jess Green that has the barbell off the ground first. She has a successful first lift, as does Lividatakis.
Jordan lining up just behind as Alice Scott gets to work.
Great use of a little rebound out of the bottom there.
Jordan far left of screen. Deep in that squat, but comes out of it nicely.
Beautiful receiving position for Jordan.
She almost got it too deep. I went, whoa. Now got to come all the way back up. Got to find that sweet spot. Ella Price. Love her focus. Christina Lividatakis. Oh, and the struggle is real.
Oh. She's
Wow.
real lucky because there wouldn't have been enough time to do another rep. So
Jordan at the back. Oh, just stands it up. But a no rep for Jordan. The lift had to be completed. So Christina getting a no rep, stepping outside of that
that's what
rectangle. The box you see. So just another wrinkle Rob
Yep.
Forte puts into the program, and
Yep.
just like outside with the handstand walk,
Oh.
can't put your hand on the line, can't put your foot on the line. So many rules, Rob. Stop it. Just let them play.
I love it. No, I love it. It can't always be any which way. I like when there's some parameters.
Does that affect Christina coming into now the third and final round, and her adjustment she's going to have to make?
I didn't see her load any more weight on the bar, so I'm not sure if she's just going to try to hit that same weight again, make sure she gets a clean rep and gets on the board.
It's very Zeke Grove-esque, the muscle up.
Oh.
And if you take the transition out of the equation, you minimize your fatigue.
Right.
It's a simple game. But have you got the strength to get yourselves on the rings first?
Yeah, you can see athletes like Jordan Malm having to really work out of the bottom of that dip, whereas Alice Scott and Christina Lividatakis barely even see the bottom of the dip.
You go back to your nasty girl days in those muscle ups that you and Eva and Nicole were doing. And they would deep catch receiving position on the dip to get out of that on the rings.
You know
Wow.
why? There was no catch because there was no kip.
Correct. It was just a rollover.
Yeah. It's what you call a strict ring muscle up because we didn't know any better.
Hey, everyone should be taught that.
2 minutes left for these ladies. It's just one squat clean. Looks like Jess Green might be one of the first athletes to step to her bar.
Alice, left of screen, the youngest athlete to ever qualify for the Torium Pro.
Good first rep for Jess Green right there. Oh,
The strain. They are working so hard. She's exhausted after one.
she might say, now that's it. Lividatakis is taking some weight off her bar from that last round.
Has Alice Scott got any more in the tank for another lift? She looked absolutely shattered after that one.
It's worth a shot, rookie. She's got a little time on the clock. Why not try?
Jordan Malm, far left of screen at the back, now right of screen. Jordan, oh, easy. Bit more there, and a bit more time to get it done too. 1 minute remaining. Christina.
This is so tough for Christina right now.
And generally that position you see when the athletes get knocked backwards like that, it's sort of you're breathing out at the bottom and you lose your entire midline and you've got nowhere to go but out the back because the barbell's coming straight down.
Yep.
The crowd really getting behind Christina now as Ella Price steps up. Crowd really want to get behind Christina.
Oh.
And that's going to spur her on. But I think that's all she's done. Alice Scott, no, steps outside. Jess Green misses, Ella Price and Jordan Malm at the back. Jordan missing, Ella Price.
Oh,
and a
Ella.
no rep, not finished before time cap.
Oh, what a bummer for Ella Price. She really tried to utilize that rest period and not lift too
much.
soon, but she was about a second too late. Tragic no rep for Ella Price. Jess Green played that really well, while Lividatakis was absolutely perfect on those ring muscle-ups. And so good on those first 3 squat cleans. She mismanaged that second one, stepped out of the box just a little on that second round, the round of 2 squat cleans, and that will cost Christina Lividatakis. But Alice Scott, using that rebound out of the bottom, did not miss a rep, doing herself some favors.
Oh, just the effort from the girls in this heat number 1 for the females, just awesome. And one of our youngsters doing very well, our New Zealand girl from across the ditch, is with Bella Martin right now.
Alice, you are the youngest female athlete on the floor, again, with some very elite competitors that have been competing for a long time. You're holding your own, and it's amazing to see. Where do you get that edge from?
Well, I mean, there's no expectations on me, so I'm just trying to focus on myself, focus on my effort, and gain some more experience.
Being so young, are there athletes that you look up to that you want to aspire to be like someday, or maybe even better?
Yeah, well, a lot of the girls I look up to are all competing, and so it's pretty scary getting to see them all the time, but still inspiring.
You competed at the games as a teen. Now you're in the open division. Are you hoping to make it back to the games in that open division now that you're 18?
Hopefully 1 year. I just need a little bit more experience, a couple more years under my belt, see what happens.
It's fun to see you. We're looking forward to it. Thanks, Alice.
One of our sweethearts in the Oceania region. And the roar you hear is the Julia Hannaford show with the pink cowboy hat. She promised it. She delivered.
That is for you right there, rookie.
I don't think it's for me.
She is going to do event 5, crikey.
Don't be surprised if she does the whole thing in the cowboy hat.
She's going to rope herself in a little squat clean. Fun right there.
She'll be on the sheep station. Our 5th piece nearly underway. Julia Hannaford can shift some weight on that barbell. Excited to see the transition. We go from hard yaka, event number 4, we come inside. Event number 5, a completely different skill set.
Still some high-skill gymnastics in those 8 ring muscle-ups, but now, instead of an odd object, we're going heavy barbell. And you gotta be smart about how you load this barbell. You don't wanna miss any reps because you're gonna miss a lot of points if you do.
And that 30-second mark that Christina Lividatakis nailed every single round. For those muscle-ups to get done and onto the floor and onto the barbell as fast as possible. We're going to see Georgia Pryor do something similar.
But Christina missed that second rep in that round of 2, and so I don't know that breaking up the muscle-ups would have helped that, but
we will never know.
You got to be thoughtful in how you load that barbell, that's for sure. We heard Dante Carangaroa talk about not wanting to make too big of jumps.
We've just got to be clever.
That's all.
Just got to use that noggin.
You don't have to be strong. You don't have to be fit. Just clever.
Clever. That's it.
Clever.
Clever. Oh, none of the above.
Good thing you're funny.
To look at.
You said it, not me.
Lisa Burrell will be efficient on the rings. She's in lane number 2. And Emily DeRoy getting to work as well, but Georgia Pryor and Michelle Hayes.
Almost 90 seconds to get those 3 lifts for these ladies.
Michelle Hayes just short of finishing hard yaka event number 4. Georgia Pryor, smooth.
Fast out of the hole there for Georgia Pryor.
Wide squat from Emily DeRoy. Now, Michelle Hayes, she's bottom left in the purple and black, getting through these first 3 reps really fast. Different strategy from what we have seen previously.
Yeah, there's still 45 seconds left on the clock. She really raced through those, but it didn't look like she pushed the pace too much. And now she gets a little extra rest before we start round 2, so maybe not a bad strategy.
So something we haven't seen yet. We're probably going to see another 6 or 7 more strategies by the time we finish. Emily Clements is good. I love a little nickname, M-Clem. Brodie Preston, far left. Brodie Preston's got to get to work here. She'll have to almost touch and go.
Yeah,
and that's crucial.
Brodie must have missed a few of those ring muscle-ups because she didn't get to her barbell until almost the 1 minute and 45 second mark. So Brodie, it looks like, is actually taking some weight off of her bar for the round of 2 squat cleans.
Lunatic Khan Porter coming past. Never a dull moment here at the gong. Georgia Pryor looking very comfortable. It was, as you said in heat number 1 earlier on, something you know you can hit, and she did that very comfortably. Now it's time to push the pace.
You want to prime your nervous system and you want to prime your body for these heavier weights. 2 minutes to get 8 ring muscle ups. They just completed the round of 3 squat cleans. They're almost done with their 1 minute of rest. Again, 2 minutes to get another 8 ring muscle ups, this time only 2 squat cleans, 1 minute of rest, and then we extend that work period out to 3 minutes for the 3rd and final round. 8 ring muscle ups, this time only 1 squat clean. And there could be multiple attempts in there, assuming you utilize your clock appropriately.
DeRoy, determined. Like, don't poke the bear. That's the saying. The bear will chase you down. And as she said, what did she say yesterday in the interview? She's having fun.
It's the most important thing,
That's
right,
what
Cookie?
you got to do. Have fun with what you're doing.
Emily DeRoy with the first athlete with her hands on the barbell, and a good first rep for DeRoy. Right in front of her.
Wow. Seriously, not heavy enough for Georgia Pryor. DeRoy for her second, and a comfortable second with a lot of time to recover for round 3. Smart move.
She's got 40 seconds before that time period even ends. Oh, that was huge for Hannaford. She almost stepped out of the box, but she saved it.
Now,
great move by Julia.
I don't know how your OCD goes. Julia's got black and white shoes and socks. Black on the left, white on the right. Emily Clements getting it done. Georgia Pryor successful.
Look at this. You know what Emily DeRoy did?
Oh, yes, I do. She put more on.
And she's going for a heavier set of 2. She just did 4 squat cleans. Oh my.
That's why she went so quick. Test the boundaries, see where you're at.
That was a power move from Emily DeRoy.
Going to be a great battle for
Wow.
this last one.
Can you name another athlete that used to wear 2 different color shoes? American athlete.
Yes, who was it?
I got her name. I'm so bad with names too. Smaller athlete. You want her initials?
Yep.
SB.
Ooh. SB. Go. Hit.
Sheila Barden.
Of course.
I hope Tommy Marquez was listening. I am so bad with my CrossFit trivia. And finally.
Got it. Tick.
Yeah.
Oh, we are going back a while, aren't we?
We are. I just dated myself.
Yes,
Look,
you did.
everybody listening's like, who the heck
Really,
is
Sheila
Sheila Barden?
Thank you for dating me as well.
Yeah.
Yes, awesome. Underway, third and final segments. Georgia Pryor, that wide position of the rings, and she is crushing these ring muscle-ups.
You can see Emily DeRoy on the left there. She's got that great kip out of the dip. Kind of wide, almost half butterfly kip. Georgia, easy 8 every time. Only 44 seconds in to this 3-minute time period. Both these ladies have plenty of time. And another lady walking to her bar right here, Michelle Hayes. She played the first 2 rounds really well.
Pryor. Oh, big breath. But it comes down to this. 2 more minutes.
And only 1 squat clean needed.
So what are you going to do? Maybe 3 reps, potentially 2, depending on how you go.
Oh.
Michelle Hayes, good. Georgia Pryor. Just rocking forward a little.
Yep,
I reckon once she gets that into position, I think she's a chance.
Lost it a little
DeRoy
forward.
wants it. Come on, Wollongong. What do you got?
DeRoy, who just did 4 squat cleans when she only needed to do 2. So easy for Emily DeRoy. Michelle Hayes with a successful lift.
Hannaford on a mission. The front right of screen. And she's got more in the tank as well. Georgia Pryor getting to work.
Just under a minute on the clock. Georgia needs this
Better
lift.
position. The
She needs
Wollongong crowd bringing her home. And she's done. She won't go again. Or will she?
I don't know if there's a need to, rookie.
DeRoy, she's got 1 lift left. Emily Clements finally getting that barbell up. Took an eternity.
Oh.
Brody Preston at the back behind. Emily DeRoy going for it. She needs 1 in the bank here. DeRoy.
Hyping up that crowd, hyping up herself.
CrossFit Games athlete. She's only got 10 seconds. I reckon she delayed that stand-up. Hannaford nailing it as well.
Wow. What a smile on the face of Emily DeRoy.
Did you see that slight pause as she was standing up, knowing full well she was standing up? Give the crowd a little bit more. Love it.
So well played by Emily DeRoy. The fact that she did 2 sets of 2 squat cleans in that second round, so incredibly impressive. Having fun pays off, rookie. Emily DeRoy is having a blast and reaping the rewards for it.
Cool, we can take a breath for a minute. How about Emily DeRoy just changing gears significantly from yesterday to today? Completely different person.
I love how smiley she was in and out of that event.
Don't tell me she was having fun.
Well, that's what I just said. I mean, fun is as fun does, huh?
Georgia Pryor, exceptional on those muscle-ups.
Oh, she was so
And
good.
she pushed the boundaries just enough to get that final 1 squat clean.
And that's what this event is all about. You got to take some risks, but they have to be calculated. And that is exactly what Emily DeRoy did. And she's going to reap the benefits for it.
She will. And one of the characters of the Oceania region, and in particular Wollongong itself, standing by with Bella.
Julia, I'm all for the cowboy hat. I've been living in Texas for so long. What's the inspiration?
So I'm living in Wollongong currently, but I'm actually from Tamworth, which is the country music capital. Woohoo! I miss home lots. I miss my family, so I guess, that's where I grew up. Anything to pay tribute to it, I can.
Something I love to see athletes when you take fashion choices. We've got 2 different shoes on. Not only that, we're wearing barefoot shoes for a lifting event. Are we not into lifters? Why are we wearing barefoot shoes?
I think I wore them to work on my mobility, and I just couldn't be bothered to change shoes.
She couldn't be bothered, but 110 was a matched PB for you. Were you excited to hit that? Did you think that's what you were going to get today?
Well, when I practiced this, I hit 107.5, but failed the first time I hit it, so I was just kind of going off feel today, and anytime I hit 110, it's not a bad day.
Well, Wollongong loves our cowgirl, Julia. Let's get after it.
A true character down here, Julia Hannaford. And how about not being bothered? I thought athletes did everything possible. Julia, nope. Couldn't be bothered. We're just going to carry on with what shoes I've got. I wonder if she went to bed in them and just kept rolling today.
Sometimes things are off, sometimes they're on.
That's right. Just like a light switch.
Yeah.
Heat 5 down, Heat 6 to come now. Your final 8 athletes hitting the floor. And I am pretty excited because there's one girl in particular I want to see what she can do, and that is in lane 6. Perth girl, Grace Walton.
Grace currently sitting in 3rd place right now, but only 19 points behind Daisy McDonald, who's in 2nd place. Should be good for Grace Walton. Grace had a little stumble on that hard yaka event. This is a perfect opportunity for her to make up some lost points in event 4. Amy Kringle, who has not had as strong of a day 2 as her day 1 so far, but still sits in 5th place.
Oh, she ain't going anywhere.
I'm sure she'd like to make up a few points.
Final heats of the individual elite women. Day 2, the Down Under Championship. Maddie Sturt is going to be super fast off this. And one of those movements that has hampered Grace Walton in the past has been the ring muscle up. We go back a couple of years to the Torian Pro. This is the one that she got stuck on. Have a look at her go now.
She looks very comfortable right now on those rings, but no surprise, Maddie Sturt is the first female off those rings and to her bar.
Now, surprisingly, Daisy McDonald, the gymnast, taking her time and just getting off the rings now with 45 seconds down.
There's a lot of time in this first 2-minute work period. There's no real need to rush, rookie. Grace Walton just fine with that first weight.
Maddie Sturt, 95 for her. Annika Greer, 100 kilos, doing it very easy. Grace Walton, just smooth.
Maddie so fast. blast out of the hole.
And that's one of the things that's hampered Maddie Sturt along the way, Daisy McDonald. And that's why she's taking her time on those rings, to give her more energy for these cleans. But Maddie Sturt, she hasn't been known for a heavy lifter anywhere throughout her career. So that's something she's specifically been working on for the last 12 months.
It's paying off, rookie.
Big time.
She looks so strong coming out of the front squat in those cleans.
The girls seem to be all wrapped up for their lifting. And getting to preload the bar. Grace, here we go.
Look
I knew it was coming.
Wow.
105 on the bar for Grace Walton. 95 for Marnie Sykes.
Pulling up those knee sleeves.
It's like Maddie Sturt's going to 100 kilos from 95. Annika Greer just finishing up loading her 105. 215 pound. For those who are watching from the States, if you're watching from the States, it is way past your bedtime. Hopefully your children aren't still up, Annie.
Oh, I'm guaranteed they are. They stay up later than I do.
Our leaderboard after 4 events, Maddie Sturt, Daisy McDonald, Grace Walton, your top 3. Time for Annika Greer to make a jump. She's jumped well today already. Can she move further up than 8th? Seems a bit of a lull in the crowd and just this little murmur until they get to the barbell.
Yeah. I think everybody's holding their breath right now. Second set of 8 ring muscle-ups for these ladies. Annika Greer done with her second set. Marnie Sykes right next to her.
The spike. You hit that adrenaline piece for 30 seconds, then you try and calm it down a little, compose yourself, get your breathing under control. Annika Greer, Grace Walton, trying to get those breaths in before we go to work. Maddie Sturt doing the same, the big breath. Oh, just
so smooth on that first rep. Great use of that bounce for Grace Walton.
Grace posted on social media a couple of weeks ago when she first started CrossFit, and I can tell you now her cleans did not look like that. And she has worked so hard to get to where she is now, and they look so much better. Annika Greer, bottom right of screen. Simples. Amy Kringle in the back getting hers done as Grace gets to work. And happy to hang down there.
But did you see that?
Yes.
That's
the elevator was going down.
But that's why you do your 1 1/4 front squats. She came up a little bit and was able to use that rebound. Brilliant from Grace Walton.
Jamie Goodwin, good for hers as well. Marnie Sykes, comfortable front left. Taylor Williamson all the way down the back in the blue shirt. Look at that bar loading from Taylor Williamson. Just in the background of where Maddie Sturt is right now. She's got one of every colour.
She's
there's
building a rainbow.
There's your rainbow.
Yep.
You're looking for it? There it is.
I am so impressed with how fast Maddie Sturt is standing all of those cleans up.
But you mentioned practicing that 1 1/4. Not a lot of people do that.
Nope.
I don't know what's happening
Have
there.
I not been using my grips correctly?
Apparently you've got to lick them. I don't know.
I've never once licked my grips.
Things you see at a CrossFit comp for 200.
All right, we are on the 3rd and final round of crikey for these ladies. 8
Crikey, all right.
8 ring muscle ups and then 1 squat clean for load. This time though, the work period extends to 3 minutes. No rush, but you gotta make sure you get a rep on the board. Amy Kringle there. Grace Walton almost smiling her way through those ring muscle-ups.
Maddie Sturt very good getting off first once again, but she needs the time to be able to shift some more weight and to try and close that gap between her, even though she does hold a lead of 19 points.
The only thing I would say about Maddie so far, she does look like she's misloaded the bar in that it's been too light. She has stood that thing up too easy every time.
Great shot, Maddie Sturt, Amy Kringle. 1-2, bam.
Maddie Sturt, put some weight on the bar, please.
Taylor Williamson. Crowd appreciate her coming down at late notice to compete. Annika Greer getting her successful lift done. Grace Walton. Now we go. 110. And the elevator going down to the basement that time for Grace Walton.
Great use of the bounce. She's just got to really keep pushing those elbows up, keep that bar on those shoulders.
And that one's spitting out the fronts. And now we're really starting to push boundaries. A minute 15 left.
Annika Greer right here.
Deep
And wide, but she will stand it up.
I'm done now, she said. I'm out of here.
That was silly.
I need a drink. Taylor Williamson, she's up as well. Amy Kringle successful. Grace Walton.
Grace Walton needs to either take a little weight off or stand that bar up. She's right on the line of not getting this final weight. Marnie Sykes stepping to the bar right here. Marnie successful.
Grace Walton.
All right, Grace.
Better stand up from Grace Walton.
What an effort from Grace Walton. 2 misses.
The bounce was just bigger, and she got to that, past that sticking point. Annika can't get that one. Taylor can't get hers either.
Oh.
That bounce from Grace Walton, I hope we see that on replay.
That was
because she was almost 3/4 of the way up, but those elbows.
She is so good at utilizing that bounce. That rep before, she just dropped her elbows a little bit. Saved it on that third and final attempt. Good for Grace. Keeps that weight on the board.
Sturt, Walter, they were just so good. Sort of about attacking your weaknesses and maintaining your strengths. Grace Walton has improved so much in 2 years.
Daisy McDonald, who struggled a little bit on those rings, still able to stay in the race. It was Maddie Sturt who made that bar look so light and easy the entire way through. Grace Walton.
Oh, Annika.
And Annika barely getting those final reps, but they got them.
I'm out.
And they're going to count. Maddie missing her last attempt, but what an effort from Maddie Sturt and Grace Walton.
The Oceania region has been pretty crazy. Once we get that stable of Tia and Cara for so many years, and then there's so many other people knocking on the door year after year. We see the Ellie Turners come in, we see the Emily DeRoys come in, and we've got some other young girls. We've got the Georgia Pryors, and we've got obviously Grace Walton coming through the ranks.
Yeah, it's, you know, the more the level rises, the more those around them rise up to the level. And that's what's been so great about having athletes like Cara and Tia around.
Great inspiration. An inspiration to a lot of young girls. The West Australian girl who's doing very well on the leaderboard is standing by on the lounge with Bella.
Grace, you are one of our newest competitors.
Jack
I've seen you
Douglas,
at
let's get a
Torian.
run-on.
Talk to me, what's changed in the years since you started competing?
Honestly, not much. You just get a little bit more confident on the floor. And I'm still, as you said, really new. So I think as I build confidence, my performance will get better.
You're a very talented and skilled weightlifter. We love to see you slaying some weight. Were you expecting other women to be right there with you today, or were you expecting to kind of run away with it?
To be honest, today I knew I wasn't having a very good day, and I know how my body feels and stuff like that. And although people coming up to me saying, "You're gonna smash this one," it's like, I know my body well enough to just do what I need to do. And it, as you saw, it almost got away from me. So it shows that not everyone always has good days in competition.
We've seen Zane also compete on the floor this weekend. I can hear him behind me coaching you through this event tonight. How special is it to you to be able to be on this journey together?
Honestly, it makes everything so much easier. We're constantly keeping each other accountable, and especially at our age, people are going out drinking every weekend, and we just look at each other and go, every single weekend we're just getting ahead, we're chasing our dreams, and we're doing it together.
I love watching both of you follow your dreams, and I'm excited to see you do it tomorrow too.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Thank you, girls. Did you hear that from Grace at the back end? Just surprising herself so much. I'm one of the girls who's going to be here for a long time, Georgia Pryor, but Grace Walton, the improvements in her in the last couple of years has been amazing. There's an island just off Perth, it's called Rottnest Island. I think it's 30, 40 kilometres off. They've got little quokkas, little furry things. Grace swims to Rottnest Island as a charity each year. Swims.
I read that. That's so impressive.
It's unbelievable that she does that every year, and it's such a great cause. And for a swimmer to be now doing this and excelling so well,
and I love what she said. Having a partner that does the same thing makes...
And gets it.
Yeah. Well, it makes things like eating, sleeping, all those things so much easier. Things that help your training. It makes it a lot easier if your partner wants to do the same things that you do. So... good for Grace. Oh. Emily DeRoy. What a joy to watch her on that last event. We switch over to the teams now.
We sure do, and our leaderboard, GMC. Georgia Smith Ball, Cherie Myers, Kenzie Woodhouse. That's where they get their name from. Tribe CrossFit in the northern suburbs of Sydney, leading the charge. And our men's 2.5 men with a great day two and have pushed themselves into that first position. Hombres 129. Good shake-up of the leaderboard. I like it.
I love it. This is not what I expected right now on the leaderboard.
And it is the Elite Teams event number 5. This one called Crikey.
We have a 3-minute time domain. Gentlemen will do 10 ring muscle ups. Split up, I believe they're going to do some synchro ring muscle ups, and then 3 squat cleans for load, a 1-minute rest, reset. 10 ring muscle ups again, but they're going to be synchro between 2 of the athletes. 2 squat cleans for load, a 1-minute rest. And then that last time domain stretches out to 5 minutes. 10 of those ring muscle ups, 2 athletes synchroing them, and 1 squat clean for load.
Not too far away from commencing team competition. Elite individuals, they are done for the day. How good knowing you heat one of the teams There's 5 more heats to come. Like, we are done very, very soon.
Yeah.
We're not.
No. These athletes are done.
We're
You
gonna
saw
be-
me look at my watch.
Yeah, we're
Are
gonna be
we?
here. We're gonna be here all night.
These athletes are done. They can go home and eat, rest, be ready for the third and final day of competition.
Redback gals, great win outside earlier on with event number 4, hard yaka. Underway, heat number 1, the female elite team competition. And great to see 3 girls getting together, throwing down.
I love it. So I love this. This is a little bit different than actually I described it. The first set of 4 ring muscle-ups for these ladies are solo, and then they have to synchro the next set of 4 ring muscle-ups. Those ladies from XFB making those synchro muscle-ups look very easy.
I'll show you a video later of my first muscle up, and I'll show you how to not make them look easy.
Yeah, no, I've seen that video.
Yeah, you've seen that video. It's not easy at all.
See these athletes, some of them having to hold the top of the ring muscle up, as that's what will constitute the synchronized rep. Some of these athletes having a much easier time than others. You can see the athletes on the right-hand side of your screen in lane 4, the redback gals. They're moving very easily through these ring muscle ups. Three minutes for this first piece of the workout.
Squat cleans are her jam. Holly Heine now at the back. Redback gals, their teamwork has been so good.
They're going to follow up that performance out on the field with another solid performance right here in the stadium. About 30 seconds to go. Almost all the way through all 9 squat cleans. And the redback gals will finish their 9 squat cleans. About 10 seconds left on that clock. Little extra rest. Oh, a couple of ladies getting shot out the back of that barbell. So we'll move into a 1-minute rest. You can see these athletes reloading the barbell. We'll start again at the 4-minute mark. Same thing. 8 ring muscle ups per athlete, 4 of which have to be synchroned with one of the other athletes. And then 2 squat cleans for load.
And Annie Sakamoto. Gee, we're fortunate to be hanging here in this broadcast area all weekend. And we've got a very special guest. We saw him this morning hanging out with Frankie and Johnny on the floor, did an interview with Bella. Jake, Trap Daddy, Douglas. Welcome, buddy. How are you?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I'm good. I'd be better if I was down there, but this is probably the next best option right now. So.
You think so?
Yeah.
You haven't worked with Rookie.
The ladies underway.
second round here. You can see the fatigue taking over on these synchro ring muscle ups.
So Jake, you come into event number 1 yesterday. Things not going so well once you hit the lighthouse, or was it before then when the SI joint really started to flare up on you?
No, I didn't even feel it through the whole run. Not once. My back was fine. I got to the D ball, and I think my second or third rep, I just lost all power, dropped the ball, just felt my back just kind of all of a sudden. Yeah, I felt, I was confident going into that workout as well. I knew if I could get to the ball at a good place, I think I thought I'd finish well. So yeah, quite upsetting, but I guess it is what it is.
It is. You go to the CrossFit Games this year for the first time. In about 20 to 30 words, describe your experience there for the first time.
Learning curves.
That was 2. You're going to have to expand on that a little.
I just think that it's just a whole new kettle of fish. It's the games is just a whole nother level, and I got a real appreciation for that when I was there this year. So yeah.
You got to spend some time with the HWPO crew, though, before you actually got to Madison, right?
Yep.
You had spent any time with them in person before that?
No, never. That was actually probably like my first time with a coach, eyes on properly for a full training camp. So, yeah, it was great. And what I learned just from even being around Katrin and Matt and, Jay, all those guys just are such a wealth of experience in the sport. And although I've done it for a while, it's... they're just next level. They're fully professional, and yeah, I took a lot away from it.
And it must have helped getting to Madison with a team behind you and around you, because I know it can be really intimidating to be with all those other athletes, right? Especially when you're out here in Australia, you're not interacting with a lot of those athletes on a daily basis. It can be very intimidating.
Yeah, 100%. I was so grateful to have spent that time with those guys, and Katrin was so good to me. Took me under a wing every brief or something. She's like, right, where's Jake? Let's go. So just a wealth of positivity. She's amazing.
Yeah, she is.
Did you end up saying leave me alone? Just
to Katrin?
Start hiding.
Would you?
No.
I can't get enough of that girl. She's a legend.
Yeah.
Emily Townsend now for the Redback Gals. Doing that pretty easy. So the Redback Gals trying to progress their way and stay at the top of the leaderboard. Now coming into this event, obviously you've seen all the events right across the 3 days. Was there one, apart from this one, that we knew this one was going to be good, but earmarked as one that you were going to really get after?
Honestly, it was the first one, man. It was, I thought we changed a lot of things post-games, and I dropped a lot of weight, and my running's improved quite a lot. So I looked at number 1 and I was like, all right, this is an opportunity for me to show what we've been working on, and just wasn't to be. But other than that, there's a lot of these workouts that are right in my wheelhouse.
Look at
the overhead
eyes?
squats, man.
Yeah.
I was like, I really wanted to go at that workout.
So you tested these events coming in?
I tested some. I only really did one in full, which was a handstand walk one. The rest of them I kind of did as intervals or for a time, just like one round to see how it felt. Tried to take what I learned from the games and bring it in here, and you don't get an opportunity to try that stuff there, so I wanted to try and use that for this comp.
For the biggest takeaway from the games, what do you think that really is? Is it just being around the athletes? Is it the experience? Is it being able to go, okay, I'm on the biggest stage it's going to be, and I'm okay with that now? What did you take away?
Yeah, I think that I took away just try and have a short memory. You can have a bad event, you can have a good event. Every event's its own thing. And I also think just everything around actual competing is what's important. How you recover, how you get from A to B, your mindset.
It's a long week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's big, man.
And it's really easy to get caught up and really excited about things. And that's probably also where the HWO team helped out, right? They can help minimize some of those distractions for you.
100%. And they all told me it's like games week starts on Monday. Just remember, by Thursday I was cooked. And we hadn't started yet,
Hey, you were Cactus, yeah?
Yeah, Cactus, that's exactly right.
And he's still trying to get a head around Cactus.
I heard the sheep stations conversation the other day. That made me giggle, yeah.
I almost called it a sheep farm.
It's not a sheep farm
I'm
at all.
still trying to learn that one.
Yeah.
So plans for 2024 now, obviously you're going to go back, recover, get rid of that SI. I know exactly what SI joints are like. They're rubbish. They take a long time to recover when you're old anyway, but get that done, get back to open, obviously. If you could have bottled that Victorian Pro crowd on that final day on the Sunday and taken that to Madison, surely you would have packed it all up and just taken it over.
Oh, mate, it was unbelievable,
it was
you know.
so emotional, wasn't it?
Yeah, if I never had another moment on the competition field again, that's more than enough for me. You know, that was unbelievable for the crowd to get behind me like that. It was crazy, man.
It was epic. And Frankie having a cackle at you, ball in your eyes. We were all crying at broadcast. Everyone was crying. It was great. Frankie's there laughing away. It was a funny feeling, but you must be so bloody proud.
I am, mate. Yeah, I really am. I've done, you know, something that I always want to do in the sport, and everything from here is a real bonus for me. And I'm just, I feel like I can compete a lot freer now because I've sort of done it, and I just want to see what I'm capable of there. So if I can get back to the games, and that's obviously the goal, then I'm just going to try and really soak it in and enjoy it.
You've seen, obviously, some of the young guys coming through, like Zane and Pete. They're really gunning. I don't know if you saw Pete's interview after event one. I thought he was going to kill somebody live on air. It was just laser focused.
Pete's on my most likely to kill someone list. Like, he's right up the top. No, man, honestly, the young guys coming through are crazy fit. And I think we're about to get a lot of respect on the Oceania soon.
Without a doubt. I think there's a lot to prove out here. And I mean, watching all the athletes in this event, and you were definitely one that caught my eye last year. It's great to see. It's like Ricky with the two young guys that are on his team. There's definitely a lot of talent that's going to come out of Oceania in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and you know, like rising tide lifts all ships, right? So like everyone's getting better. So let's, you know, it only makes everyone else better.
And the strength of field that's coming. Come on, boys. Let's get together. Let's
That's
rally.
right.
The better we go together, the more people we get over to the States. So that's going to be better for our region. And all the way better for you guys as well.
100%.
Now, what time do you have to pick the kids up?
I've got to get Frankie in about 3 minutes.
Okay, so we better let you go. Mate, thank you so much for taking the time out. I know it's a rough old weekend when you're not competing and you've got to come back and still show your face around. It's a little bit annoying, but thank you so much for coming in today. It's been awesome.
No, thank you guys. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Jake.
Easy. Thank you, buddy. Holly Heine about to nail a lift, and nail a lift she does. Emily Townsend about to finish off. The Redback gals are on fire.
They are finished. They are backing up the hard yaka performance so well. They are one of the few teams really executing on the floor right now in this event.
Redback, they have got a bite, and the girls are putting the bite into the entire competition on day 2 here at the Down Under Championship. 30 seconds left.
Oh.
Emily Townsend about to go, and she's done the old Pete Ellis deadlift.
Got it up to my hip. Does that count for anything?
No. Manic, great to have Jake Douglas, and that's got to be difficult, and you've got to be so frustrated because Andrew Samble said it's better to be out there injured than not at all, but you're sitting here and kicking stones because you're not out on the floor.
You know what, Rookie? Everything for a reason, and we've seen that with Ricky Garrard this past year. You know, things happen, and it's not always what happens, but kind of how we deal with them, what our attitude is about things that have happened. So hopefully Jake can just take this as a learning experience, as a time to heal and work on some other things, and he'll be back stronger and better for it next year.
I have no doubts that he is going to bounce back. And he might be a touch older.
He looks quite a bit leaner, though. I can definitely tell.
Oh, Lena.
That didn't even look like the same human that I saw.
I'm nearly there. But I don't think, I think he's shrinking a little and I'm getting a little bit larger, but that's okay. I don't know, I mean,
you keep thinking that.
I mean larger, I don't mean muscle size.
Oh, okay.
Just to confirm. But the Redback gals are on a trajectory that is going upwards at a rapid rate. Holly Heineck just couldn't nail that one. But Emily Townsend, there's something about mum strength, I reckon. But let's head down to Bella Martin, who's got one of the best names for a team I've ever heard. What do you got, Bella?
Absolutely frothing for the flat white froth fit girls. All of us from America love all the coffee here in Aussie. So flat whites, Annie's been drinking them all week. So that's how you know I'm already a big fan. First things first, amazing lift at 105. You said it might have been a little bit sketchy there at the end. What was happening?
Basically just getting the lift and saw stars at the end of that. So I guess I knew I put all of it into it. So
You definitely gave it everything you had. Ladies, the ring muscle-ups proved to be very challenging for most of the teams. Were you expecting that going into this, or did the fatigue from the rest of the weekend already set in?
Definitely the fatigue didn't help. We knew that was going to be a tough one for us, especially like myself personally, but we were like, okay, this is a good workout for Fizz. Give us some pre-workout and see what happens.
Maybe a couple of flat whites before tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go for tomorrow. Thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
Give it to Fez. Fenella.
Give her the fizz.
Fenella Richards. Oh, that's what we need.
Event 5. Crikey for these teams. A little mixture of synchro ring muscle ups and squat cleans for load.
Underway for heat number 2. And keep your eye on the girls in lane number 3, the Urban Gals. They are going to move very quickly through these ring muscle-ups. And a good 13-minute time cap, I think enough time to get the girls with their little buy-in and get them to the barbell.
3 minutes on this first piece. And you're right, those ladies from CrossFit Taurus having no problem with the synchro ring muscle ups. Those are the ladies lane 6, CrossFit Karuna.
Maybe 20 to 25. We'll see how we go. Thanks, mate. Less work too. Frog Force, front and center, Georgia Otto.
Minute left on the time cap for this first part. 9 squat cleans have to be accomplished, 3 per athlete. And the ladies from CrossFit Karuna with just 1 more athlete to get through her 3 squat cleans.
Mel Holstead was just so calm and collected on her lifts. Just not phased. Mackenzie Woodhouse. Girls from GMC.
Huh. The ladies from CrossFit Karuna just making that time cap. 1 minute right now for these ladies to reload that bar, head back to the rings for another set of synchro muscle ups.
Keely Elkington, Aliti or Watoa. Kirsten Palmer. Kirsten, no stranger to this competition floor either. GMC girls. Doing a lot of conversing in team competition. I don't know, you've done many. I'm not talking too much. I'm just getting to work and then I'm resting afterwards.
Well, there's a lot
But then again,
that needs their communication.
But then
That's
again,
what it's all about.
The game plan could change.
Yep. You've got to be communicating. Not talking is almost one of the worst things you can do. That's why you're not on a team.
Correct.
All right, round 2. 3-minute time period again for these athletes. They have 8 ring muscle-ups to complete each, 4 of which must be done synchro with another one of the athletes from their team.
Amber Cohen, her first opportunity to get to the Torium Pro this year. She's on the left in the orange wristbands and part of the CrossFit Karuna team.
She's doing a great job of making sure they stay synchronized here, and what it takes is the stronger muscle-up athlete. They might have to do a couple pauses.
Yeah, Mel Holstead just looking across to Amber going, hey, we good here?
Yep.
Yeah. So the non-communication, the non-verbal is important.
Oh.
Georgia Smith-Ball and Mackenzie Woodhouse from GMC. Mackenzie getting there really quick and just having to wait.
Yep. And that's okay, but you gotta make sure you wait, because what you don't want to do is waste a rep. So great job from her. See these teammates steadying the rings for each other.
Talia Jordan, bottom of screen. Ethan, if you're listening, better be yelling, go mum, because she's going.
And she talked about that in that interview with Bella, right?
Clean's looking very easy.
Mom doing good right there.
Georgia Smith Ball. Got a few no reps in the overhead squat this morning. No problem with depth that time.
Nope. Great cleans.
Mel Holstead getting hers done in the black straight in front of screen. She goes again. Oh, bit of a pause.
Yep.
Find better position, then stand it up.
Got about 30 seconds until that time cap.
Georgia Otto, yes, getting the job done.
Great job from Frog Force, getting all their athletes through those squat cleans. One last weight addition. Now we move to a 5-minute work period, Ricky. Same number of ring muscle ups for all of these athletes. This time they shift over to just one squat clean needed though. So just a variation on what the individuals just did. It's definitely those synchro ring muscle ups that you can see is really tripping up a lot of these teams.
JMC team with Caitlin Porter, Jennifer Vong, Marielle Giolo. As we head back for the final time period, Amber Cohen getting to work on the rings. Jade Henderson so strong in that transition. Kirsten Palmer on the far left. Mel Holstead and Amber Cohen for CrossFit Karuna. The GMC girls in the white shirts getting a very big kip. Those legs flying all the way out the back. Something about momentum that helps propel. You don't want too much though.
Well, and the higher you catch, the less you have to press out. And that's really where often you start to fail on the muscle-ups, is that dip portion. So if you can minimize the distance you have to travel out of that dip, it's going to do you a lot of favors. 2 to go for GMC.
Talia getting dressed, ready to go to work. Amber Cohen and Mel Holstead.
Singles work. What we want is no missed reps.
And Amber Cohen lifted very well at the Touring Pro earlier this year. Talia Jordan, bottom of screen. Amber now giving herself a little bit of a come on. Oh, strong in the bottom. Wow.
Great lift from her.
Amber having a look at the Jumbotron to see how much time's left. She could just look across the floor at the 2 clocks that are on the floor.
This is true.
Jumbotron works. Georgia Smith-Ball getting out of the hole just in the back in the white shirt.
And now GMC has 2 ladies with at least 1 clean on the board.
Amber, deep. Oh, yes.
What a great adjustment of the elbows. She was able to not lose that bar out front.
Georgia Otto does lose it out the front. Just gets to the point where it's just a little too heavy. That's all.
And GMC with another good lift. Taking a little weight off the bar for the Frog Force ladies.
Cherie Myers at the back in the white and black. Mel Holstead going for it as well, but Cherie Myers.
Easy lift.
Beautiful. Mel Holstead as well. Not heavy enough, girls.
Exactly.
90 seconds, you got to go up. What's that old saying? Don't die wondering.
Oh, I like that. We have just over a minute left on the clock for these ladies.
Mackenzie Woodhouse.
I love the flip up of the shirt right there.
Hey, you know you're lifting close if that happens.
Exactly.
Oh, Talia Jordan. Great lift. Thought her head was going to explode. She was going so red.
She kind of gave one of those Annika Greer. And that's it. I'm
That's
done.
it. I'm out.
I'm not doing that again.
So a 13-minute workout becomes a 12-minute workout. I like it.
Yeah.
Mel Holstead. Successful. Cherie Myers back again onto the bar in the white and black left of screen. Georgia Otto going again. Katrina Drake just behind Georgia in all black. Easy.
Good left.
Easy. Cherie unsuccessful.
Oh,
and
there
Georgia.
you go, Georgia. I think they changed the weight just a little on that bar.
And time will beat all. Some great lifting from these ladies. And now they can go rest up, get ready for day 3 of competition. Frog Force.
synchronized muscle-ups, some individual muscle-ups, synchronized muscle-ups, and then heavy squat cleans. What could be more fun for a team event? So much of this came down to making sure you could get through those synchro muscle-ups with your partner. Some great lifting from a lot of these ladies, especially this one right here. Oh, such a fight.
Oh, Amber, great lifting.
Some redemption moments. And these ladies conclude their second day of competition. Like Ricky said, time to go home, get fed, get rested, and get ready.
Big thank you to our sponsors, Reebok, for the Down Under Championship 2023.
At Down Under this year, I just want to test myself. I want to be standing on top of the podium again. I'm putting myself out there and I'm going to give it everything I've got.
It's been fun to watch you. The question I'm having, do blondes really have more fun out there on the competition floor?
Yeah.
I've seen you guys competing together before. You're obviously very good friends. What's it like being out here Down Under on the floor competing together?
Yeah, it's really good. You did it last year.
It's good to have her on the team. We were on the team for Torian this year. This is our first Down Under together, so it's been good to hit the floor. Mackenzie jumping in, first time competing with her, and she's a little weapon. So, good.
So, Torian, you were together last year at Torian. Will we see you together again, maybe this season?
We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you, ladies. It's been fun to watch.
Mackenzie Woodhouse joining forces with the team GMC. Moving very well, day 2 of competition. And we roll on. Third heats. The final heats of the female teams. This is day done for them. 3 male team heats to come.
And look at this. We have 10 points separating first and third. Nextletica Gold in first place right now, only 5 points behind them, the California girls, and only 5 points behind them, Star Strength Fitness Alley. In fourth place, 20 points back, Fit Mamas Club. I'm sure we're all excited to watch Danny Spiegel and what she does to that barbell.
So results after 4 events, day 2. And we'll see a shake-up, no doubt, with the amount of weight shifted in this heat. It is event number 5. It's crikey.
We have a 3-minute window for these athletes to get 8 ring muscle-ups individually, but 4 of the ring muscle-ups have to be synchronized with one of their other teammates. And then each of these athletes has a chance to do 3 squat cleans for load within that 3-minute time period. We'll rest for a minute, reset, repeat on the ring muscle-ups. This time only 2 squat cleans per athlete, rest, reset, and then we have a 5-minute time period and only 1 squat clean needed per athlete. Can the California girls regain the lead?
Only time will tell. Schwartz's CrossFit Melbourne, those girls, they're having a day. Laura Cummins, Sonia Mori, and Giggles. Bobby Hay.
I love it. I'd be okay being known as Giggles. It's not a bad way to be known.
No, big time. Oh, look at her. Concentrate, woman.
Quit your giggling. They're getting composed. You can see it.
Underway, heat number 3 of the elite female teams. The final heats for these girls for today. 3 pretty rough events today, 2 even worse events yesterday. And it's going to be who can battle tomorrow and recover well enough to compete.
Emily Rethwell and Jessie Smith right there going for their 4-ring synchronized muscle ups. Easy work for those ladies. You can see the difference in experienced team athletes. You never just drop from the top of the rings. You make sure those rings are settled by coming all the way down to the bottom of the dip. Gemma Hoke having no trouble with the first of her 3 squat cleans. Emily Rethwell right behind her, successful on her second rep. Remember, we're working against a 3-minute time clock right now. We're not even halfway through that 3 minutes.
Gemma Hoke, easy as you like. Charlotte Baldwin joining her on the bar. Nicola Cummins standing that one up for Schwartz's. Abby Ashton, bottom of screen in the black. There's some good random cheers going on around the place.
There's so many lifters lifting, it's hard to know who we're cheering for.
Cheering for them all.
Yep.
Shelby Fennick.
The ladies from Star Strength Fitness Alley. They're currently sitting in 3rd place right now. Got about 35 seconds for the last 3 squat cleans, and Danny Spiegel should have no trouble repping those out. Barely letting the bar settle before she grabs on again.
Abby Carvel in the whites.
I love how upright she is in the catch of that squat clean. Beautiful.
Local girl and fan favorites here in Wollongong. And time beats all again as we hit our first working segment. We let the dust, or maybe even the chalk, settle.
Quick 1-minute reset before we head back over to those rings. California girls setting their bar. Jessie Smith making sure they're squarely within that rectangle.
Exletica Gold going about their business.
And they're doing a good, really good job
honestly,
of it.
They have been under the radar the entire time, yet they're still on top of the leaderboard.
Yep.
So important for Christy Hollard, Bryony Chalice and Amy Alessi. Continue what they're doing because they're doing a great job of it. Underway, segment 2.
So we start off the same way that we did on the last one. 4 individual ring muscle ups and 4 synchro ring muscle ups per athlete. Kind of a fun little way to move through these ring muscle ups, something different.
Amy and Bryony just in sync, and Bryony just looking over, seeing exactly when she needs to start her kip.
Making sure they're locked out at the top the same.
So Bryony and Christy together, Team EXF last year at the CrossFit Games, so they're going to know each other's game back to front. So ladies start making their way towards their barbells. Danny Spiegel and Jessie Smith.
She gives a
Danny
quick
doing
glance
the
over. Yep.
same thing as well.
Yeah, are we synced up? Great work from those ladies. 2 squat cleans is what these ladies need to get on the bar now. Emily Rethwell with a good rep.
Gemma Hoke getting to work as Christy Hollard finishes off her muscle ups. Abby Ashton, bottom left of screen. Nicola Cummins far right of screen, Amy Alessi behind her. And Alethea Boone behind her in the pink knee sleeves. Alethea will be happy to throw some weight around too today.
Oh,
Gemma Hoke.
her elbows
Wow.
are so fast, rookie. That might be one of my favorite things to look at. Fast elbows.
Used to be my favorite cartoon character growing up. Quick Draw McGraw. You don't remember it?
No.
Oh, seriously.
Fast elbows?
Fast elbows.
Oh, I love it. Jessie Smith, wife of one of the heaviest lifters in the game right now,
Oh.
Mr. Chandler Smith.
Hold on
I
to
didn't
your
say best.
Hold on to your hats for 3 heats.
Yeah.
We'll get to that.
Might not be the cleanest lifter, but he's one of the heaviest lifters.
Charlotte Baldwin. Steady. And we are nearly there. Snake still stuck at the rings, trying to get through those reps. Charlotte, that one only going one direction, unfortunately.
Right behind her, though, Danny Spiegel. No problem with her first of 2 reps. Just in time, really well played from the California girls there. Saw Jessie checking, I think it looked like her hand grip. I think somewhere she has written the weight.
Correct. I was just going to say the 3 American girls, they've got to do some conversion
Yep.
when normally it's the other way round.
It's good for us. Makes us appreciate what you guys do on a daily basis, huh?
The rest of the world, yes.
The rest of the world, which
Exactly.
tells you right there, who's in the wrong here?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm saying it.
Okay.
If we could just get on the metric system, life would be so much easier. About to head into
Emily DeRoy and Grace Walton behind us trying to dish us some
yogurt.
On the way past.
Why didn't we take it?
YoPro. I don't know. Not that hungry just yet.
All right,
Here we go.
about to start the 3rd round. Don't forget, rookie, we lengthen out the work period to 5 minutes this time. Still starting with those 8 ring muscle ups.
Emily Rethwell with a huge hip swing. The fit mamas, 2 of the most experienced, Alethea Boone and Justine Beach, just to right of screen.
Oh, look at Alethea with bless her heart,
Hey.
a semi-false. She is a girl after my own heart.
So we had Trap Daddy in here earlier.
Yeah.
We've got Latin Mama over here.
Oh, God.
And it's-
She has the most beautiful,
Trademark that.
lats and triceps. Oh, those arms.
Gemma Hoke, Emily Rethwell again.
Oh,
Onto the barbell.
Receiving a no rep right there. You got to be so careful about making sure you're in that catch position together. Looks like Jessie and Danny might have just received a no rep as well.
Alethea Boone at the back right in the pink knee sleeves, 90 kilos.
Oh, that is one fit mama right there.
She's got another 2 with her. Big thank you to YoPro as well. Apologies we didn't take one, but we didn't want to take away from the crowd, did we? Gemma Hoke.
Wow.
Jessie Smith, good for 1. Bryony Chalice in the blue and black. Great bounce outs. And the colours on the bar. Abby Ashton.
We've got about 3 minutes left, rookie. We're going to the 13-minute.
Christy Hollard, good for hers. Emily Rethwell now in the orange and black at the back. That hair's got to be annoying, surely. Slapping in the face every time. Charlotte Baldwin. Fitness Alley with a big contingent here. .90 seconds still, plenty of time. Oh, good lift, Charlotte Baldwin. Came up a lot easier that time.
She stood that right up.
Abby Carville goes, out of my way, let's lift. Danny Spiegel, 115 kilos. Yeah, we like that.
Should we put some weight on the bar?
Warm-up's over.
Still have almost 2 minutes left for these ladies to lift.
Abby Carvel. Oh, you mentioned the upright squat. You can't get better, can you?
Yeah, I don't think you can. I don't think she could be more upright in that squat.
Makes it so much easier. Poppy Hay done. Jessie Smith, great lift. Star Strength Neon and Snake Athletic girls still going at it on the muscle ups in lanes 1 and 2, just to the far right out of screen. Shelby Fennick. Emily Rethwell successful.
Rethwell.
And you know at that halfway point on the way up whether or not it's coming all the way or it's going back down again.
And there was no doubt with Emily right there.
And the crowd getting super loud in here. Poppy Hay getting spat out.
You can see those fit mamas in the high right-hand side of the screen celebrating.
Spiegel. Ooh.
Oh.
Can't get it. Gemma Hoke. It's like someone punched her in the face.
She flew right out the back of that barbell. We have less than 30 seconds. Looks like they're switching some of the weights for Gemma and Danny.
Time ticking away, 10 seconds. Nicola Cummins, good.
Oh!
Rethwell, no. Is she? No.
Oh,
Hoke.
What a
Can't
fight by Emily.
Get it either. Wow. The ladies getting after it. Gemma Hope, like she really went for it. And then tried again.
I mean, there's time left on the clock. What are you going to do? Let your teammates down? You got to try. Schwartz CrossFit Melbourne, always having fun on the floor. Always fun to watch. Danny Spiegel, one of the athletes we were all excited to see at this event. Abby Carvel with those beautiful upright squat cleans. What a great mix of synchronized gymnastics and heavy barbell, lifting with your friends. I don't know if you could think of too much more of a fun event. Saturday night, Wynn Stadium. And it was the fit mamas that might have had the most fun out on the floor.
Not just today, yesterday as well.
They were cheering each other on.
Charlotte Baldwin. And Spiegel.
Oh. Definitely one of the bigger lifters in our sport.
Now good for the Fit Mamas and also for Star Strength Fitness Alley. That'll boost them up a little bit. Shake of the leaderboard is nearly over. We have 3 heats to come for the male teams. Are we going to see some Chandler Smith magic once again? Well, let's head down to the lounge with Bella.
Next, Letica Gold. You've been first, second, third through all of the events so far. I love to see it. I love the gold in the name. One thing, Amy, you are one of our seasoned competitors here. What does it mean to be back on the floor here in Wollongong?
Yeah, actually,
recently a post came up on my feed that I was here 10 years ago for my first competition in 2013. So yeah, just happy that I can still move and compete with these girls.
Brianna, you went to the games this year. What experience have you taken from being on the CrossFit Games team, bringing it here to compete with your friends?
Yeah, I think just like having the exposure with, you know, people who are so elite and you think they're so far out of your caliber, but you know, it's awesome to compete with people who are so strong, and then taking it here and using that experience, it's really good.
Last but definitely not least, Christy, I know you've had to give up a lot to be where you are today. Tell me about that.
Look, I don't see it too much as a sacrifice because I feel like I'm living the dream. Like, to get to train and be an athlete, I'm so lucky that my husband, you know, continues to allow me to do this season after season and supports me. So, yeah.
So he's the MVP of Next Athletic Gold, your husband.
I honestly think all of the partners of athletes are the MVPs.
You heard it here first, rookie. The MVPs are the partners of everybody that works in CrossFit. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
No doubt. Letting him out to play, super important. And what's super important is what's happening on the leaderboard, and also how much fun these athletes are having on the competition floor, not just inside the arena, out on the field, out on the beach. They're having a fat time.
If it's not fun, why are you doing it, right, rookie? I mean, as much as this is and has become a professional sport, it really comes down to enjoying yourself. There's not a lot of money to be made in all of these competitions, so you better be making memories and friends while you're at it.
We've seen some outstanding lifting from these ladies and gentlemen for the individuals, and now the female teams are ticked off. The males are to come soon. The Redback gals, what a day they have had. Georgia Otto finishing off. And a big thank you also to our sponsors, our footwear sponsor Reebok, for sponsoring the Down Under Championship 2023.
I just want to prove that I belong, but if I do what I've been doing, I reckon that will happen pretty nicely. So just trying to be as disciplined as I can, be involved with the community, because that's what makes it as special as it is.
Men's not too far away, and the leaderboard shake-up is going to keep rolling. Team Frog Grips and the Hombres have a look at that. A couple of dogs. I said 2-horse race. Ricky goes, hold my beer. There's 3 horses in it.
I love it.
So Ricky Garrard, Joel Molina, Johan Roberts, a couple of dogs in 3rd place, and they are still a chance, especially with a heavy lift with Johan and Ricky to boot. But don't dismiss Joel Molina, because he was 2nd on event number 3 this morning on Full Send. So we know weight shift is no problem for him either. This is going to be a really tight one, and find out what's going to happen for day 3, but this is going to be good.
Right, we think of heavy lifting, and look at least, there's at least one athlete on each of these teams that I cannot wait to see lift these heavy barbells. Royce Dunn on Team Frog Grips, you know he's going to throw around some weight. Of course, Chandler Smith, he raised the roof off this stadium last year. A couple of dogs, like you said. The youngsters on that team, they gave Tola and Royce a run for the money with the heavy overhead squat. So I can't wait to see what happens with these barbells.
Team EXF as well in 7th. Moses Patello, Alex Herawini, and Matthias Amuli. Some big weight coming from those with Matthias. Wait till he comes out. The barbell shakes when he comes out because it's so scared of him. He can shift a whole ton of weight, so I can't wait for that to happen as well.
And 2.5 men have had a great first 2 events today. They've done themselves some favors, moving up into 8th place.
And our final event for our 2nd day of competition at the Down Under Championship 2023. Tip of the hat to Mr. Steve Irwin. Rest in peace. It is called Crikey.
And And we have a 3-minute time period for this first piece of the event. 10 ring muscle-ups, 5 of which these athletes will do as an individual and 5 of which they must do synchronized with one of their other teammates. And then each athlete will have a chance to get 3 squat cleans for load. 1 minute rest, we'll reset the clock, and we have another 3-minute work period. Repeating that same scheme on the ring muscle-ups, only this time we have 2 squat cleans per athlete for load. A short 1-minute rest again, and then we move into a 5-minute work period. 5 ring muscle-ups solo, 5 ring muscle-ups synchronized, 1 squat clean, and a lot of bragging rights at the end of that 5 minutes.
Cast your mind back 12 months and the bragging rights they were on. And Chandler reminded of us that exactly thing we went to last Saturday night, this time around last year, when we had the Q&A last night. I said, how was your experience last year? And he goes, as long as I beat Ricky, that was the main thing.
You know what? That was probably one of the best moments of competition that I've been witness
Ever
to.
in the world.
Yep.
Doesn't matter.
Yep. I mean, I have chicken skin just thinking about it again.
Raise the roof.
And raise the fashion sense. Would you look at this? We got a lot of athletes with a lot of different outfits out there right now.
Do you expect anything from Gold Coasters? The Bill effect. Outstanding.
You know what they say, rookie, you got to look good to feel good.
Well, they also say if you can't be good, look good.
There you go.
A murmur still going around the crowd. Expectation of what is to come. They probably remember what happened last year. Unbound Athletic doing exactly what they needed to do outside earlier for hard yaka. Have you got that down pat yet?
Hard yaka.
Oh, not bad.
Not bad for a gringo.
Very happy Pete Ellis just walking past us. And we hit heat number 4 in the Alumni 2015. They've made a charge today.
They had a great hard yaka event.
Carbon method. Quite focused. Boys from the Gold Coast, not so much. Joshy's out there enjoying his time back on the competition floor. Underway, the first of our male team heats. We have 3 of them. This is heat number 4 for Event 5 Crikey at the Go Wad Arena. And thank you for joining us wherever you are right around the world. I know it's getting late over in New Zealand. Currently, it's about 9:30 p.m. The Americans might nearly be awake by now, but Europe will be up as well. If you're watching from Africa, you'll be up. We haven't got too long left, about an hour's worth here at Wynn Stadium, and it has been a jam-packed day 2 of competition with 3 events going on. Our Masters, Intermediate, Adaptive and Futures divisions going on as well, so plenty happening. Sean Brickwood, casual as you like.
About 1 minute into this 3-minute work period. These athletes need to get 3 squat cleans.
And the strategy that's incorporated into this team event, they've obviously got their 1 rep maxes. You drop that by probably 5%, maybe a little bit more considering the accumulation of fatigue you're bringing in to this 5th event. And then you try and hit that.
Well, and again, you got to remember, this is for load. So, you know, you'd rather have some weight moved than not get any credit for the weight moved. So important that you pick a weight that you know you can get and not take so long that your teammates can't get to that bar as well.
The Instinct exports. One of our New Zealand teams as well.
So fast.
Oh, it's easy.
That's what you want this 3 rep to look like though. You want it to be fast. We don't want to see a lot of struggle now.
Carbon method. You know when you see reds and blues, you know it's starting to get up there.
Exactly.
100 kilos from the Instinct exports. And that seems touch light, but you need to give yourself somewhere to go.
Yep.
Something I got taught a very long time ago.
And we talked about it earlier. You want to move that first weight well. It can really get in your head if that first weight feels too heavy. You have to do kind of some awkward things that you might not otherwise do. So really important that that first weight feels good. About halfway through that 1 minute rest period. You can see all the athletes moving back down to the rings. Second set of 10 ring muscle ups. 5 individual and 5 synchro.
And no, if you're just tuning in, we're not watching a golf tournament. It's the Bill Effects. Andrew McGill, Jamie Vesey and Drew Higgins. You need the plus 4s and the long socks, I reckon.
Okay, you're gonna laugh at me.
Okay, I'll laugh at you anyway.
Okay. I almost thought they looked like rugby uniforms. That's not what rugby players wear?
Rugby league, potentially. Rugby union, definitely not. We have class.
I'm being told otherwise right now, rookie.
You've got to believe me. I'm your voice of reason, remember? The Frog wannabes. Hey, if you want to be Royce, Bailey or Jay, I'd be happy to be a Frog wannabe as well. The boys are in lane number 5 in the bright green. The alumni 2015. Again, quality programming, enough work, not enough to break them, enough to challenge them.
Well, and again, it's one thing to do ring muscle ups on your own. When you have to synchronize that lockout with another athlete, it gets a lot tougher.
Carbon method. Sean Brickwood.
Oh. Just let those elbows drop a little bit. He needs to just sit there for a second, throw those elbows up.
All right, put your coaching hat on for a second.
Yes, sir.
How do you teach someone who's new to lifting? Sean's obviously a very experienced lifter, but new to lifting, how to get those elbows up in a clean?
I mean, you mean
what's your cue you're going to give someone to ensure that their elbows stay up?
Well, I mean, it starts with front squatting. You got to be able to front squat a bar before you can clean a bar. And you got to make sure they can hold those elbows up high in a front squat.
The alumni.
And then you start with a light bar. You can't learn how to squat clean with something that's too heavy. I try to tell athletes too, especially for the athletes that I'm working with, it's more about speed than it is about weight, especially for the athletes that aren't non-competitive athletes. It's about moving that bar well and fast.
The alumni plowing along well. And 3 boys shifting that barbell pretty easily. Bill effects.
Oh, good speed out of the hole.
Well, that's another aspect you've got to think about when doing a front squat or a clean, is getting out of the hole fast. Grace Walton showed us exactly how, if you get stuck in the hole, how you can get yourself out.
And there's really only way to train that, Ricky, and that's doing those 1 1/4 front squats, understanding how to utilize that rebound. Because if you've never done it, you're not going to do it with a heavy barbell on your shoulders.
And if you haven't done 1 1/4 squats, you are missing out. One of the most miserable things you'll do. A lot of time under tension.
All right, we are heading into that 3rd and final round of crikey for the teams. They have 5 minutes this time instead of 3 minutes to make sure they get their synchro ring muscle ups and 1 squat clean for low.
Final time for heat number 4, but only heat number 1 for the male teams. The time to rest is 5 minutes away. Doing things a little bit differently this year at the Down Under Championship. No athlete briefings. They videoed every single event, every single movement, and all athletes had to log into an athlete portal and do something like the judges course that the CrossFit guys do for the CrossFit Games. And if you didn't go through that, you couldn't register. Love it.
I cannot tell you. So we have an athlete portal that they utilize at the Rogue Invitational. It's brilliant. It's an easy way for us to get information. But here's what I really love. Not just as an event organizer, you don't have to waste time briefing the athletes. As an athlete, you don't have to waste time sitting through a briefing. The last thing you want to do the night before competition is sit through a 2-hour briefing. You want to be home eating, resting, sleeping. So the fact that these athletes could learn what the events were on their own time is brilliant.
They did have a Q&A on Thursday afternoon, should they have any questions, and had Judge Dan Williams going through that with them. But most athletes in the door, out the door.
That's what you want when you're competing. Oh, that was 1 in like 15 quarter squats back there, but you can't blame them for trying.
Carbon Method, the alumni 2015, getting to work. The Frog Wannabes in the bright green shirts, loading and loading heavy. Yeah, you don't want to be going into tonight going, what if I had got another couple of kilos on that bar?
You got to take some chances.
Risk it for the biscuit. Have you heard that one?
No.
Okay. Unbound Athletic at the top, Carbon Method at the bottom. Frog Wannabes, Dylan Chow, Naon Nicole, and Bradley Darcy. Ben Wadwell from the alumni. Oh, wow. Oof.
Stayed inside that square. Good lift.
Toe on the line. Joshy Santhau going the same weights.
Oh.
Adrian Rodriguez at the front for Carbon Method, happy. Sean Brickwood now trying to get the alumni 2015 with all lifters on the same weights. Nothing we've seen before.
Oh.
Frog wannabes. Oh, the bounce, the double bounce even.
He is so close to making that lift.
Just over 1 minute remaining now. Instinct Exports. Busy old competition floor today.
Busier?
It's busy.
Busy, yep. I love it.
The alumni continue. 45 seconds left. Instinct going for it. Alumni for 2. I don't think Sean Brickwood's going to lift again. But the boys from Alumni are going up with 30 seconds. This crowd's going to erupt if they get this. Looks like it's going to be 150 kilos.
Oh my.
Ben Wadwell.
No shirt on either. No shirt. That one always is such a head scratcher to me.
Oh.
So easy for that bar to fly off those sweaty shoulders.
Or if they're
Not a
just
problem.
a touch low and they hit your pecs and there's sweat on there, that bar's going one way down the slippery slope.
That's always so risky to me, but not a problem for him.
Impressive display, not just from the boys from the Bill Effect with those beautiful looking shirts, but some great work. From a number of our teams. Instinct were great, and Carbon Method, the bookends, the New Zealand teams, filling up heat number 4, the first of our male heats. 2 more heats to come, and the old boys still showing us how it's done. The Alumni 2015. Great challenge, teamwork, gymnastics ability, and also some heavy lifting. Let's head down to the competition floor with those guys in those beautiful attire.
Bill Effect, we're taking team sport very seriously today. Whose kit are we wearing?
The Scottish retro jersey that we got from Etsy. Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
We channeled our endless Chandler Smith. So we thought he'd be representing his footy jersey, but didn't step up.
We still have 1 heat left to go. Maybe he'll channel the inner jerseys as well. That event didn't look like it was going to go the way you had planned it. Got a little bit stuck on the rings. Is the fatigue coming from event 1 through 4 today?
Yeah, so this is the first time the boys and I are here. So carrying a lot of fatigue from the previous events, so it's not going the same as in training, but we're soaking it in, loving it.
Well, you love it and you look great. So we'll see y'all later.
Thank you.
So many accents down here, Annie Sakamoto, including your own.
Footy. It was a footy jersey.
Scottish football, as in soccer.
No, I know.
Yes. We don't call it football.
Right.
We call it
Footy.
everyone from the UK calls
They
it
call it footy.
football.
Right?
Now, well, we move on. This is heat number 5, our second of our male team heats. We are only about 30 minutes away from the conclusion of day 2 of the Down Under Championship, and it's getting pretty exciting. We're going to finish things off with event number 5, crikey.
Yep, and we have a combination of individual and synchro ring muscle-ups, 5 and 5 of each, and then 3 squat cleans per athlete in a 3-minute work period. We'll have a 1-minute quick little rest and reset on that barbell, and then another 3-minute work period, same thing, 5 individual and 5 synchro ring muscle-ups for these athletes, and then 2 squat cleans for load, 1 more reset, and this time on the 3rd and final round, 5 full minutes to get those ring muscle-ups, and then the heaviest squat clean you can in the remaining time.
Elena Simons for heat number 5. Costa Illich is itching to get his hands on a barbell from Dignus Athletica, lane number 4. The Yuki Strength team and the 129 team, they have really impressed me in the first day and a half. The 2.5 men, they have been rocking along.
2.5 men have had a great first 2 events today. They'd love to capitalize on those points that they've accumulated. Let's see if they can do that.
Sitting in 8th place, 286 points. So not too far out of that top 5. They're only about 17 points out. And with some big lift here, Costa Illich, there he is. Another West Australian. Ready to lead the team. Underway, heat number 5 for our elite male teams. Second last heat of the day. What a day it's been.
Lead athlete is going to do 5 ring muscle-ups on their own, move over to the other set of rings, and another one of their athletes will enter, and they'll do 5 synchro ring muscle-ups. Before the first athlete will then move on to the barbell for their 3 squat cleans, and the third athlete moves in, completes their 5 synchro ring muscle-ups. So like Rookie said, a great combination of some higher skill gymnastics and some heavy weightlifting.
You take out the non-movement factors. You throw in some communication, some non-verbal comms, your sequencing. How do you move? What do you lift?
This is where, like we were talking about earlier, communication is key. Somebody might have to call an audible. Things might have to change from your original plan. You don't need to be a hero, you just need to communicate.
Costa.
Not happy with his judge right there. He got a no rep.
Stepping outside the box.
Yep.
Number 1 rule, don't step outside the box. Two and a half men in the white shirts, just moving in the background. Now they're at the top right of screen. 129, and now a Yuki Strength in the pink. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, which I probably will be. There seems to be a lot of large, tall athletes on the field right now. There is a lot of range of movement happening.
Compared to me, they're all large.
No, not compared to you. Everyone's large.
Compared to me. A Yuki Strength moving that bar with no trouble. Got about 30 seconds to get these last 2 reps in for a Yuki Strength.
Final 10 seconds now.
One minute of rest to switch out those weights. Maybe grab a sip of water, chalk up those hands, and head back to those rings.
The thing you probably don't know about this floor, that it does get very dry down on the competition floor. Just one of those competition arenas that you've got that little bit of dry mouth. So drink of water, not just to hydrate, but just to clear out that mouth, because all your breathing is chalk, because there's so much chalk on the floor, especially from the rings on the barbell, all over the floor from the previous 5 heats.
There's nothing like having your top lip stuck to your teeth.
I'll have to trust you on that one.
You know where that happens to me in competition? Anytime I sit down on a rower, my top lip immediately sticks to my teeth.
Maybe that's just like a
It's
natural,
a nervous thing.
natural reaction. It goes, oh
I'm
no,
allergic.
oh
I'm
no.
allergic to rowing.
Underway, segment number 2.
Same thing. Each athlete will complete 10 ring muscle ups. For athletes 1 and 3, there will be 5 of them that will be individual, 5 that will be synchro. For that middle athlete, all of their 10 ring muscle ups will be done synchro.
2 star strength teams in lane 7 and 8. 8 father and son, 7 star strength wolf pack. And head coach Luke Starr of the Star Strength stable up here pacing behind us. It's like a nervous father. A lot of athletes on the floor. Ayuki off quick. 129 heading to the floor. Dignus Athletica. 2.5 men. Umami Dogs. Make that 3 star strength teams for that matter. All the way down there in lane number 1, the JZ. We say Z over here, by the way, as well.
Instead of Z?
Yep, Dylan Seeley now in the blue shirt at the back. About to get rolling with his first lift. Successful for him at the top of the screen. The 2 of the team from DJZ beat at Torian earlier this year. Time to push some boundaries.
Great job of keeping those elbows up and feet in the box right there for Mayuki Strength. We have about a minute left in this second round. See some athletes adding and subtracting some weight off that bar. Absolutely no problem for Ayuki Strength. Second athlete through, we have about 10 seconds left.
Billy Gray going for it. Oh, wow. That's a lot of weight and a big range of movement.
And he's gonna miss that second rep right there. So it won't count towards that team total.
Jordan Wilson also getting a good lift.
It's not just about working that barbell, rookie. You really have to work that clock also. You have to be smart because sometimes a little lighter weight is going to be better than having no weight counted.
So we're just going to leave 140 on the bar for Ayuki Strength.
Did you see how easy they were lifting it?
Tyrone Hurst will be first to lift. Jordan Wilson and Billy Gray will be coming later on if they follow the same sequence they have over the last 2 segments. Luke Starr still pacing up and down. Who'd be a coach?
He's got a few teams out here this weekend, doesn't
A
he?
lot of athletes on the floor from Star Strength and underway. Tyrone Hurst now, a pink shirt, getting underway. We mentioned earlier about shifting load on gymnastics rings, and the smaller you are, obviously it is to move yourself around, but then you move to a heavy barbell, and that sort of negates that because, as Dante Karangaroa said a little bit earlier in the interview, mass moves mass. And it sure does.
Exactly, and that's what Rob Forte has been so brilliant about in all of his programming is no athlete can say that was programmed for the lighter athlete, that was programmed for the heavier athlete, that was programmed for the taller athlete, the shorter athlete. He has done such a great job of combining movements within each of the events that highlight some shape or form of athlete and then another as well.
Tyrone Hurst dispenses, not just with the rings and the grips, but the shirt. And that's what you mentioned.
Yep.
You're adding some sweat because it's hot down there on the floor. These lights are beating down on these athletes, and that's when the sweat starts to roll down.
And if you're going to take your shirt off, you better chalk those shoulders up too then. The last thing you want to see, oh, he must have heard me. Look at that.
Why didn't you tell him to do that earlier? Now you're going to tell him how to lift as well?
If I have to. He looked like he was struggling earlier.
Okay.
Not.
Tyrone, here he goes. I don't think he's got that chalk really in the right spots, but anyway,
I'm gonna agree.
It's a thought that counts.
More chalk. When in doubt, more chalk.
Only 19 years of age, disability support worker, Tyrone Hurst. Trains at CrossFit EXF up on the Gold Coast. We'll call it Gold Coast, halfway between Gold Coast and Brisbane. Tyrone going at it again. With Costa Illich just behind him.
2 attempts. You can see they're going to move on to one of their other athletes.
He's actually going to go lighter weights.
Sorry.
But they have got time. They've got another 2.5 minutes to go. Tyrone will just get something in the bag.
Exactly.
Billy
Smart.
Gray's heard you as well. He's chalking his everything up.
The whole team. He wants a little hype too.
Oh, Billy Gray.
They've gone and put every plate they could on the bar.
Crowd wants it. Billy Gray, come on.
Get those elbows up.
Jordan, throwing the line. Wow.
You didn't even think about that weight.
The less you think about it, the better, I think. But this crowd really getting into it. Can't wait to see what we get. Last heat coming up next. Jordan Wilson, the Samoan Rhino. The under-23 Oceania weightlifting champion.
Yes, he is.
How about we just put all the plates on?
He's gonna have to go borrow from some of these other teams.
Billy Gray, shirt on. He heard you. They're listening at least. Billy Gray. Can't grip it. Jordan Wilson, I reckon, has probably got one more
Put some weight on that bar.
good lift in him. Only started weightlifting in 2020, Jordan Wilson, as he waits. Costa Illich puts his shirt back on as well. But Billy Gray, probably the last attempt.
Good move from Ayuki right there. Oh, he missed the squat, and that was great. His teammates were able to tell him, don't put that bar down. You gotta get the squat.
Now, Jordan Wilson, he needs time.
20 seconds on the clock.
He needs to finish this lift. Let's go, Wollongong! Jordan Wilson, the Samoan Rhino! Yeah! Boom! That's what the crowd's come to see. Oh, outstanding from Ayuki's strength. Oh, what an amazing lift.
Fast you did that.
I blinked and it was there. Oh, wow.
They barely had enough time to get the plates on the bar. That was unbelievable.
20 years of age. Wonder what he wants to be when he grows up.
I know what I want to be when I grow up.
I want to be able to deadlift that weight.
That was
Oh, the crowd, how good were they? We need to
Well,
take a
how
minute.
good was he to the crowd?
Oh,
That
big
is
time.
exactly what everybody wants to see on a Saturday night in the stadium. He absolutely delivered.
Let's head down to Bella Martin with the Ayuki strength team.
Ayuki, 180. Was 180. Yeah, come on, 180 kilograms on that barbell. After everything you've done today, where did you get the strength to do that?
To be honest, give credit to the crowd. Like, it was electric, man. Honestly, it's different lifting in front of people, so, good experience.
Boys, it looked a little chaotic on the floor at times today during this event, also earlier today. How do you manage the nerves and all the pressure there?
It's just kind of staying calm before you get out here. Try not to overwhelm yourself when you're watching other teams and trying to spike that energy or arousal level at the right time. So just about peaking when we need to.
People never forget the heavy lifts here at Down Under. 180 kilograms is going to be a lift to remember. Congratulations, Ayuki Strength.
I'll say one thing real quick. I said, I promised that if we had some microphone time that my boss back home, Greg Ducks, CrossFit Ducks, the affiliates, gym owners, and all the levels of CrossFit trainers deserve a round of applause. Like, this is the highlights of CrossFit, but real CrossFit's done in the community day in and day out with every member. So without you guys, we wouldn't be out here. And if we got 20 seconds on the mic, that's where the thanks should be going to. So thanks, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Billy, I couldn't agree more. Greg Ducks does some great stuff up there in Brisbane.
Did somebody start cutting onions again?
No.
What just happened? I mean, we talked about that with Tia. What is so special and unique about our sport is not what we do, but the community that we do it within. And it's just awesome to be reminded of that.
And I'm glad Billy Gray stepped up and said that. So hats off to you, Greg Ducks, up in Brizzy. I know you're probably watching on as well. 180. Chandler from last year, hold my beer. Come and get that weight.
For those of you at home that haven't done the conversion yet,
396 pounds.
Can we round that up to 400?
Oh, it's probably 4 pounds of chalk on the bar or something. I don't know.
Without a doubt. All right.
How are we going to top that?
Oh.
Ricky.
Oh, these boys better bring it.
This is your playground.
Third and final heat of Event 5, crikey. 3 minutes for these athletes to get 10 ring muscle-ups apiece, 5 individual and 5 synchro. 3 squat cleans for load, then we'll have a 1-minute reset. They'll load the bar up with a little more weight, and then 3 minutes again. 10 more ring muscle-ups, 2 squat cleans for load this time for each athlete. 1-minute rest. And that third and final round, we add 2 minutes to the clock. So 5 minutes, 10 ring muscle ups, and then hopefully a whole lot of noise and a whole lot of fun.
Oh, there'll be noise, all right. Oh, the banter. I can't wait for the banter back and forth. Now, are we going to get to the point like we did last year where the event finishes and they've been successful? Do they have another liftoff post the end of this event?
Fingers crossed.
Oh, fingers crossed. Exactly. Our lane assignments. The Hombre's lane 4. We know Chandler's got something special in him. A couple of dogs in lane 6. And Team Frog Grips. Royce, he doesn't mind a heavy barbell, does he?
No, he does
But
not.
talk about throwing down the gauntlet, the Ayuki strength team. Jordan Wilson, 180. That's ridiculous. Underway, the EXF team in the far right, they have got some weight to shift as well. Alex Herawini getting to work straight away. Chandler, don't worry about that transition here, just going straight up.
If you can catch pretty much extended, why not do it? Second teammate enters the rings. This set of ring muscle-ups has to be synchronized. You're gonna wanna put your best ring muscle-upper in the middle here, as that middle person is gonna do all 10 of their ring muscle-ups synchro. See, Noah ends up being that person for the hombres.
Jay Crouches has come to the bar, and he's sneaky strong.
And that was sneaky easy.
Alex Harawini in the orange shirts. Easy done for him.
Both Jay and Chandler making easy work of that second rep.
Joel Molinia. That's good weight. There's not a lot of Joel. And dispensing with the weight plates very early. The hombres. Moses Patello. Hat on backwards. Part of the EXF team that went to the games last year. Injured coming into this season, so wasn't able to compete. Semi-final level. Noah Olsen warming up nicely. Ricky Garrard successful just in front of him.
It's about 1 minute left.
Tola, we know how much weight he can shift. Tyus Hamuli as well. Oh, we are going to be lifting some weight for this one rep coming up soon. Johan Roberts as well. Stephen Norman. Royce Dunn. We got some heavy hitters in here. Oh, I'll just sit at the bottom for a bit.
Most of these athletes done well within that 3-minute time cap. Bars have been reset. They're already moving back to the rings.
Our overall leaders coming in prior to this event and after 4 events, end of day 2. Frog Grips, Hombres, a couple of dogs. Star Strength Gold making a move today. Hawkesbury's finest. They had a great event one yesterday. 2.5 men jumping into that top 8 position. And EXF expect them to jump after event number 5. Hombres have loaded up, it looks like 150 kilos already to head into segment 2. They would have been at the back watching the 180 as well, just going, whoa, okay. We might have a challenge on our hands here.
We got some big shoes to fill.
And they're going to be doing some big shoeies if they win.
Ooh.
Underway, segment 2. I love the catch position, or the receive position from Chandler. He gets wide and he gets set and then he just presses straight out. It's beautiful. He's got so much strength. Millennia, Garrard, Smith, and Olsen.
You can see Olsen just that quick little look over to make sure they're synchroed up.
Again, same sequence. Millennia heading down. Chandler, Smith, Jake Crouch. Alex Harawini for EXF. Martin and Dunn.
Two reps on this round. Chandler with rep 1 in the bag. Maybe a little heavier than we had expected.
Harawini good down the bottom. Millennia good for his. Winnie, done. Tomo will join Chandler Smith in lifting.
Just saved it.
Wow. Talk about tight. There was about an inch in that.
I think they gave him a no rep.
What
you
for?
see Noah looks really confused.
But they haven't got time to discuss it with the judge. They're going to get lifting.
Right.
Regardless of the outcome.
1 minute right now on the clock.
Gerard. Crowd getting behind him. The local boy.
Easy for Ricky.
Chandler getting spat out. Royce Dunn, far right of screen. Stephen Norman. Ricky again, easy, does it. Come on. Tyus Amuli just losing that out. Johan Roberts doing it easy, as does Tola Maracanyo. Royce Dunn, successful. Roberts done. Maracanyo stands it up. Hamuli bouncing out.
It's going to be a big blow for the hombre zone right there. Chandler missing his second lift.
Royce, Bailey, and Jay. Keep your eyes on them. Noah Olsen just checking with head judge Dan Williams exactly what's happening.
30 seconds.
Athletes have less than 30 seconds to rest and reset. We're on to that third and final round. 5 minutes this time on the clock.
Jobs you don't want for 300. Head judge.
Head judge. Head judge right now.
Underway for the final time. What is going to happen in the final 5 minutes of day 2 of competition? I'm expecting some epic lifting. 180 is the weight to beat, and that is going to be a tough ask, and I don't care who you are. Ricky Gerard looking very good so far with his lifting. Joel Millennia heading down with Jay Crouch once again. Jay with his trademark knee sleeves on with the crown. Let's go, Jay Crouch. He wants some love from this Aussie crowd. 160, Jay Crouch.
No problem for Jay right there with that 160.
Millennia with 150. Easy. Gerard, he's just going to load more straight on. Heroini, bottom of screen. Big man, big lift.
He looks like he might have seen some stars after that one.
Ricky Gerard, can he bring this Wollongong crowd to their feet? Noah Olsen successful. Gerard sucking that up.
That was a great move from Ricky Gerard.
Johan Roberts now trying to emulate. Oh, wow, Johan Roberts.
Dare I say easier than Ricky's?
What is that? Royce's all of the plates. One way to go with 2.5 minutes left.
Noah and Tola to have a rep on the board, but
170 for Royce.
Chandler, a little off his game tonight on that barbell.
170 on the bar for a couple of dogs as well. Where does Royce go from here? Up is obviously the answer, but we're going to wait, so we're going to drop back a little. Gerard. Oh, we have only got 2 minutes remaining. Norman good for his lift, but Gerard urging this crowd to give him a little.
Right behind him is Tola.
Ricky for 170, yes! Tola good for 170. And this is where we move to the only place we need to, and that's 180 kilo and 396 pound. 90 seconds. Olsen ready to lift.
Just saw Gerard give Johan a quick little pep talk.
Johan, this is going to be easy. If it's anything like the last one. Oh, yeah! Oh, wow, this is out of control. Patello gets his, saves it well. 150 for Moses. Royce Dunn going for it. This crowd is off the charts. Royce will be first after Noah. Noah Olsen, yes! 30 seconds. Johan Roberts, Royce Dunn. Royce will go first. Royce, yes! Roberts! Oh, this place is absolutely going bananas.
Did you see Royce Dunn just ripped his shirt off, split that thing in two?
Oh, we've got to have a lift off Annie Sakamoto.
Oh my God. I cannot believe it could get any better than last year, and it just did. Royce Dunn ripped his shirt into two.
Oh, what a performance. We obviously have got a decision here to make. We've got to keep this going. This crowd is not going anywhere. We're just going to take a breath for a little minute. Wowza.
Thank you for reminding me.
There was not,
you gotta breathe.
There was not one person here sitting down. Every person on their feet.
Honestly, I didn't think there was any way they could have topped last year.
Oh.
And that lift off with Chandler and Ricky, but the young buck and the veteran.
But Jordan Wilson from the previous heat hitting 180, and then it's like, all right, we've got some work to do to get there, but right. Johan Roberts.
Oh, unbelievable from the young buck and Johan. And
if Mum Annika's watching from New Zealand, you're probably still up and it's very late. Got to be a proud mum.
Oh.
But
they
what
are, look, rookie.
an event.
I think they're putting weight on the bar.
Oh, let's hold on to our hats.
Everybody stay tuned right now.
The initial Rob Forte reaction was no, but let's see what is about to happen here on the competition floor.
Oh.
Royce can
I think they were loading him to move them.
Athletes throwing all sorts of stuff into the crowd. Be careful. Oh, actually, Annie, they won't be hitting you. They'll hit me first. Oh, we got socks aplenty. But due to the nature of the event, Annie, we obviously can't go anymore. What a way to finish. Wow.
Those volunteers were loading up the bars, and I thought for sure we were going again.
An outstanding lifting performance.
Oh, to see Royce and Johan both hit that final weight, that was absolutely mind-blowing. Down Under Championship, you did not let us down.
Oh, again, 2 years running. And the internet, again, is going to break tomorrow morning. Couple of dogs, they're going to jump up again.
That was big. Oh, Royce, Jay looking clean on all of his reps. Look how narrow Royce grabs that bar. Helps him keep those elbows in. Chandler, not the Chandler we were expecting to see, but how about Ricky Garrard on the comeback? Absolutely blew the roof off this stadium.
Now, you know what Johan Roberts did? He coattailed Royce Dunn, because Royce went and the crowd was roaring, and he lifted halfway through Royce's lift so he could back end that and use that to his advantage.
The energy was palpable. Look at him look around.
Final lift from Royce Dunn. That deep squats, stands. Happy.
Watch this.
And let's head down to the boys ripping their shirts off. They're standing by with Bella on the lounge.
Boys, I've been waiting to talk to you since yesterday. Welcome to the couch. Finally, I'm happy to see you. 180 is what you had to do. You did it, Royce. You lost your shirt in the process. Were we surprised to hit 180, or did you know you were going to go for it?
I always hoped I would get it, but I didn't really feel confident until it was on the bar and I was pulling it off the ground. It's hard with these kind of events. You know, we're like 4 events deep, and you do a bunch of muscle ups, and like you got to kind of work with your teammates and load bars, and it's always a time crunch. So at some point, I guess you just got to back your training and just go for it. But there's always that little risk. So it was definitely an in-the-moment decision.
Bailey, it's been fun to watch your trajectory in the last couple years. You've really gone to the top, and I'm so happy to see you here this weekend competing on a team. How does it feel coming off of Rogue and your performance at the games?
Team's definitely a lot more, it's a lot more chill, but it's also not a lot more chill, because like you've got these boys chasing you, and when you want to rest, they don't let you rest, so it's a little bit different. I don't know if I like it more than Indy, but it's definitely fun.
I love to hear it's fun, Jay. This is your domain. Everybody knows you as the king of Oceania. How does it feel to be in here knowing there's no pressure on you? You get to just be yourself, have fun with your friends, and then show everybody why you are the king.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like it's a nice little reward at the end of like a pretty big individual season. So yeah, it's awesome throwing down the boys, no pressure, back in front of the Aussie crowd, which is the best. So yeah, it's unreal.
The Aussie crowd is the best. Tell me a little bit about it. The atmosphere here, is it special? Why is it special, Royce? Let's go.
Aussies have a huge culture of sport. Obviously, we're a small country, but we punch pretty big on the international stage, and we just have passionate fans that like a bit of nonsense, like to get silly, and so yeah, our regionals always go off a bit harder, and there's been some shoeies promised for the end of the weekend already. So it's just how we do. We just place to be is Australia.
Wollongong, for the last time today, let's give one more round of applause to the boys. Let's go, the Frog Grip boys.
Thanks, Bella. And the boys, Bailey, Royce, and Jay, Team Frog Grips. Frog Grips and Shirt Rips. How about that?
That is a perfect new name for them. As if cleaning 180 wasn't a big enough show of strength.
You know what was harder?
The
hardest part was ripping his shirt off, not the barbell. He's got to work on his shirt ripping skills.
That was unbelievable.
I'm sure the fan back home in Brisbane are watching. Laurie, if you're watching with the kids, got to be proud of Dad, no doubt.
Such an incredible day, too. Down Under Championships does not disappoint on moving day, nor
Julia Hannaford.
does Julia
She's
Hannaford.
out there. We just saw some amazing performances from some individuals that we knew were coming, but they performed. It was like a circus monkey on cue.
Yeah,
Do this for us.
A
And they
lot
do
of
it.
things that we expected today, Rookie, but a lot of things that we didn't expect. A lot of things went the way we could have predicted. But
Something's not going the way we predicted either.
exactly, but hey, it's moving day, and that's what happens on moving day. Oh, this kid.
Johan Roberts has had a day,
Johan
hasn't
Roberts.
he? And Ricky, trusting in his instinct, we'll get these two young guys into my team. Let's see what they can do, and they're doing some great stuff.
Unbelievable. And just to see Ricky's enthusiasm and excitement for his team.
Star Strength
Awesome.
Fitness Ali had a wonderful day as well. Individually, there was a lot of movement on the leaderboard. Grace Walton just staying consistent as she has to. Peter Ellis not moving far from the top of the leaderboard. Emily DeRoy needed to move, and move she did.
Dominant performance from Emily on that crikey event. How about Annika Greer too, with that final lift?
So much happened today. Feels like we don't want to close the chapter in the book just yet, but we have to. Jordan Wilson, the Samoan Rhino, letting things rip to start things going, and then some massive lifts from the boys. Billy Gray summed it up. Thank you to everybody out here, the coaches, the trainers, and everyone involved. We have had a great day too. I can't wait to get things started for day 3 on behalf of the entire crew here. And for Bella Martin and Annie Sakamoto, I'm Jeremy Austin. I can't wait to see you all tomorrow.